Chapter 22:19, Work Things Out. Chapter 22:19, Work Things Out. A heavenly emperor was like a heavyweight bomb, or a nuclear bomb, being a deterrent. The destructive force of a heavenly emperor was too strong. Secular cities were not much different from toys to a heavenly emperor. Furthermore, the survivability of a heavenly emperor was extremely strong. They were exceedingly difficult to kill. Once a heavenly emperor was determined to seek vengeance, even if he was only a first firmament heavenly emperor, his destructive power would also be extremely astonishing. Hence, there was this unspoken agreement between heavenly emperors to not intervene in worldly affairs. Once the heavenspan world becomes depraved, then the heavenspan world would wail in sorrow. Now, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City produced a heavenly emperor. They had sufficient capital to play with other heavenly emperors. They could take a share of the loot from the southern border, this large cake. The Southern Border Alliance army slipped away with their tails between their legs. Empyrean Pilljade did not dare to even let out a fart. From this day onward, Southern Border Alchemy World's arrangement would have massive changes. A new peak alchemy Dao Holy Land suddenly emerged. Previously, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City could be said to exist by depending on the Myriad Treasure Tower. It was only because their strength was not strong enough. But now, Heavenly Eagle had a heavenly emperor holding down the fort. This caused the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City to join into the ranks of the Southern Border's top factions. No one dared to not give Heavenly Eagle Imperial City face anymore. Let alone that after this battle, Yi Yuan's fame surpassed, said even the new heavenly emperor, making the entire southern border hear about it like the sound of thunder. A 7-star alchemy god was capable of refining the 9 profounds heavenly emperor pill. From this day forth, Yi Yuan became the well-deserved number 1 person among 7-star alchemy gods. The impact of this title was too great. The medicinal pills that you could not refine, I could refine. Powerhouses that you could not create, I could create. Injuries that you could not treat, I could treat. With how vast the southern border was, who dared to say that they would not need to ask Yi Yuan for help? What if someday, an Empyrean was heavily injured on the verge of death and needed medicinal pills to save their life? If one day, a Bodhidharma's direct lineage disciple needed an extremely hard to refine medicinal pill to break through? Nobody dared to say for certain. In the past, Yi Yuan was just a 7-star alchemy god and was unable to refine rank 7 divine pills. His value was naturally not great. But now, Yi Yuan's status was already totally different. He already truly became a figure of authority in a region. No one dared to not give him face. Not long after, the Southern Border organized a 4-party talk. Southern Border Alliance, Myriad Treasure Bodhidharma, 7 great ancient families as well as Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma. I want 60%. The moment Yi Yuan sat down, he nonchalantly tossed out a heavyweight bomb. Empyrean Pilljade shot to his feet and berated angrily, "Brat, you're at it. 1T is also a little too big. Careful you don't burst." The representative of the 7 great ancient families, Beitang Li, also frowned and said, "Little brother Yi, show mercy whenever possible. The incident this time, even if we were in the wrong, we also restrained ourselves for a long time for Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's sake. Isn't that so?" Empyrean Flutterfeather remained silent. Yi Yuan smiled slightly, got up, and said, "Is that so? Then, there's nothing to discuss. Gentlemen, let's showcase our true abilities then." Done talking, he was actually going to leave the meeting. The few great Empyreans almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Who negotiated like this? What the hell? Did not even talk yet and you were going to dust your bottom and leave? You directly threw 60% the moment you came. We only said a sentence and you wanted to showcase our abilities. This. Still discuss for what? Shouldn't negotiations be push and pull, all parties playing a seesaw game? Why did it totally change here? This brat was also too tyrannical. Hold on. Let's work things out, can't we? Empyrean Pilljade did not have a temper anymore and could only speak up. Beitang Li also hurriedly got up and pulled Yi Yuan and said, "Dear me, Little brother Yi, everything can be discussed. Let's sit down first and talk properly. How about it? Yi Yuan did not sit down and just said coolly, nothing to discuss. Right now, our heavenly eagle is the victor. You guys are the defeated ones. 60%. I've already made a huge sacrifice. If can, you guys carry on discussing. If can't, you guys can carry on discussing too. Domineering. Tyrannical. Not giving the other three parties any leeway to turn around at all. Yi Yuan this time was simply like a different person from back then. In the negotiations back then, Yi Yuan did not show face at all. A large portion of the profits was even given to the Myriad Treasure Tower. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City merely just became an appendage to the Myriad Treasure Tower. But today, Yi Yuan was too domineering. He was simply unparalleled and tyrannical. I set the price. You guys can discuss the rest. It has nothing to do with me. Then Yi Yuan turned around and left just like that. The other few people exchanged glances. Baffled looks could be seen on their faces. Bustling around for such a long time, in the end, Yi Yuan came over and dropped a single sentence, and he was done. Empyrean Pilljade looked at Empyrean Flutterfeather. He said with a sneer, Flutterfeather, the good brother that you made. You did not stint to fall out with Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure and also had to help Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. In the end, his treating you like this. Flutterfeather looked at him and said with a faint smile, this Empyrean is this Empyrean. The Myriad Treasure Tower is the Myriad Treasure Tower. He isn't targeting this Empyrean. He is targeting the Myriad Treasure Tower. It's the Myriad Treasure Tower that abandoned Heavenly Eagle first. Younger brother Yi's heart is like a clear mirror and naturally has his considerations. Rather, it's you who ought to consider the things afterward properly. Otherwise, toward Heavenly Emperor Wanja there, it will be hard to give him an account. Empyrean Pilljade's gaze turned intent, his expression instantly becoming incomparably ugly. This four-party talk was facilitated by the Southern Border Alliance in the first place. But currently, this sort of situation could not carry on negotiating at all. Could it be that they were going to start a war again? But if they started a war, the Southern Border Alliance would not have any chips on hand at all. The Southern Border Alliance that had the greatest influence and strongest strength in the past, currently it was the party with the fewest chips presently. They were the party with the weakest power and influence. The Myriad Treasure Tower had pill formulas. The 7 great reclusive ancient families also had pill formulas. Heavenly Eagle was even the master of the pill formulas. Only the Southern Border Alliance had nothing. Of course, it was also not that they had nothing. They had territory. Very soon, someone came to visit. But the one who came this time was a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. Empyrean Flutterfeather led the Myriad Treasure Tower's Heavenly Emperor Riverback and approached Yi Yuan. Who, elder brother Flutterfeather, I was just about to find you, but I didn't expect that you came personally. When Yi Yuan saw Flutterfeather, he had an enthusiastic look. As for the Heavenly Emperor Riverback who was in the leading position, it was like Yi Yuan did not see him at all, treating him like heir. It was so awkward. To dare treat a Heavenly Emperor as heir, Yi Yuan was probably the first person in the southern border. Flutterfeather could only toughen his scalp and answered, Younger brother, this is my Myriad Treasure Tower's third manager, Heavenly Emperor Riverback. The Myriad Treasure Tower's power and influence were tremendous. There was naturally more than one Heavenly Emperor. In the southern border, Myriad Treasure Bodhidharma's power and influence were extremely powerful. Otherwise, how could their business span across the southern border? Heavenly Emperor Riverback put aside his embarrassment and said fawningly, Little friend Yi's battle shocked the southern border and became the southern border 7-star alchemy gods #1 person. It really broadened people's horizons. Yi Yuan smiled and said, about this, speaking of which, I still have to thank Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure very much for giving me this opportunity. Heavenly Emperor Riverback almost choked to death. He could only cough dryly twice to resolve the awkwardness. Little friend Yi, this matter was indeed my Myriad Treasure Tower's fault. But then again, for little friend Yi to be able to have today's accomplishments, my Myriad Treasure Tower also made great contributions. Are our two families really going to make distinctions between each other? Heavenly Emperor Riverback asked. Chapter 2220, Disregarded. Chapter 2220, Disregarded. Yi Yuan's footsteps stopped, and then the smile on his face gradually disappeared. By the side, Empyrean Flutterfeather sighed slightly, knowing that this matter could not be settled anymore today. Before coming, he exhorted over and over again, for Heavenly Emperor Riverback to not mention the past, and just to acknowledge their faults sincerely. That way, maybe there was still a trace of salvaging. But Heavenly Emperor Riverback capitalized on his status and talked about the past. With Yi Yuan's temper, how could he let the matter drop? Sure enough, Yi Yuan laughed coldly and said, "Fellow Daoist Riverback, isn't your face red from saying this? You all touch your hearts first. The myriad treasure towers, these several thousand years of glory, who did it rely on? Was it me, Yi Yuan, who received favors from your myriad treasure tower's light? Or was it your myriad treasure tower who received favors from my, Yi Yuan's light? Over these 1,000 years, the myriad treasure tower could be said to be unprecedentedly powerful. The profits that they earned were as much as the past several tens of thousands of years added up, even several hundreds of thousands of years. With such a huge profit as support, the myriad treasure tower naturally groomed countless powerhouses too. And this profit was all created from Yi Yuan's pill formulas. Ever since Yi Yuan entered the Heavenspan world, the special pill formulas were given to the myriad treasure tower. Its value could virtually buy a Heavenly Emperor Bodhimanda. Especially after the last Cloud Pill Summit, the myriad treasure tower's reputation developed to the peak. What Yi Yuan returned to the myriad treasure tower was much greater than what he took. He, Yi Yuan, had always repaid with precious jade after receiving a peach fruit when making friends. Yi Yuan being able to leave with his mind set at ease was equivalent to entrusting Heavenly Eagle Imperial City to the myriad treasure tower. Although he treated the myriad treasure tower as a friend, in the end, the myriad treasure tower only treated him as a partner of interest. When Heavenly Eagle needed help the most, the myriad treasure tower pulled the firewood out from under the boiler. They stopped caring. What difference was this kind of action from kicking you down the cliff with one foot? Even though the myriad treasure tower did not take part in the besieging this time, they were one of the accomplices too. Yi Yuan was clear in his heart that with the myriad treasure tower's present strength, they could definitely withstand the heavy pressure of the Southern Border Alliance. At the very least, preserving Heavenly Eagle was still achievable. But they shrunk back. They felt that with Heavenly Eagle losing him, it lost its utility value. Hence, they directly sold Heavenly Eagle out. Only then did Yi Yuan come to realize the truth. It turned out that Myriad Treasure Tower was merely a group of merchants who were trying to outwit the other in the end. Merchants only ever pursued profits. But Empyrean Flutterfeather was a different type. Heavenly Emperor Riverback's old face turned red. He knew that what Yi Yuan said was not false. In reality, he was also an indirect beneficiary. But the pride of a heavenly emperor made him unable to lower his head. Saying some self-degrading words was already his limit. And Yi Yuan's attitude also thoroughly infuriated him. Heavenly Emperor Riverback's gaze turned dark, and he said, "Yi Yuan, this heavenly emperor humbled himself and pleaded with well-meaning advice, but you're plussing people too far. Don't you forget. The pill formulas are still grasped in the hands of the Myriad Treasure Tower. If we publicize the pill formulas, you should know the consequences." Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Emperor Riverback like looking at a fool and grinned as he said, "As long as you're happy." After he was done talking, he turned to Flutterfeather and said, "Elder brother Flutterfeather, since G-Mo that fellow came, I conveniently extorted some rank 7 spirit medicines. These 2 days, I just happened to refine several emergent spirit ascension pills. It should be sufficient for you to cultivate for a period of time. As for elder brother Chao Yuan there, I'm having a bit of a headache." Yi Yuan patted his head, an appearance of his head hurting. He was indeed feeling some headache. The matter this time, the 2 people that Yi Yuan owed the biggest favor to were Empyrean Flutterfeather and Empyrean Chao Yuan. Empyrean Flutterfeather's situation was still fine. He still had room to go up. But Empyrean Chao Yuan, his situation was to reach the Heavenly Emperor realm. Where would he go and pull together another set of 9 profound Heavenly Emperor pills spirit medicines? By the side, Heavenly Emperor Riverback's gaze turned intent. Those were end spirit divine pills. At present, when a medicinal pill that Yi Yuan personally refined was placed outside, it was a priceless treasure. One end spirit emergence spirit ascension pill, even if exchanging for a rank 8 divine pill, there would also absolutely be someone who would swap. But he actually gave it to Empyrean Flutterfeather like giving a cabbage. The moment he gave Empyrean Flutterfeather, it was several pills. These medicinal pills were sufficient for Empyrean Flutterfeather to cultivate to the peak Empyrean realm. Brat, you're too condescending. You'll pay the price for your arrogance. Heavenly Emperor Riverback had a feeling of being disregarded and said furiously. But it was like Yi Yuan did not hear him. He then said to Flutterfeather, "Oh, right, elder brother, here are my alchemy Dao experiences these few years. You can take it and have a look. Let's improve together." Flutterfeather's gaze turned slightly intent and his breathing became ragged. Compared to medicinal pills, this jade slip was more valuable. Yi Yuan, are you really going to force yourself into a dead end? People who dare to become enemies with my myriad treasure tower all didn't have a good ending, Heavenly Emperor Riverback said furiously. Yi Yuan said, "Brother Flutterfeather, call elder brother Chaoyuan tomorrow too. Let's get good and drunk." Heavenly Emperor Riverback was speechless. He seriously could not stay on in this place anymore. After Heavenly Emperor Riverback left, Flutterfeather sighed slightly and said, "Why is there a need for this, younger brother? Could it be that you're really not scared that the Myriad Treasure Tower publicize the pill formulas?" Yi Yuan smiled mysteriously and said, "Pill formulas? Heh, using my pill formulas to threaten me. I really don't know if that guy's brain is made out of tofu or not. If Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure is smart, he should restrain himself a little. They should prop you up. With you around, some things can still be discussed. If they offend you, Myriad Treasure Tower's business in the southern border will come to an end too." Empyrean Flutterfeather's expression turned slightly somber. Only then did he know that Yi Yuan's trump card was no longer some pill formulas long ago. Perhaps from the very beginning, he never placed these pill formulas in his sight. Yeah, using Yi Yuan's own pill formulas to threaten him, wasn't this a joke? "Master, this snotty brat is too condescending, completely making light of our myriad treasure Bodhidharma. In my view, we should publicize the pill formulas now and ally with the other two parties to deal with this punk together. Isn't his heavenly eagle Bodhidharma just a measly little first firmament heavenly emperor? Can they still become enemies with the entire southern border?" Returning to myriad treasure Bodhidharma, Heavenly Emperor Riverback had a look of rage. He was Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure's eldest disciple and followed Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure the longest. His status in Myriad Treasure Bodhidharma was also extremely high. It was just that he said it with a look of exultation, but he did not notice that Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure's expression already become extremely ugly. After he finished saying, Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure laughed coldly and said, "Riverback, are you a pig? This Heavenly Emperor made you represent the Myriad Treasure Tower to go to apologize to him. But then you ran over to show off your power and prestige to Yi Yuan. Did your brain short-circuit? Is a Heavenly Emperor very impressive? Don't you know that Yi Yuan used a medicinal pill and forcefully created a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse? If not for the 9 profounds Heavenly Emperor pill's spirit medicines being too rare, Empyrean Chaoyuan would be Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma's second one. In the future, there will still be a third, a fourth." Heavenly Emperor Riverback was scolded until he was struck senseless. His master had never flared up with such a temper before. What was going on this time? Do you think that those few lousy pill formulas are very impressive? Using the pill formulas that Yi Yuan handed to us to threaten him, was your head kicked by a donkey? The more Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure scolded, the more enraged he became, showing a disappointed appearance of expecting better from him. Chapter 22-21, Army Setting Out for Ju Shong. Chapter 22-21, Army Setting Out for Ju Shong. Ha ha ha. From inside the priest temple's main hall, a burst of hearty laughter could be heard. Wing's laughter carried a trace of excitement, a trace of antic. 1p Asian, and also a trace of shock. Dao Pill. What an exceptionally talented boy. Just how long has it been and he already refined a Tao pill? This heavenly emperor really didn't misjudge him. Ji-mo also said with vicissitudes of emotion, second sage's talent truly surpa. Says ancient and modern times. Master, you aren't aware of this, but when I saw him refining the chaos samsara pill, while in a trance, I thought that it was Master refining the pill. Wing smiled slightly and shook his head and said, "You're wrong." Ji-mo was taken aback and said, "Wrong?" Wing nodded and said, "His alchemy talent is naturally this world's apex. But, since time immemorial, including medicine ancestor that fellow and I, which one isn't extraordinarily talented? But who could have such accomplishment at his age?" Ji-mo was deep in thought. Thinking about it, it was indeed like that. Being able to reach the level of Tao, regardless of whether it was the medicine ancestor or sacred ancestor high priest, they were absolutely this world's most outstanding geniuses. But even the medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor high priest still paled in comparison in front of Yi Yuan's Astinus. Hi plusing talent. This point, whether or not he admitted it, it was the truth. Ji-mo gave a bow and said, "Master, please give guidance." Wing slowly said, "Cultivation emphasizes on cultivating the heart. The vastness of the heaven-span world can't be imagined. The river of time surges. How many geniuses are akin to schools of carps crossing the river? But existences that can stand above the clouds all have qualities that ordinary people don't possess. Only character can magnify your talent limitlessly, and let you possess infinite possibilities. Not arrogant, not rash, not greedy, no resentment. Calm and wise when encountering things, have great willpower and absolutely won't concede defeat. This boy possesses all the qualities to become a peerless powerhouse. Talent can be reformed. At the very least, it isn't considered too hard for me to want to make a pig become a heavenly emperor. But a pig is a pig. Even if it became a heavenly emperor, it's also a pig. He will still be gluttonous and lazy, and put cultivation aside. But character needs the accumulation of time, needs the understanding of oneself. Of course, this logic, this heavenly emperor only slowly comprehended them after a very long time too. Compared to him, it's as if he already knew them inherently. If my conjectures are right, he must have had a major incident happen to him in his early years. Sacred ancestor high priest's gaze was deep, his eyes exuding wisdom as if he had seen through Yi Yuan. Ji-mo was alarmed inwardly as he listened. These words would likely cause a mighty uproar when placed in the outside world. The world placed high regard on talent and did not value character. But in his master's eyes, one's character was even more important than talent. In fact, in his master's eyes, talent was utterly worthless. When Ji-mo was still immersed in the midst of shock, Wing laughed coldly and said, "Medicine ancestor, that old fellow will only be like this for the rest of his life. Because his character has flaws. This half-step, he'll never be able to cross it. Yi Yuan and I will surpass him in the end." Ji-mo's heart shook wildly. His master already foresaw the future in the priest temple. Master, second sage is so extraordinarily talented. Will he arouse medicine ancestors' dread or not? Ji-mo suddenly thought of something and asked. Wing sneered coldly and said, "With his character, he'll naturally dread him. However, it's common knowledge to the world that Yi Yuan is my priest temple's second sage. I reckon that he won't dare to make a move. With this heavenly emperor's understanding of him, he'll definitely use all sorts of ways to suppress Yi Yuan, and let him fade into the crowd. It's just that, no matter what method he uses, it will probably have the opposite effect and boost Yi Yuan's growth." Concerning the Southern Border's four-party talk, the Southern Border Alliance compromised, the Myriad Treasure Tower compromised, and the 7 great reclusive ancient families compromised too. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City monopolized a 60% share of the Southern Border. Actually, if the Myriad Treasure Tower apologized properly, he would not mind yielding some share to the Myriad Treasure Tower on account of Empyrean Flutterfeather's face. After all, he and the Myriad Treasure Tower did not have a deep-seated hatred. But Heavenly Emperor Riverback, posturing in front of Yi Yuan, postured these shares away. Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure was the Heavenly Emperor who was best at doing business in the Southern Border. How shrewd was he? He had Heavenly Emperor Riverback represent him to go to apologize. It was in order to fight for this bit of share. But Heavenly Emperor Riverback screwed things up. Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure had bitterness but nowhere to vent, and so he could only swallow his broken teeth down his stomach. However, Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure promoted Empyrean Flutterfeather to the position of the Myriad Treasure Tower's 6th manager. His status was second only to the Myriad Treasure Tower's 5 great Heavenly Emperors. And Empyrean Flutterfeather also became the first Empyrean Realm head manager in the Myriad Treasure Tower's history. His status was incomparably venerated. Toward people related to Yi Yuan, Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure also personally transferred them, making their statuses have Ma's civ promotions. The following matters: Yi Yuan stood aloof from worldly affairs. The other 3 parties carried out a seesaw game that dragged on for days. The remaining 40% share, naturally neither of these 3 parties were willing to give in half a step. But the most tragic one was still the Southern Border Alliance. They did not have pill formulas in their hands and had no way of contending with the other 2 parties at all. But all these, Yi Yuan did not go and pay attention to it. Yi Yuan continued using the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's name. Under Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma's Pill Tower's name, he officially set up the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion and opened Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's branches all over the southern border. This time, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City finally stood in front of the stage and chowed down on the largest slice of southern border's cake. More than 1,000 years Pa said. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City groomed one batch of powerful alchemists after another. The present Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was an alchemy holy land in reality as well as in name. Even the other 7 great holy lands were also greatly inferior when compared to it. The quality of Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's medicinal pills was extremely high. Coupled with Yi Yuan's name that was well known throughout the southern border now, the moment Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's business opened, it was popular to the extreme. Uncountable divine essence stones and uncountable spirit medicines, both came in a throng. Toward this, apart from being envious, the other 3 parties could only accept it helplessly too. Yi Yuan was very crafty, hurting their tendons and fracturing bones, but he did not press them into a dead end either. Although 40% share was little, with the vastness of the southern border, they still had a Ma's civ revenue. As long as it did not reach the point of a life-and-death struggle, there was no need for Heavenly Emperors to come forward. On this day, outside Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, several dozen Empyrean powerhouses were shockingly present, the commotion shocking the heavens. Yi Yuan swept his gaze across and said in a clear voice, "Everybody, this ye has an irreconcilable hatred with Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shong. Today, this ye will launch an offensive toward Zhu Shong Bodhidharma and end the enmity." Over 1,000 years ago, old villain Zhu Shong suffered serious injuries. While his weak, take his life. With fellow Taoists setting off today, this ye is endlessly grateful. This ye will remember this favor in my heart. Master Yi is too courteous. Master Yi's enemy is our enemy, isn't that so? Fiend races Evildor should die in the first place. This time, render him beyond redemption. All the Empyreans immediately answered. 2,000 years after coming to the Heavenspan world, Yi Yuan's strength finally grew to the point of wreaking vengeance and redressing hatred for his father. The main culprit of Immortal Grove's chaos was Zhu Shong. Over 1,000 years ago, Zhu Shong even infiltrated the Immortal Grove world and almost destroyed Immortal Grove. This enmity, Yi Yuan never forgot about it. Now, Yi Yuan's feathers were already voluptuous and no longer had any scruples. Hence, he launched an offensive toward Zhu Shong. Chapter 22-22, Challenging Formation. Chapter 22-22, Challenging Formation at Fiend Flame Mountain, Zhu Shong Bodhidharma. Not long before, this place was bustling and was the strongest Heavenly Emperor Bodhimanda in the vicinity. But now, Fiend Flame Mountain appeared very withered. More than 1,000 years ago, Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shong returned, being seriously injured and did not have time to explain anything. He fell into slumber. Now, Fiend Flame Mountain was currently in a state of the mountain PARSS being sealed off. In the mountains, more than 10 Fiend race true God realm powerhouses were currently patrolling. A Fiend said, "Sigh, this sort of wretched days, no idea when it will come to an end. Isn't that so? Thinking about back then, how glorious was our Jushong Bodhidharma? Whenever we aren't happy, we'll go and capture some slaves to play with from the nearby human areas. Now, we're almost becoming cowardly turtles. I heard that Lord Jushong already woke up not long ago. Very soon, we'll be back out there. The moment the others heard, they were immediately incomparably invigorated. This sort of wretched days, they seriously could not stand it any longer. Is it true? Writer, you mustn't lie to us. Writer chuckled and said, of course it's true. Actually, Lord Jushong already woke up 200 years ago, but his injuries were too severe. He could not leave the mountain for some time. I even heard that it was a human junior who inflicted those heavy wounds on him. After he recovers his strength, he'll find that brat to settle the scores. Excellent. These SHI plus TTY days have finally come to an end. The group of fiends was currently thrilled when suddenly, several dozen black dots approached from afar, flying over towards this side. Humans. Hiss. Several dozen Empyreans. What a terrifying lineup. Q quickly go back and report this. Writer's expression changed drastically and he turned around, wanting to flee. But unfortunately, it was already too late. A youth in white clothing stepped out of the void and arrived before the fiends. Writer's heart shook wildly. This youth in white was not old, but the pressure he gave him was akin to lofty mountains. Nowhere to escape, Writer could only toughen his scalp and bow down. Writer offers greetings to the human race's Lord Empyrean. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and said coolly, "Where's the entrance?" Writer was startled inwardly and said, "Your Excellency, our Fiend Flame Mountain is already sealed off." Rumble. Yi Yuan flicked his finger. Several true God realm fiends by the side directly turned into flying ashes. Writer's expression changed wildly and he said, "Why, Your Excellency, follow me." At this time, several dozen Empyreans tore across the sky and arrived with a howl. A monstrous wave even surged in Writer's heart. These Empyreans' strength, each and every one of their auras was incomparably powerful. It seemed like the arrivals did not have good intentions. Writer led the group of Empyreans and arrived at the entrance area of Fiend Flame Mountain. The entire Fiend Flame Mountain already activated the mountain protecting Grand Array, completely sealing shut the entire mountain par SS gates. People from the outside world could not enter it at all. Human race Empyreans, please halt. Advance any further and we'll activate the mountain protecting Grand Array and annihilate you all. The Empyreans had not arrived in front of the mountain par SS gates yet when a warning voice came from within the Grand Array. Several dozen Empyreans appearing at the same time, this commotion was seriously too big. Wanting to conceal it would not even work. Writer cautiously sneaked a peek at Yi Yuan, feeling rather disdainful in his heart. Fiend Flame Mountain's mountain-protecting Grand Array was the result of Heavenly Emperor Jushong expending a huge price to ask a Fiend Race 8-star formation God to lay down. Its power was immense. This Grand Array could even block a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, and yet this guy actually barged over so impetuously. Wasn't this looking for a rebuff? While talking, the mountain-protecting Grand Array already activated, emitting waves of terrifying pressure. The group of Empyreans that came together, each and every one of them also revealed looks of surprise. With rank 8 divine rank Grand Array, wouldn't eradicating a few Empyreans be easily accomplished? But just as everyone was in shock, Yi Yuan took a step out and directly entered the Grand Array without the slightest hesitation. The Empyreans turned pale with fright and cried out in surprise, "Master Yi, courting death." Writer sneered coldly in his heart to no end. Over at the Grand Array, Empyrean Cloudburst, who was maintaining the array formation, sneered coldly and said, "Truly a reckless and blind thing. Master Moji's Black Goblet Sly Fiend formation, even Lord Jushong himself don't even dare to clash head-on. A mere Empyrean actually dares to barge in." Finished talking, his hand seals moved rapidly, the mountain-protecting Grand Array started operating frenziedly. Fiendish energy surged. A pressure that did not lose to a Heavenly Emperor suddenly descended. Countless streaks of black light suddenly lit up and smashed over toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan standing in the Grand Array alone appeared extremely insignificant. The grand array surged with fiendish energy as if it had the might of heaven and earth. That sort of feeling was like Yi Yuan standing on the Ore alone, facing a tsunami that came roaring. Empyrean Cloudburst's gaze turned intent, and he said with a cold yell, "Die." Empyrean Cloudburst was a 7-star formation god himself. Controlling the array formation was naturally done with high proficiency. Such a large formation, in addition to having someone controlling it, the power could not be imagined. The human Empyreans' hearts leaped to their throats. This energy undulation was too terrifying. Each ray of black light was sufficient to one-shot an Empyrean. This was a true Emperor-level grand array. This was far from what Empyreans were able to resist. Even though they knew that Yi Yuan's array formation was formidable, this was a rank 8 divine rank grand array after all. Bang, bang, bang. Countless terrifying attacks landed where Yi Yuan was standing. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly moved, taking a step. Then, those countless berserk attacks instantly turned into nothing. The sound of the thunder was loud, but the rain was little. The Astonis. Plusing momentum turned into smoke curling up in the air. Empyrean Cloudburst trembled all over. His pupils constricted as he cried out in surprise, "This? How is this possible? How does he know that that's the formation I? Could it be a coincidence?" The human Empyreans were shocked until they broke out into a cold sweat, only then, letting out a long sigh in relief. They discovered that they still underestimated Yi Yuan. For Master Yi to dare challenge the formation by himself, he naturally had assurance. However, some Empyreans' brows also furrowed together. What was the use of Yi Yuan entering alone? While at this time, Yi Yuan took out a divine essence stone, then pointed at the void. The divine essence stone turned into a cloud of mist and disappeared. Following that, he took another step out, moving forward again. Empyrean Cloudburst's gaze turned cold and he said in a cold voice, "Impossible. It must be a coincidence." This Empyrean studied painstakingly for over 100,000 years in order to fully control this set of array formation. But he only took one look and he found where the formation I is. A rank 8 divine rank array formation was incomparably difficult to understand, practically already touching Heaven Dao. Even if he was a 7-star formation god, thoroughly controlling this set of array formations expended tremendous effort too. Even so, he only merely controlled it too. A rank 8 divine rank array formation was not what he could comprehend at all. Although this brat in front of him was an Empyrean, he was too young. It was simply impossible to see through the array formation with one glance. Hence, the spells in his hands urged once more, the grand array activated once again. The clouds and wind surged. But, when those countless terrifying attacks landed, Yi Yuan took another diagonal stride. All of the attacks dissipated without a trace once more. Then, he took out a divine essence stone again and pointed at the void, turning into a cloud of mist once more. This. Just who the hell is this young man? No way, right? Could it be that the mountain-protecting Grand Array actually can't stop an Empyrean? This brat wouldn't be Master Moji's disciple, right? Inside the Grand Array, the fiend race powerhouses were all unbelievably shocked. Chapter 22-23, Very Superficial. Chapter 22-23, Very Superficial. Empyrean Cloudburst became more and more alarmed. At this point, if he still could not perceive Yi Yuan's formation Dao strength, then he would be a fool. Yi Yuan's every stride stepped on a formation I. As long as it was on a formation I, no matter how he urged the array formation, he could not harm the other party. But the crux was that wanting to find every formation I was far too difficult. Rank 8 divine rank array formation was eternally changing, akin to a world evolving. The complexity involved, ordinary martial artists could not gauge it at all. But Yi Yuan only took one glance and understood. Cold sweat poured profusely out of Empyrean Cloudburst's back. He was scared by Yi Yuan. This guy was Lord Zhu Shong's enemy. Just what kind of a freak did Lord Zhu Shong provoke? Humph. So what even if you can crack the formation? A mere middle-stage Empyrean realm, could it be that our Zhu Shong Bodhidharma is still scared of you? Empyrean Cloudburst laughed coldly and transmitted his voice through the array formation. He said, "All Empyreans head for the mountain Pares gates and gather." The voice was like thunder, spreading to every corner of Jushong Bodhidharma. For some time, more than 10 black shadows sped like the wind, flying towards the mountain gates. When they saw the Yi Yuan above the void, each and every one of them was shocked speechless. A mighty rank 8 divine rank grand array actually could not stop an Empyrean? All of you prepare well. Once this punk successfully breaks through, you all will encircle and finish him off, Empyrean Cloudburst said coldly. The moment the other Empyreans saw Yi Yuan's realm, they could not help revealing disdainful looks. Cloudburst, you're also kicking up too much of a fuss over nothing. A mere middle-stage Empyrean realm scared you until like this? Yeah. You alone are sufficient too, right? Call us over for what? Empyrean Cloudburst frowned and said, "This brat is a little mysterious. Right now, Lord Jushong is seriously injured and hasn't recovered. It's better to be safe and make provisions for contingencies." Hearing Empyrean Cloudburst said so, the others could only shut their mouths. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was actually able to rush the rank 8 divine rank grand array. They were also indeed extremely surprised. Inside the grand array, Yi Yuan advanced unhurriedly. It was as if strolling idly in a courtyard. Half a day later, Yi Yuan finally walked to the end of the grand array. The final formation Empyrean Cloudburst's gaze turned sharp, and he said with a cold cry, "Everybody, prepare." More than a dozen Empyreans also had solemn faces, all accumulating power, awaiting release, planning on giving Yi Yuan a lethal blow after he broke through the array formation. Yi Yuan stood still and took out another divine essence stone, and pointed at the void. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire Jushong Bodhidharma started shaking violently, as if there was an earthquake. Crack! 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 Above the void, one fine fissure after another actually appeared on the Black Goblet Sly Fiend formation. The fissures grew longer and longer, larger and larger. Empyrean Cloudburst's eyes were full of shock. He was already unable to control the array formation. The rank 8 divine rank grand array, collapse. Back then, Heavenly Emperor Moji spent several hundred years of time in order to set up this grand array. But now, it crumbled apart in an instant. For a moment, there was flying sand and rolling pebbles, hills toppling and the earth quaking. The entire Jushong Bodhidharma fell into chaos. Empyrean Cloudburst looked at that frail figure above the void blankly, a look of astonishment on his face. A 7-star formation God cracked a rank 8 divine rank grand array? This world was too crazy. One had to know, Pares sing through a grand array and destroying a grand array, these were two totally different concepts. A rank 8 divine rank grand array, each formation I was interlinked with each formation I, forming a perfect ensemble. The grand array operated, without rest. Wanting to find a hint of flaw from hundreds of millions of pieces of information, and to destroy it, this was absolutely not the work of a single day. Furthermore, destroying the formation was 100 times, 1,000 times harder than setting up the formation. But Yi Yuan only walked one round in the grand array and wrecked it. He, Empyrean Cloudburst, spent more than 100,000 years just in order to control this array formation. Was this fellow still human? You. How did you do it? Empyrean Cloudburst muttered. Yi Yuan looked down at Empyrean Cloudburst and said coolly, "Those who find it hard don't know, those who know won't find it hard. This array formation is very superficial. Cracking it isn't difficult." Superficial? Empyrean Cloudburst smiled bitterly. He felt that his brain was not quite sufficient to use. He was truly unable to imagine that a rank 8 divine rank array formation would one day actually be described as superficial by someone. Rank 8. The rank of Heavenly Emperor. No matter which Tao, as long as it reached rank 8, it already scaled the mountain and looked down upon the world. Formation Tao, Alchemy Tao, Talisman Tao, Sword Tao, so on and so forth, without exception. And reaching this rank was as hard as ascending to the heavens regardless of which Tao. Just like when Empyreans broke through to Heavenly Emperor, the difficulty involved made people despair. Formation Tao entering rank 8 was Heavenly Emperor level array formation. Now, it was actually said to be superficial by someone. How aggravating. But Empyrean Cloudburst also had no choice to admit that Yi Yuan had the qualifications to say this sentence. Along the way, Yi Yuan did not need the slightest effort when Russ Hi plussing the formation, saying that it was superficial, did not seem to have any issue. These several decades of amnesia had huge significance to Yi Yuan. His understanding of alchemy Tao and formation Tao already transcended the appearance, and he glimpsed right at the source. The rank 8 divine rank array formation that seemed gigantic was merely const tut out of one small array formation after another in Yi Yuan's eyes. No matter how powerful the array formation, it could not escape this scope. Just like solving a mathematical problem, one could have several kinds, even several dozens of simple algorithms. However, when encountering a truly complex problem, one would discover that these simple algorithms were all not useful anymore. And at this time, the most basic calculation method became an omnipotent calculation method. No matter how complex the mathematics problem, it could not break away from the scope of basic calculation method. Therefore, was there any meaning to researching 1 + 1 = 2? The significance was too great. Alchemy Tao was like so, and formation Tao was also like that. Rank 8 divine rank array formations were strong, but in Yi Yuan's eyes, it was merely a pile of matchstick frames. He took out a few pieces of matchsticks and the frame fell apart. Just that simple. It was just that these things, even if he said for Empyrean Cloudburst to hear, the latter also would not understand them. Those dozen over Empyreans stood there in a daze and did not know what they should do for a moment. They mustered everything up to kill Yi Yuan, but all of a sudden, the house collapsed. Now, the entire Jushong Bodhidharma was exposed. But there were several dozen human Empyreans outside. Ha ha ha, truly broadened my horizons. Rank 8 divine essence array formation collapsed in an instant. Younger brother Yi, your formation Tao strength is probably already not beneath your alchemy Tao. Empyrean Chaoyuan recovered from the shock first and said with a big laugh. An Empyrean cracking a rank 8 divine rank array formation, truly remarkable. Incredible. Master Yi is well deserving of being the southern border's #1 person, cracking a heavenly emperor formation leisurely. Formidable. Domineering. The human Empyreans all started exclaiming with admiration from the bottom of their hearts. Today, they really broadened their horizons. Empyrean Cloudburst's expression was incomparably ugly. But now that it came to this, he could only toughen his scalp and said, "This human brother, this place is Jushong Bodhidharma. This is Heavenly Emperor Jushong's territory. You ruined our mountain-protecting Grand Array, aren't you afraid of Lord Heavenly Emperor taking revenge?" Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a cold smile, "Stop borrowing the majesty of a tiger. That dog was severely wounded by me and won't recover so fast. Make him come out and die for me." Chapter 22-24, Blood Yama Hall Master. Chapter 22-24, Blood Yama Hall Master. What? It's you. Empyrean Cloudburst's heart shook wildly, looking at Yi Yuan with a look of astonishment. It was not that they did not believe it, but Yi Yuan was seriously too young. They always thought that the one who injured Heavenly Emperor Jushong was a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. Who knew that it was actually such an Empyrean realm young man? Furthermore, Heavenly Emperor Jushong was already injured for more than 1,000 years. 1,000 years ago, what strength was Yi Yuan at? How could he possibly injure Heavenly Emperor Jushong until like that? That was a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, right? Heavenly Emperor powerhouses had extremely tenacious life force and were extremely hard to kill. But when Heavenly Emperor Jushong fled back, he was already weak until being no different from almost dead. An Empyrean could injure a Heavenly Emperor until like that. If they knew that Yi Yuan was just divine vestige realm when he injured Jushong, which was also celestial deity realm, no idea how they would feel. Yi Yuan said coolly, "What? Don't believe it. Call him out and you'll know." Swooze. Plus right at this time, on a distant peak, a cloud of black fog whirled away, the speed swift to the extreme. A hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, taking a stride out, traveling 10,000 miles in an instant. In a flash, Yi Yuan actually reached first despite launching later, blocking in front of the black fog. Spatial law. The pupils of the group of fiend race Empyreans shrunk, exclaiming in surprise. Brat, you're courting death. Inside the black fog, an Astonis. Hi+ing angry roar came over. A horrifying energy undulation directly shrouded toward Yi Yuan. This aura was actually late-stage Empyrean. Although Heavenly Emperor Jushong had not recovered his strength, he already had late-stage Empyrean strength. This sudden scene made everyone's faces change wildly. Younger brother Yi, careful. Empyrean Chaoyuan cried out in shock. A fiend race Empyrean said with a cold smile, "Who, reckless and blind thing, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse." No matter how injured he was, Jushong was still a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. After 1,000 years of rest and recuperation, even if Heavenly Emperor Jushong did not recover to his peak, it was also not what everyone could block. Yi Yuan's face was rippleless like an ancient well, lightly opening his mouth unhurriedly. Immobilize. Time became still. SPACE froze. Heretic dragon dominating SPACE. With another leisurely sentence, an enormous dragon emerged out of the void, thrusting a claw toward the black fog. Rumble. The speed that the black fog returned was faster than when it went. This claw directly kicked him to the foot of the mountain Par SS gates. Yi Yuan leisurely took a step and returned before the mountain Par SS gates amidst everyone's dumbfounded gazes. This. What happened? A fiend Empyrean's gaze was sluggish, still not quite understanding what happened just now. Wasn't Yi Yuan going to die? Why was Lord Jushong kicked back in an instant? Empyrean Chaoyuan's gaze turned intent and he exclaimed, "That's Heavenly Dao true word." In that instant earlier, he freezed SPACE. The Empyreans sucked in a cold breath, their gazes full of horror. After Yi Yuan returned, he displayed Astonis. Hi+ing alchemy strength. But he had never exhibited his martial strength in front of people before. Today, he used 2 innate divine abilities consecutively, shocking everyone until they stared dumbfounded with their mouths agape. These 2 paramount dragon race innate divine abilities were too domineering. Empyrean Cloudburst muttered, "Spatial law, time freeze, cracking an emperor formation. This. Who the hell is this guy? Impossible. This is impossible. It's just been a short 1,000 years. How can your strength possibly advance so quickly?" In the black fog, came Jushong's frustrated-sounding cry. The voice was filled with alarm and terror. Thinking back then, he transformed into Tang Yang and infiltrated into the immortal Grove world. Yi Yuan was still just a celestial deity realm little fellow. At that time, Yi Yuan was merely an ant-like existence in his eyes. He, an exalted heavenly emperor, did not take Yi Yuan seriously at all. All of Jushong's attention was on heavenly Empyrean immortal Grove. But now, merely over 1,000 years' time had Pares said. Not only did Yi Yuan enter the ranks of Empyrean, his strength could even forcefully contend with a late-stage Empyrean. This kind of improvement could simply be rated as monstrous. One had to know, this brat was merely a little crawling bug that walked out of the immortal Grove world. But now, a little bug trampled him, this heavenly emperor, underfoot. Yi Yuan looked at the black fog, his gaze slightly cold as he said, "Jushong, our score should also be settled properly." Suddenly, the void trembled, several dozen figures appeared in the sky above Fiendflame Mountain. These several dozen figures were actually all Empyreans. One of them was dressed in black robes, being well-built and full of power and grandeur. His aura was extremely thick. It was shockingly a heavenly emperor. Seeing this scene, the human Empyreans' faces changed suddenly. No one would have thought that the fiend race would actually have so many powerhouses jump out all of a sudden. With this, both sides' strength suddenly reverse. Ha ha ha. Boy, do you think that this heavenly emperor would resign myself to death? Since you're walking right into a trap, then this heavenly emperor will send you on your way to go accompany old fart immortal Grove. In the black fog, heavenly emperor Jushong laughed wildly. Blackfuse, help me kill this boy. Jushong said to that heavenly emperor. Blackfuse's gaze turned toward Yi Yuan, but he did not make a move immediately. He started sizing up Yi Yuan. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and said, "Boy, you're Source Knight." Yi Yuan beamed and said, "You're the Blood Yama Hall master?" Yi Yuan was very clear about the outfit of these people. It was precisely the Blood Yama Hall when he infiltrated into the fiend race back then. Back then, his horizons were not broad, and even thought that the Blood Yama Hall was merely a faction that depended on Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shong. He did not expect that there was actually still a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse in this Blood Yama Hall. Blackfuse shook his head and said, "The Blood Yama Hall spread all over the fiend race. It's much more powerful than you imagine. This emperor is just a branch hall's hall master, that's all. Rather, it's you. In just 2,000 years, you actually already broke through to middle-stage Empyrean, truly terrifying talent." Yi Yuan scammed the Blood Yama Hall back then and brought away the entire Purple Extreme Hall, becoming the target of the entire Blood Yama Hall's pursuit. This matter was naturally just a tiny sea spray to a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, being not worthy of paying attention to. But this Source Knight triggered Great Tao Heavenly Melody, and he changed the Fiend Medicine Hall, making the strength of Capone capital city's fiend apothecaries multiply. This matter had once caused a stir in the entire Blood Yama Hall's fiend medicine halls for a period of time. Even the fiend medicine halls in imperial cities and imperial capitals headed to Capone capital city to learn from their experience. Presently, that batch of fiend race alchemists that Yi Yuan nurtured back then, they already became the fiend race master-level alchemy masters. Their statuses were venerated. After over 2,000 years, Pares said, the tiny action that Yi Yuan took against the fiend race alchemists back then changed the entire fiend race's alchemy whirl. Of course, this was all events after Yi Yuan left. It was also precisely because of this that Blackfuse had once specially asked for Source Knight's drawing. He memorized Yi Yuan's appearance. Back then, Yi Yuan transformed into Source Knight. His appearance was not altered greatly, so Blackfuse recognized him with one glance. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I didn't expect that a measly little origin deity realm martial artist actually caught the attention of a heavenly emperor. Should this ye feel honored or not?" But Blackfuse shook his head and said, "Looking at it now, my attention to you was still too little. But speaking of which, this heavenly emperor still has to thank you." Blackfuse recounted the matter of the Fiend Medicine Hall, making everyone have shocked faces. No one could have thought that Yi Yuan actually still had such a past. Chapter 22-25. The Supreme Art of War is to subdue the enemy without a battle. Chapter 22-25. The Supreme Art of War is to subdue the enemy without a battle. The group of Empyreans could not help being rendered speechless. Seriously, even the fiend race had legends of Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan was not surprised at this. The fiend race's alchemy skills were too weak. There were plenty of rooms for improvement. His casual pointer or two was naturally greatly beneficial to the fiend race's alchemy skill systematization. Hearing Blackfuse made small talk with Yi Yuan, Zhu Shong was at a loss on what to do. What the freaking hell I was going on here? Blackfuse, what's the meaning of this? Zhu Shong said in a solemn voice. Blood Yama Hall ignored him and looked at Yi Yuan as he said coolly, "Source Knight, your strength is decent. Why don't you join our Blood Yama Hall and help this emperor manage the Fiend Medicine Hall? How about it?" Blackfuse. In the black fog, Zhu Shong's voice was full of alarm and anger. It was just that the human race Empyreans all revealed strange looks. Making the Priest Temple's second sage, the southern border's #1 person, Yi Yuan, go and manage your Blood Yama Hall's lousy Fiend Medicine Hall? This heavenly emperor was specifically here to be in charge of jokes, right? Yi Yuan shook his head and laughed in spite of himself and said, "You can't afford to engage me." The Blood Yama Hall's Empyreans all sucked in a cold breath. This boy was so arrogant. But Blackfuse did not get angry and just said coolly, "There is no body that my Blood Yama Hall can't afford to hire. You're a human martial artist and don't know the power of my Blood Yama Hall. You just have to know that with this heavenly emperor's strength, I'm merely a minor character in the Blood Yama Hall too. How is it? Do you want to become a corpse here, or become my Fiend Medicine Hall's hall master?" Blackfuse had a calm and collected look. In his eyes, Yi Yuan was merely an ant. Letting Yi Yuan be the Fiend Medicine Hall's hall master was lifting him up to show favor. Either die or surrender. He believed that Yi Yuan was a clever man and knew what he should choose. Forget that you're a measly little branch hall, even your Blood Yama Hall's headquarters can't accommodate this great deity too. The void vibrated, a figure slowly walked out. It was precisely Bai Tong. Bai Tong looked at Blackfuse and could not help laughing as he said, "You're making the sacrificial temple's second sage, Southern Borders number 1 7-star alchemy God. Go be your branch hall's hall master. Aren't you afraid of stuffing your tiny temple until it explodes?" The moment these words came out, Blackfuse's face that was like an ancient well without any ripples, finally revealed a look of surprise. He looked toward Yi Yuan with an astonished face, attempting to link this young man with the Southern Borders number 1 person whose limelight was recently glaring. Source Knight was Yi Yuan. Blackfuse's heart shook wildly. As the Blood Yama Hall's hall master, how could he possibly not have heard of Yi Yuan's great name before? But he did not think that the number 1 alchemy Dao person whose name shook the Southern Border was actually the Source Knight back then. You're Yi Yuan? Yeah. Source Knight, Yuan Yi Yuan, why didn't I think of it long ago? Blackfuse stared at Yi Yuan and said with a bitter smile. What? He's the number 1 alchemy Dao person, Yi Yuan, whose name shook the Southern Border? Such an astonis. HI+ing great figure is actually a snotty brat. I heard that his alchemy Dao already reached a transcendent realm, and he is extremely likely to be the next medicine ancestor. Blood Yama Hall's Empyreans were all incomparably shocked, looking at Yi Yuan. During this period of time, Yi Yuan's name shook the Southern Border. Even in the Fiend race, Blackfuse was similarly shocked by Yi Yuan's great name until his eardrums hurt. It was just that he did not expect that the puny little origin deity realm martial artist back then actually already grew up to become the Southern Border's leading authority figure now. Who was Yi Yuan? He was the priest temple's second sage, an existence second only to the sacred ancestor high priest. What Bai Tong said was right. His temple was too small and could not accommodate this great deity. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "I said before, you can't afford to engage me. Now, Brother Blackfuse, do you still want to interfere with my enmity with Zhu Shong?" Blackfuse's gaze turned intent, and he said with a frown, "Zhu Shong is my Fiend race's major power. How can this emperor sit by and watch him be killed by you?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The Blood Yama Hall does business too. Hall Master Blood Yama Hall, why don't we discuss a deal, how about it?" The moment Blackfuse heard, the corners of his mouth revealed a hint of a smile. Talking with smart people saved things from becoming a SSLE. Their Blood Yama Hall did not have any Fiend race ties. He and Zhu Shong merely had a relations. HI+P of interest. Why would he really care about Zhu Shong's life or death? Now that he knew Yi Yuan's ident. One tie, how could Yi Yuan's value be what a measly little Zhu Shong could be compared to? Even with 100 Zhu Shongs being added up, he was not as valuable as Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan was just a human alchemy God, then forget it. However, he was also extremely proficient in Fiend pills. This way, Yi Yuan's value to the Blood Yama Hall was huge. Unable to solicit, could cooperate. Wonder what business Master Yi wants to discuss. Blackfuse said with a light smile. Yi Yuan said coolly, "The Empyreans present, each person 1 tyrant blood heavenly fiend pill." Hiss. The Empyreans present all sucked in a cold breath. Tyrant blood heavenly fiend pill was the same as the human race's emergent spirit ascension pill, both medicinal pills that could advance cultivation. Dozens of Empyreans present meant dozens of tyrant blood heavenly fiend pills. This was absolutely a splurge. Want to talk about tyrant blood heavenly fiend pill? It was also no big deal. The Fiend race's Fiend apothecaries at 7-star level could refine it too. But Yi Yuan's products were bound to be top quality. Presently, Yi Yuan's medicinal pills were too hard to ask for. One of his rank 7 divine pills was even more expensive than a peak Empyrean spirit treasure. One had to know, a medicinal pill was just a one-time consumable, while a peak Empyrean spirit treasure could be used long-term. The value between the two was unable to equate at all. But now, Yi Yuan actually gave away dozens of tyrant blood heavenly fiend pills the moment he opened his mouth. How could they not be shocked? Lord Black Fuse. Agree to him, Lord Black Fuse. Each and every one of Black Fuse's subordinates hyperventilated and already could not control themselves. Obtaining the tyrant blood heavenly fiend pill which Yi Yuan refined, they might break through their shackles and improve their strength further. How could they resist this sort of temptation? As for Zhu Shong, he was long flung beyond the ninth heaven by them. Black Fuse, you dare to sell me out? In the black fog, came Zhu Shong's angry roar. Black Fuse could not be bothered with him at all. He just stared at Yi Yuan with a scorching gaze and said, not enough. He had long seen through that there was an irreconcilable grudge between Yi Yuan and Zhu Shong. Since that was the case, why wouldn't he demand an exorbitant price? With him around, even if there was Bai Tong this heavenly emperor, Yi Yuan could forget about succeeding too. Heavenly emperors terrorized a region, this was not said for laughs. As long as he was standing here, he was a ticking time bomb. Yi Yuan clearly understood this logic too, that was why he would negotiate a deal with him. Otherwise, why would Yi Yuan waste his breath with him? You say. Yi Yuan said coolly. This Black Fuse was a clever person too. Yi Yuan knew that it would not be so easy. As long as the other party did not go too far, Yi Yuan could satisfy it. Compared to a few medicinal pills, he valued Zhu Shong's life more. Black Fuse grinned and said, talking with smart people saves the effort. From now onward, my Bloodyama Hall will send 5 fiend apothecaries to the Pill Tower every 100 years. I hope that Master Yi won't be stingy with teaching them. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised. This Black Fuse was rather bold, to actually want him to train his subordinate. This way, even though he did not take on the post of Fiend Medicine Hall's Hall Master, it was also pretty much the same. Okay, deal. Yi Yuan nodded his head slowly and said. Chapter 22-26, Here you go. Chapter 22-26, Here you go. The pitiful Zhu Shong was sold by the two people just like that. At his very moment, he experienced a suicide method called putting a noose around his own neck. Fine lad, it's you who forced me. Black Fuse, this boy has a Ma's sieve secret on him. Inside the black fog, came Zhu Shong's cold laughter. Back then at the Immortal Grove world, the enormous mountain that descended from the sky had the aura of the Heavenspan mountain. This kind of treasure was absolutely what even those invincible supreme lords would be moved by. Originally, he had always thought of finding Yi Yuan to take revenge after recovering from his injuries, and then snatch the giant mountain over while he was at it. But he never thought that the speed of Yi Yuan's growth would actually be so fast. Furthermore, Yi Yuan even struck first to gain the advantage, directly Hi+ing for Fiend Flame Mountain. But now, he was about to lose his life. What did he still want this secret for? Hence, he planned on disclosing this secret fully, and let Black Fuse and the Bloodyama Hall take care of Yi Yuan. He believed that they would definitely be very interested in this secret. Hearing this, Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and did not show anything. Black Fuse had a rather fascinated expression as he asked with a faint smile, "Oh? What secret?" "He has, rumble." Zhu Shong's words were said halfway when Black Fuse suddenly pointed a finger out. Dao marks flashed, a terrifying energy undulation leveled the entire mountain to the ground. A finger move of a heavenly emperor was utterly terrifying. Everyone had their ears perked up, wanting to hear what Zhu Shong had to say. But who knew that Black Fuse did not give him the chance at all? However, Black Fuse did not kill Zhu Shong and even left him with one breath. Zhu Shong's life, he was naturally saving it for Yi Yuan. Black Fuse looked toward Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Master Yi became the second sage's alchemy Dao's #1 person, the sacrificial temple's second sage, how can there be no secrets on him? In this heaven-span world, of the people who made great achievements, who did not have a great secret on them? Heavenly Emperor profound secrets, sacred ancestor high priest, medicine ancestor, these people were bound to shoulder an asterisk. Hi+ing secret on them. But so what? Even if he, Black Fuse, knew this secret, with the priest temple as the backer, could he still dare to do anything to Yi Yuan? let alone that there was even a heavenly emperor powerhouse present in front of him. It was simply laughable for Zhu Shong to want to use this secret to exchange for his life. Except, Black Fuse fancied himself clever and was presumptuous. The secret on Yi Yuan was indeed an incredible secret. The lesser heaven-span mountain, this supreme treasure, its value was simply immeasurable. Once divulged, Yi Yuan would probably suffer endless pursuit. However, Yi Yuan was far from concerned. He calculated that Black Fuse would not give Zhu Shong the chance to speak. He still had this bit of confidence. Since Yi Yuan had once used the lesser heaven-span mountain before in front of Zhu Shong, how could he not have something up his sleeves? This was also one of the reasons why he cooperated with Black Fuse. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said with clasped hands, "Many thanks for Hall Master Black Fuse taking action. It saved me quite a bit of trouble." Black Fuse nodded and said, "Since that's the case, this heavenly emperor will leave first. Master Yi, please don't forget the agreement between us." After he was done talking, Black Fuse directly brought the excited-looking Fiend race Empyreans and left Fiend Flame Mountain. The human Empyreans all exchanged glances. A heavenly emperor powerhouse was sent away just like that. Second Sage was indeed Second Sage. Younger brother Yi, what to do about these Fiend Empyreans? Empyrean Chao Yuan said. Yi Yuan swept a glance and said coolly, "Kill them all." Hence, a slaughter began. These Fiend Empyreans were more or less related to the besieging of heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove back then. Killing them was also considered giving an account to heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. Yi Yuan put Zhu Shong away, eradicated Fiend Flame Mountain, and completely wiped out the Carnivore lineage that took part in the invasion of the Immortal Grove world back then. This feud that bedeviled for millions of years was finally completely over. Everything settled down. Yi Yuan's front foot had just returned to Heavenly Eagle and Black Fuse arrived right on his heels. He came in person. Coming along with him were also 5 7-star Fiend apothecaries of the Fiend race. "Brother Black Fuse, you actually came personally," Yi Yuan said in surprise. Black Fuse smiled and said, "Master, Yi might still be unaware of how precious your medicinal pills are. If this heavenly emperor doesn't come personally, it will probably be robbed halfway. The few of you, why haven't you offered greetings to Master Yi?" The 5 great Empyreans all bowed in salutation and said, "Offering greetings to Master Yi." Yi Yuan nodded slightly, considered to have responded, and said coolly, "I'll say the nasty things first. The few of you, upon entering my pill tower, you'll have to adhere to my pill tower's rules. Within these 100 years, your life and death are up to me." The 5 people's expressions turned somber, and they hurriedly complied. After he was done talking, Yi Yuan turned to Yun Yi beside him and said, "Yun Yi, the 5 of them will be handed to you, just treat them as the Pill Tower's ordinary disciples will do." Yun Yi bowed and acknowledged. Casually summoning a celestial deity realm youth who was dressed as a medicine boy, he instructed him, "Qin Rui, the 5 of them will be handed over to you. Within these 100 years, you'll be responsible for their alchemy Dao studies." PFFFT. The 5 people nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. The 5 of them were late-stage Empyrean mighty experts, 7-star Fiend apothecaries. In the Blood Yama Hall, in the Fiend race, which one of them did not have extremely venerated status? Yi Yuan's name shook the southern border. They were only willing to go under Yi Yuan's tutelage thanks to his name. But who knew that arriving at Heavenly Eagle, he actually let a little medicine boy be in charge of their alchemy studies? Even the Heavenly Emperor Black Fuse by the side also frowned slightly. Among the 5 people, the black-faced burly man in the front got up and said with displeasure, "Yi Yuan, what's the meaning of this? This Empyrean is, at any rate, a Fiend Medicine Hall's Hallmaster too. You're actually letting a celestial deity realm little medicine boy be in charge of us? We came from thousands of miles away. Are you intentionally humiliating us?" Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself when he heard that and said, "Humiliating you all? This Yi doesn't have that leisure time. Qin Rui, spar with these 5 seniors." Qin Rui stepped out of the ranks and said with a bow, "Yes, Grandmaster." Done talking, he turned to the 5 people again and said, "Senior, please teach me." The black-faced burly man sneered and said, "Very good. This Empyrean wants to see if, in this heavenly eagle Bodhidharma, even a little medicine boy can teach this Empyrean how to refine pills. Half a day later, the 5 great Empyreans came before Blackfuse with their heads hung in shame. Your Excellency, we are ashamed. Blackfuse was shocked until he stared dumbfounded in amazement. These 5 people were already his fiend medicine hall's pinnacle-most 7-star fiend apothecaries. But they were actually devastated by a little medicine boy until their helmets and coats of mail were lost. Just how profound was this pill tower's strength? He suddenly somewhat understood why Yi Yuan's fame would be so resounding. The fiend race's alchemy skills did not even count as trash in front of Yi Yuan. Blackfuse drew a deep breath, reined in his thoughts, and said coolly, "Since that's the case, you all follow this little master and learn alchemy Dao properly then." The 5 people no longer had any complaints and nodded in agreement. A month later, Blackfuse brought several dozens of Tyrant Blood Heavenly Fiend pills and left Heavenly Spiritual Pill Bodhidharma gleefully. With these several dozens of Tyrant Blood Heavenly Fiend pills, their branch hall's strength would soar significantly, while those 5 Empyreans stayed at the pill tower and became Qin Rui's little medicine boys. On the 2nd day Blackfuse left, Yi Yuan brought Zhu Shong and returned to the Immortal Grove world. Chapter 22-27, Samsara? Chapter 22-27, Samsara? In front of the lone grave, the youth in white clothing sat on the ground. He leaned against a large tree. Holding a wine gourd in his hand, he drank the wine inside. His expression appeared somewhat lonely. Inside the pale white flames, a wisp of remnant soul shouted himself HOA. RSE, appearing extremely terrified. Yi Yuan, I was wrong. I beg you, don't kill me. As long as you spare my life, I will work like a horse for you in the future. Noisy. Yi Yuan snapped his fingers. The power of the flames soared once more. Zhu Shong screamed miserably without ceasing, his fiend soul becoming even weaker. This lone grave was erected for Ji Zhengyang by Yi Yuan back then, on the former site of the Medicine King Hall. Yi Yuan drank a mouthful of wine and said to the gravestone, "It's been 2,000 over years. Father, your deep hatred has finally been avenged. This karma is finally settled. Refining Zhu Shong's remnant soul requires 7 by 7, 49 days. This child will keep watch over you here for 49 days. Yi Yuan drank another mouthful, the corners of his mouth smiling as he said, "Still remember that back then, when I was 6, you taught me pill refinement for the first time. I refined it into a ball of paste. You clapped your hands and laughed loudly, praising that my talent says others. You told me to not be arrogant and not be rash, so I devoted himself to comprehending Tao for 200 years, and rose to prominence overnight in Cloudmarsh City. It was like he was drinking with an old friend while engaging in small talk." As he chatted, Yi Yuan's tears already drenched his SHI plus RT. A father's love for his son. For more than 500 years, Ji Zhengyang gave the most ennoble fatherly love in this world to Yi Yuan. For Yi Yuan to be able to have today's accomplishments, Ji Zhengyang took immense credit. Yi Yuan naturally did not know that sacred ancestor high priest's appraisal behind his back were these rare and commendable qualities in him. Apart from experiencing huge changes, there was still a huge portion that originated from his father, Ji Zhengyang. One could say that Ji Zhengyang was the beacon light of Yi Yuan's path in life. Even after reincarnating, before Ji Zhengyang's remnant soul dissipated, he still taught Yi Yuan one final lesson. 7 by 7, 49 days were about to pass in a twinkle. Yi Yuan poured some wine. Then he discovered that the wine gourd was already dry. Wine drying up, the tears also dried along with the wind. Yi Yuan slowly got up, looked at the gravestone, and said, "Originally I wanted to accompany father a few more days. It's just that presently, Lingshue's life and death is unknown, while Leah is trapped in the abyss. The heaven-span world is about to fall into an upheaval. This child has no choice but to go. After everything settles down, this child will come and accompany father again." At this time, Zhu Shong's final wisp of remnant soul was also thoroughly refined. Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shong completely dissipated into heaven and earth. Watching Zhu Shong evaporate into thin air, a hint of relief flashed across in Yi Yuan's heart. His thoughts were incomparably smooth and actually entered a state of emptiness. The lesser heavenspan mountain flew out of his body involuntarily and arrived in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan viewed it and actually produced a feeling of a trace of bloodline connection. When looking at the lesser heavenspan mountain again, the scenery before Yi Yuan's eyes was already completely different. This lesser heavenspan mountain was an assemblage of colors, but constructed and formed out of tiny pieces of cubes. These little cubes divulged incomparably complicated and detailed information, making Yi Yuan unable to grasp it too. This is the aura of the great Tao source? Yeah, the lesser heavenspan mountain is incomparably profound and capable of letting me comprehend the chaos heavenspan canon, this kind of cultivation method. It's naturally closely linked with the great Tao source. I just don't know what relations Hi+P this lesser heavenspan mountain has with that heavenspan mountain. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's brows jumped slightly. A wisp of green smoke suddenly emerged above Ji Zhengyang's gravestone. It flashed across in a twinkle. Yi Yuan's heart jumped wildly and was incomparably shocked. This is. Father's remnant soul has already completely dissipated. How can there possibly still be divine soul undulations? That is also the aura of source. Yi Yuan was shocked until he could not express it with words. Back then in the endless world, he watched his father's remnant soul dissipate into thin air with his own eyes. But now, what was with the divine soul undulation on the gravestone? Remnant soul. Karma. Source. Could it be samsara? Yi Yuan's mind flashed like lightning, instantly thinking of many things. Father's soul did not disintegrate but was a remnant soul dissipating. Once Ju Shong died, all of father's karma in this world was settled. Hence, father turned into a trace of source and went to reincarnate. But, was there really a venue for reincarnation in this world? Why was it never heard of? Where did one go to reincarnate? This world always had legends about reincarnation. But it had never been heard of that anyone really reincarnated. A person dying was like the lamp extinguishes. Hi+ing, all thoughts becoming ashes. Dying was dying. Even for those heavenly emperor powerhouses, no one had heard before of someone who reincarnated and ascended the summit again too. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, looking toward the lesser heavenspan mountain. Following that, his gaze seemed to pass through the void again, looking at the heavenspan world, the heavenspan mountain. Just what's there on the heavenspan mountain? Even Tao ancestors can't climb to the summit. Can I go up? Father wouldn't really have entered samsara? Yi Yuan muttered under his breath and suddenly felt an extremely strong impulse toward the heavenspan mountain. No idea how long Pares said either. Yi Yuan's gaze suddenly turned intent and he said, Father, if there's really samsara in this world, this child will definitely find you and let you recover your memory. What you and mother went through in this lifetime is far too painful. I'll definitely think of a way to make it up to you. Yi Yuan reliving another life. Even though father Yi Hang and mother Ren Hongling had some grey days, they loved each other for life. Presently, under Yi Yuan's protection, reaching old age together, even living forever, was not something hard. But, his previous life's father, Ji Zhengyang, and mother, Ao Jun, experienced far too many bumpy roads and setbacks. The two people were in the right place, but at the wrong time, and they were unable to be together from the beginning to the end. Yi Yuan rescued his mother, but he was forever unable to rescue his father. This was the biggest regret in Yi Yuan's heart. Maybe he still had a chance to make up for this regret. Yi Yuan was not sure, but as long as there was a trace of possibility, he would not give up. Bidding farewell to Yi Hang husband and wife, and his other, Ao Jun, Yi Yuan returned to the heavenspan world once more. Presently, the southern border's general situation had already settled down. With Bai Tong holding down the fort, he could also leave with his mind at ease. After the great battle with Nine Origin the last time, not only was Yi Yuan's chaos world utterly destroyed, his fleshy body debilitated, his divine soul even almost turned to ashes. If not for Dustless deploying the soul-suppressing pearl to protect Yi Yuan at the final juncture, he would not have lost his memories so easily. After all, Nine Origin was not an enemy that Yi Yuan had encountered in the past. He was too strong. His strength was sufficient to rival a human race's ninth firmament heavenly emperor. What kind of concept was a ninth firmament heavenly emperor? Someone like Zhu Shong, he could kill him with a puff of air. For Yi Yuan to be able to survive under his hands, it was already a miracle. But the price was Dustless falling into slumber. Without Dustless's support, Mu Lingshua's spiritual sense became weaker and weaker. Hence, after suppressing the southern border's upheaval, Yi Yuan had to leave. He had to go to SHI plus NRA Ghost Region, to search for a natural treasure called Sylvanet Blood Essence. Sylvanet Blood Essence was immensely helpful for recovering soul bodies and could help Dustless recover. However, just as Yi Yuan was about to leave, Ning Qianping also came to bid farewell to him. At present, Ning Qianping already broke through to the Empyrean realm with the help of Yi Yuan's medicinal pills. His strength was already suddenly to go and take revenge for his master, Mo Lefei. Mo Lefei had once said before, his opponent's strength was merely at the peak true God realm. Even if he broke through after so many years, with Ning Qianping's strength, it was naturally a cinch to deal with him. Yi Yuan naturally had no reason to stop him. Yi Yuan gave Ning Qianping some medicinal pills and Empyrean spirit treasures to protect himself. This master and servant two people left, going on their own path. Chapter 22-28, Bring Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean over. Chapter 22-28, Bring Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean over. SHI plus NRA Ghost Region was a land with extremely strong yin energy. Human martial artists did not dare to approach at all. Legends had it that this place was once an ancient battlefield, with countless powerhouses who had died. Countless remnant souls and skeletons experienced year after year of changes and became ghost Dao powerhouses. And this ancient battlefield also gradually evolved into the SHI plus NRA Ghost Region. This place, ghost Dao powerhouses gathered, there was no lack of Empyrean-level powerhouses. With Yi Yuan walking into Fengju Ghost City, he immediately attracted the attention of many ghost Dao powerhouses. 1. Hey, it's actually a human. Haven't tasted the flavor of humans for so long. I didn't expect that there's actually someone who isn't afraid of death delivering himself to our doorstep. Jeej, what a delicious smell. His blood must taste very good. All don't snatch him from me. This human is mine. When several rank 6 ghost Dao powerhouses saw Yi Yuan, each and every one of them salivated heavily like they had seen a delicacy. Humans were delicious food in their eyes. Rumble. The moment Yi Yuan's aura released, the pressure of Chaos Realm suddenly bloomed, directly cruise. HI plussing those few ghost Dao powerhouses to dust. The complexions of the other ghost Dao powerhouses turned deathly pale, looking at Yi Yuan with horrified faces, turning around and wanting to flee. You, come over. Yi Yuan suddenly pointed at a rank 6 heavenly corpse with a deathly pale complexion and said. That heavenly corpse was no different from humans. It was just that his complexion was dreadfully pale. At this time, because he was frightened, his face was even more without any rosiness. Senior, what instructions do you have? Yi Yuan said coolly, I'm looking for Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean. Do you know where he's at? Fengju Ghost City was an emperor-level ghost city, with the occupied territory being Ma's Civ. There were 3 great ghost Dao heavenly emperors inside. The forces established by the 3 great ghost Dao heavenly emperors were respectively called Yin Hui Manor, Vast Hui Manor, Li Hui Manor. Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean had once told him that he was under Heavenly Emperor Tsungsu's Vast Hui Manor. The heavenly corpse said, Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean? He should be imprisoned in Yin Hui Manor currently. Imprisoned? Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. The heavenly corpse nodded and said, a few days ago, Yin Hui Manor suddenly attacked Vast Hui Manor. It caused a huge commotion in Fengju Ghost City. Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean fumbled and was captured. Vast Hui Manor lost more than a dozen hidden streets. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent and he said, lead the way. The heavenly corpse was taken aback and said, where to? Yi Yuan said coolly, Yin Hui Manor. The heavenly corpse said in surprise, Senior, Yin Hui Manor has experts as plentiful as clouds, just the Empyreans are as many as more than a dozen. You're all alone. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, with his tone turning slightly cold as he said, "Lead the way." The heavenly corpse was startled and said, "Yes." The heavenly corpse trembled with fear, bringing Yi Yuan around. They then arrived in front of a feudal government office that occupied a huge area. On the feudal office was written 3 large characters, Yin Hui Manor. Yi Yuan knew that SHI plus NRA Ghost Region's Heavenly Emperor powerhouses did not easily move out as well. As long as Heavenly Emperors did not take action, with his current middle stage Chaos Realm strength, there were already not many in the Empyrean realm who could do anything to him. Moreover, Fengdu Ghost City's 3 great Ghost Dao Heavenly Emperors were only First Firmament Heavenly Emperors. Even if they wanted to take action, Yi Yuan had the power to protect himself too. Hey! Human. When Yin Hui Manor's guards saw Yi Yuan, their 2 eyes lit up. Yi Yuan stepped forward and said coolly, "I'm here to bring Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean away." The guards exchanged glances and suddenly let out loud hoots of laughter. "Bring Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean away? Who do you think you are? What a delicious boy. His blood must be very sweet. Boy, since you came, forget about leaving. Stay behind and let us brothers have a taste." Done talking, the few guards rushed forward and were about to tear Yi Yuan to pieces. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort. Stomping his feet, a horrifying air billow spread out with him as the center. Bang, bang, bang. The few guards directly exploded, turning into clouds of flying ashes. The remaining force of the air billow did not diminish, directly shocking until the earth ruptured, transmitting into Yin Hui Manor. After killing a few guards, Yi Yuan lifted his foot and slowly walked towards the feudal office. That heavenly corpse's eyes went wide. He even thought that Yi Yuan came to beg for leniency. But this guy was actually going to directly kill inside. Nuts, right? Yin Hui Manor was a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse's faction. Even if you were an Empyrean, you also would not dare to rush like this, right? Fine lad, this human brat is too domineering. Yi Yuan caused a huge commotion, alarming Empyrean powerhouses very soon. A Ghost Dao Empyrean stopped Yi Yuan and said in a cold voice, "Human punk, to dare act wildly in the Yin Hui Manor, are you courting death?" Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "Bring Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean over and I'll leave at once." The Ghost Dao Empyrean sneered coldly and said, "Who do you think you are? You ask this Empyrean to bring him over and this Empyrean will bring him over. Then what face will the Yin Hui Manor still have to keep a foothold in the city?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Are you mistaken? I'm not discussing it with you. I'm just informing you. If he's not coming out, then I'll search for him by myself." The Ghost Dao Empyrean could not see through Yi Yuan's actual situation. But he saw that Yi Yuan was young. Even if he was at the Empyrean realm, he also would not be too strong. Hence, he gave a cold snort and whirled toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's hand seals were like phantoms, and he said in a cold voice, "Seal." He instantly formed a formation. The Ghost Dao Empyrean was directly sealed in the array formation by Yi Yuan, unable to even move. Presently, Yi Yuan's strength improved further. The power of the 100 schools of thought's 9 profound heaven-subduing grand array grew more than a magnitude stronger. Dealing with a second firmament Empyrean Ghost Dao Empyrean, he did not need the slightest effort at all. That Ghost Dao Empyrean had a look of terror. He totally did not see clearly how Yi Yuan made his move, and he was already completely sealed. No matter how he urged his strength, he was unable to break free. How could this human boy be so strong? Very soon, there were several more Empyreans that came out again, and they were all sealed by Yi Yuan in one move. The rank 6 powerhouses in Yin Hui Manor, each and every one of their eyes were almost popping out. Just who the hell is this human brat? He hasn't made a serious move yet and half of Yin Hui Manor is already defeated. This boy is an extremely formidable rank 7 formation god, too terrifying. If not for showing mercy, the few Lord Empyreans would probably already be all dead. This boy is here for Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean. He's actually forcefully barging into Yin Hui Manor. Really crazy. Lord Kaiju has already rushed over, so he's dead for sure. While talking, An Empyrean powerhouse with a deadpan face appeared in front of Yi Yuan. Boy, it ends here. Take a step further and you'll die without a burial ground, Kaiju said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, I said before, bring Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean over, and I'll leave at once. Empyrean Kaiju's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, since you're seeking death, then this Empyrean will send you off. Ha! It was only to see him roar wildly, a punch charging toward Yi Yuan. This Empyrean Kaiju was a corpse path Empyrean. His fleshly body was immensely powerful and was already late-stage rank 7. A corpse path Empyrean primarily cultivated the fleshly body. A body full of tough muscles forcefully contending with Empyrean spirit treasures was nothing difficult. It was just a shame that he ran into Yi Yuan. Bang, bang, bang. In a blink, the two people clashed over several dozen moves. Empyrean Kaiju retreated wildly. His two meaty palms felt like they were already not his anymore. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a strange look, you're competing on physical body with me? Empyrean Kaiju looked at Yi Yuan with a terrified look as he said in shock, perfect 7th transformation golden body. 1. Fun fact, Fengju City is a term for the netherworld HELL. The author just added a ghost here to modify it slightly. Chapter 2229, Fine, Give You Face. Chapter 2229, Fine, Give You Face. After Zhu Shong died, Yi Yuan's heart realm reached perfection, his thoughts flowing smooth, his strength reaching greater heights. Presently, he was already comparable to 5th Firmament Empyreans. With the strength of Yi Yuan's fleshy body, forcefully contending with a 7th Firmament Empyrean was no problem at all. And he did not even utilize any martial technique at all. Kaiju, what are you dragging your feet for? Just a human brat, and yet you still haven't taken care of it until now? Haha, I said that you all, these corpses, only have a body full of boorish muscles and don't have any use at all. It's also not useless, at least it can be used as a meat SHI plus ELD. At this time, another 3 figures arrived, encircling Yi Yuan in the middle. These 3 people were shockingly all late-stage Empyrean mighty expert. Empyrean Kaiju snorted coldly and said, the 3 of you, stop gloating over others' misfortune here. This punk has a perfect 7th transformation golden body. His fleshly body strength is not beneath mine. Furthermore, he's even a 7-star formation God. His strength isn't to be underestimated. The other 3 people revealed shocked faces, looking toward Yi Yuan with amazement. These 3 great ghost Empyreans were respectively Ghost 7, Sai Chen, and Demon Cloud. They were the same as Empyrean Kaiju. They were the 4 late-stage Empyrean generals under Heavenly Emperor Ghostryd's command. An Empyrean Demon Cloud said with a cold laugh, perfect 7th transformation. Heh, looks like old Kai, you ran into a tough nut this time. However, perfect 7th transformation is completely useless in front of my Ghost Dao 100 runes. Yi Yuan looked at the 4 great Empyreans and said coolly, looks like I have to beat you all down before you guys know pain. If it were before, Yi Yuan would still need to be very careful, using a scheme to rescue Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean out. But presently, his strength already did not need to act in a secretive manner. He could just directly kill to the doorstep, neat and tidy. SHI plus NRA Ghost region was this kind of lawless place, where the weak were prey and the strong feasted. Therefore, Yi Yuan could not be bothered to talk rules with them at all, directly beating them into submission. Of course, on the account of Heavenly Emperor's face, he would not deal a killing blow. Otherwise, he would be fine, but Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean would be dead for sure. Who? Truly a shameless boasting brat. This Empyrean will place an order for your blood in advance. Brothers, attack together. Empyrean Sai Chen laughed coldly, the seals in his hands already started kneading. Ghost Dao 100 runes, myriad ghosts devouring heart. All of a sudden, shrill screams of countless fierce ghosts suddenly sounded out, making people feel like their hearts were tearing apart as they listened to it. The ferocious ghosts wailed shrilly as they chomped down on Yi Yuan. Ghost Dao 100 runes, vast sea ghost hands. Empyrean Demon Cloud gave a fierce cry, an enormous ghost palm descended from the sky, directly slamming toward Yi Yuan. Ghost Dao 100 runes, innumerable ghost shadows. Empyrean Ghost 7 cried strangely. Countless dark shadows extended out from underground, intertwining over toward Yi Yuan. 3 ghost talismans were executed. They were all Empyrean-level ultimate moves, with their power being incomparably formidable. One attacked the heart, one was a frontal clash, and one was a restraint. Coupled with Kaiju this meet SHI plus ELD, the attacks of the 4 great Empyreans simply left no room for criticism. Ha ha ha, brat, die. Empyrean Sai Chen cried out strangely. Facing the ghost shadows that blotted out the skies and covered the earth, Yi Yuan just lightly spat out a word. Immobilize. The air instantly solidified. The emus. EMENT in the 4 great Empyreans' eyes disappeared, and what replaced it was terror. They could not move anymore. The shackle of heavenly Tao froze everything. Whatever move, whatever ghost shadows, were all frozen. True sword hollow etch. Yi Yuan swung his bone sword, for streaks of sword light instantly fired out. Boom, 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 boom. For figures flew out backward in 4 directions. 3 ghost Dao Empyreans were directly cleaved into 2. But very soon, their bodies merged together. It was just much fainter. As for Kaiju, a large wound was opened up on his chest, a ghastly sight. Defeating 4 Empyreans with 1 move. The 4 great Empyreans looked at Yi Yuan with terrified faces, their gazes full of shock. Heavenly Tao true word, controlling SPACE. This, Sai Chen said with a look of horror. Yi Yuan stood with his sword behind his back as he said coolly, it's just a warning this time. Keep forcing me and next time, you won't be able to recover. This sword move, Yi Yuan already held back. Otherwise, how could there be a possibility of them recovering? One had to know, back then inside the Black Flame Cave, Yi Yuan annihilated hundreds of Empyreans by himself. Now that he broke through to middle stage Chaos Realm, would he think anything of a few guys who had not even reached 8th firmament? The expressions of the 4 great Empyreans were very ugly. Only now did they discover what kind of a monster they face. Suddenly, Yi Yuan raised his head to look at the sky and said coolly, looking for so long, isn't it time to show yourself? Heavenly Emperor Ghost Ridge. A figure slowly walked out of the void, looking at Yi Yuan, amazement in his eyes. The arrival's aura was faintly discernible, hard to grasp. It was shockingly a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. Who could this Heavenly Emperor be if not Heavenly Emperor Ghost Ridge? Yi Yuan killed all the way inside and caused such a huge commotion. As a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, it was naturally impossible for him to not detect it. It was just that he felt that the Empyreans could take care of Yi Yuan. In the end, the 4 great Empyreans all came out and were taken care of by Yi Yuan with 1 sword. That scene just now completely astounded him. Yi Yuan could actually control SPACE time, making SPACE time freeze. Although he was not involved earlier, he sensed that this Heavenly Tao true word's binding power was immensely strong. Even if it was him, it would be difficult to escape the constraints too. Heavenly Emperor Ghost Ridge looked at Yi Yuan, his gaze was actually somewhat wary. Young man, this Heavenly Emperor doesn't seem to have provoked you in the past. Why did you run to my Yin Hui Manor and cause such a big disturbance? Heavenly Emperor Ghost Ridge used sullen anger to suppress his dread. But Yi Yuan did not care at all and said coolly, I'm just here to bring Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean away, but Nobody was willing to talk nicely. Heavenly Emperor Ghost Ridge nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. You barged inside with such swagger and wanted people who would talk nicely with you. Heavenly Emperor Ghost Ridge said coldly, if you bring him away with 1 word, wouldn't this Heavenly Emperor not have any face? Yi Yuan thought about it and said, fine, I'll give you face. Finished talking, Yi Yuan clasped his hands at Heavenly Emperor Ghost Ridge and said coolly, Heavenly Emperor Ghost Ridge, please raise your hand high up in mercy and let Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean go. Said please, but Yi Yuan's tone did not have any intention of pleading at all. If you were willing, you had to give. Not willing to give, you also had to give. The Empyreans all had strange looks on their faces. This human boy was really overbearing and so arrogant. Heavenly Emperor Ghost Ridge's expression was livid as he said in a solemn voice, Do you really take it that this heavenly emperor doesn't dare to do anything to you? Yi Yuan said calmly, if I leave, you can't keep me behind. If I want to kill people, you can't stop it. Don't believe it. You can give it a try. Finished talking, he clasped his hands again and said, Heavenly Emperor Ghostridge, please raise your hand high up in mercy and let Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean go. Time freeze coupled with spatial law, it was very easy for Yi Yuan to escape in front of a first firmament Heavenly Emperor. But wanting to stop Yi Yuan's assassination, it was not possible unless these Empyreans hid inside Yin Hui Manor every day. Heavenly Emperor Ghostridge gnashed his teeth in hatred, was plussing to smack this guy to death with one slap. But he really did not dare try. Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean was merely a minor character of little importance. These Empyreans by his side were not what one Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean could compare to. If they all died, wouldn't he become a lone general without an army? Even if it was a heavenly emperor, wanting to take in so many Empyreans was not so easy too. Empyrean powerhouses were leviathans of a region. So how could they become other people's subordinates so easily? Chapter 2230, Three Great Blood Pools. Chapter 2230, Three Great Blood Pools. Mo Sha, you're actually not dead yet. That human powerhouse let you go just like that. Where is he? Heavenly Corpse Mo Sha did not leave. He really wanted to see what kind of confidence this human had to dare invade a heavenly emperor's manor. At this time, quite a few people also came after hearing the news. Seeing that Mo Sha was actually not dead, they could not help feeling surprised. They even thought that Yi Yuan killed him long ago. Mo Sha's deadpan face squeezed out a trace of an ugly smile and said, he went in. Went in? He wouldn't have entered just like this to ask for people, right? Who? When was Yin Hui Manor so easy to enter? Mo Sha smiled bitterly again and said, he killed his way inside. Pew walk. The few ghost Dao powerhouses by the side directly spat out. One of them said, killed his way in? This human brat's brain wouldn't be spoiled, right? Who? He was so COC Kai just now. Right now, I reckon that is already being divided up and eaten by Empyrean Kaiju they all, right? Even if he's a peak Empyrean, forcefully barging into Yin Hui Manor is also a one-way ticket to C came out. This ghost Dao powerhouse's words were said halfway when he opened his mouth wide, looking at Yin Hui Manor's gates with incredible shock. The rest had doubtful faces. Turning their heads and looking, they were instantly dumbfounded on the spot. It was only to see a human and a ghost, one in front and one at the back, strutting out of Yin Hui Manor's front door. They even saw some Empyrean powerhouses that they normally would not come into contact with at the back, watching the two people leave like sending away the god of plague. Seeing Yi Yuan bringing Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade away, those Empyreans let out a long sigh in relief. Outside, the ghosts had shocked faces, not understanding the situation. But they felt that it was very impressive. That ghost Dao powerhouse who was speaking earlier said stammeringly, "See came out just like that. No way, right? Could it be that this human kid is a heavenly emperor powerhouse?" Mo Sha stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied, shook his head, and said, "No, he's just an Empyrean. But how could an Empyrean bring Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade away? Could it be that Heavenly Emperor Ghostridge watched him act unbridledly just like that? Heavenly Emperor Ghostridge naturally would not watch Yi Yuan act presumptuously. But making the Yin Hui Manor suffer heavy losses for a measly little Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade was not worth it. Hence, he still compromised in the end. After all, Yi Yuan gave him face too, although this face was somewhat unpleasant. Following behind Yi Yuan, titanic waves surged in Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade's heart. When he saw Yi Yuan in the Immortal Grove world, Yi Yuan was still only at the celestial deity realm. At that time, the small and weak Yi Yuan still needed him, this Ghost Empyrean's protection. But now, only 1,000 over years past said, Yi Yuan brought him, this captive prisoner, out from a heavenly emperor's manor. What was even more terrifying was that when he was brought out, he even saw Heavenly Emperor Ghostridge. At that time, Heavenly Emperor Ghostridge's expression was really fascinating to the extreme. Then, Yi Yuan brought him away in front of Heavenly Emperor Ghostridge's face. Before he left, Yi Yuan even said, "Thank you for Heavenly Emperor Ghostridge's face." What the hell was that? If that Heavenly Emperor Ghostridge was not around, then it was still alright. Yet, Heavenly Emperor Ghostridge was still around. Furthermore, looking at the situation, Yinhui Manor had just experienced a great battle. Then, how in the world did Yi Yuan do it? Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade understood that no matter how Yi Yuan did it, this young man in front of him was no longer that kid who sought protection under his wings back then anymore. The two people had just walked several streets when suddenly, a bunch of ghosts and monsters rushed over head-on. When they saw the Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade behind Yi Yuan, they were immediately frozen on the spot. Wild Blade, how did you come out? When a Ghost Dao Empyrean in the lead saw Wild Blade, he had an expression like a ghost had seen a ghost, very fascinating. Wild Blade's face revealed a moved look and said smilingly, "Yu Fang, it's young lord who rescued me." Empyrean Yu Fang's eyes landed on Yi Yuan's body and he said in surprise, "Young lord? It's this kid. Didn't you say that your young lord was a celestial deity realm? Just based on him, he can rescue you out of Yin Hui Manor's ghost prison?" Wild Blade's face fell slightly, and he said, "Yu Fang, don't be impudent. Young lord is no longer that weak youth long ago, he's currently already an Empyrean powerhouse. Even Heavenly Emperor Ghostridge is somewhat afraid of him." Empyrean Yu Fang had a look of disbelief, sizing Yi Yuan up and down. But Yi Yuan could not be bothered to be long-winded with them and said coolly, "Wild Blade, go." "Yes, young master." Wild Blade answered and left with Yi Yuan. Arriving at Wild Blade's residence, Yi Yuan directly opened his mouth and said, "Wild Blade, do you know where an SHI plus NRA ghost region has Sylvanet blood essence?" Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade said in surprise, "Sylvanet blood essence is an extremely precious rank 8 natural treasure. It's also very rare in SHI plus NRA ghost region. What does young lord want it for?" Yi Yuan said, "The soul suppressing pearl is seriously damaged." Dustless fell into a slumber. "I urgently need the Sylvanet blood essence to let Dustless recover his strength." Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade turned pale with fright and said, "What? Lord Dustless he's so strong. Who could send him into a slumber? Could it be a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse? In my memories, Dustless's might left no room for doubt. A Heavenly Emperor not emerging, no one could do anything to him at all." It was just that Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade did not know that the soul-suppressing pearl had long already reached the level of a Heavenly Emperor spirit treasure. Dustless' strength advanced even further than before. Yi Yuan just nodded his head and did not say anything. Nine Origin was not just a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse so simple. That was a supreme existence that could forcefully contend with Ninth Firmament Heavenly Emperors. Recovering from his shock, Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade frowned and said, "Sylvanet blood essence is a great tonic item to divine soul-type powerhouses. When each piece of Sylvanet blood essence comes into being, it will attract Heavenly Emperor powerhouses to take action. There will even be situations where some Heavenly Emperors being killed because of the battles for the Sylvanet blood essence. In the course of time, the majority of them are controlled in the hands of middle-stage Heavenly Emperors, maybe even those above them." Yi Yuan listened until his brows furrowed tightly too. He knew that Sylvanet blood essence was very popular, but he did not expect that it was actually popular to this extent. SNATC hing a Sylvanet blood essence from the hands of a middle-stage Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. It could not be done, unless he was tired of living. "Is there no other way?" Yi Yuan frowned and said. Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade said with difficulty, "There is a way, but it's also extremely dangerous. This Sylvanet blood essence is produced in SHI plus NRA ghost region's 3 great blood pools. The 3 great blood pools are respectively HELL blood pool, Extinction blood pool, as well as Azura blood pool. Legends have it that the 3 great blood pools were gathered and formed by the blood of ancient supreme powerhouses. Not only is there Ma's Civ resentment, but there are also remnant souls of supreme powerhouses appearing and disappearing from time to time. Of course, this place is also a superb cultivation land for Ghost Dao powerhouses. There will be countless Ghost Dao powerhouses and Corpse Path powerhouses being there all year round. In there, There will be many Empyrean powerhouses breaking through every year, but also many Empyrean powerhouses dying. Some heavenly emperor powerhouses also never come back after entering the depth. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath. Sure enough, this Sylvanet blood essence was an extremely troublesome thing, but no matter how troublesome, he had to go too. His time was very tight. He already could not afford to dawdle. At this rate, Dustless and Mu Lingxue would both be in danger. His gaze turned intent and he said, "Where's the nearest blood pool from here?" Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade was startled inwardly, knowing that Yi Yuan already resolved himself. He then said, "Azura blood pool." Chapter 2231, Leaving Elegantly. Chapter 2231, Leaving Elegantly. The two people were currently discussing matters regarding the Azura blood pool when someone came to visit. When Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade saw the arrival, he bowed respectfully and said, "Lord Ghost Pupil." This Ghost Empyrean Ghost Pupil was also a late-stage Empyrean Ghost Dao powerhouse. His pair of black pupils were incomparably deep and seemed to be able to bewitch the heart. Ghost Pupil nodded slightly and said, "Wild Blade, Lord Vast Sea made you bring your young lord to go see him." Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade was taken back, using inquiring eyes to look at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan slowly got up and said coolly, "No need. You pack things up and go with me. I'm in a hurry." He was currently burning with anxiety. How could he be in the mood to have small talk with Heavenly Emperor Vast Sea? Delaying a moment longer, Dustless and Mu Lingxue would be in more danger. In reality, Dustless also would not have fallen into such a deep sleep if not for protecting Mu Lingxue. Without Dustless protection at the final moment, Mu Lingxue's final trace of spiritual consciousness would have long been shattered. These days in Heavenly Eagle, Yi Yuan spent every minute and second in agony. Now, obtaining the Sylvanet blood essence's news, how could he still be willing to delay? But Ghost Empyrean Ghost Pupil's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, "Human, Lord Vast Sea is summoning you. You dare to not give face?" Yi Yuan did not even look at him and said coolly, "Wild Blade." Wild Blade's expression changed slightly, and he said with a bow, "Yes." Ghost Dao powerhouses had those who grew themselves, and also those who were raised like Wild Blade. Ghost Dao powerhouses who made a contract were unable to defy their master's orders. Yi Yuan's order had even higher authority than a heavenly emperor. Ghost Empyrean Ghost Pupils saw that Yi Yuan completely ignored him and could not help saying in a great rage, "Fine lad, Lord Vast Sea asking to see you is valuing you. Since you don't know how to appreciate favors, then don't blame this Empyrean for not being courteous." Suddenly, the air in the house became cold. A surge of cold wind rose from the ground and tunneled into Yi Yuan's body. Ghost Empyrean Ghost Pupil's eyes suddenly released a black light. A powerful surge of soul force directly rushed into Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. Beguiling ghost melody, heed my command. Brat, slap yourself all the way until this Empyrean calls for you to stop. Ghost Pupil directly ordered. Seeing Ghost Empyrean Ghost Pupil use his ultimate move the moment he came up, Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade's expression changed greatly. He cried out in surprise, "Lord Ghost Pupil, show mercy." Snort. Right at this time, Yi Yuan released a cold snort from his mouth. This cold snort, Yi Yuan brought along the voice of the dragon God of the dragon race. Ghost Pupil gave a fled groan and was actually wounded by Yi Yuan's cold snort, causing even his body to become a lot more illusory. Although Ghost Dao powerhouses did not have corporeal bodies, reaching Ghost Empyrean realm, they were already close to being corporeal. But at this time, Ghost Empyrean Ghost Pupil was actually forced back into his original form. How is this possible? Ghost Empyrean Ghost Pupil looked at Yi Yuan with a look of fright, full of disbelief. The aura on Yi Yuan's body was not strong. It was at least much weaker than his. Facing such an opponent, his beguiling ghost melody would work 100 times out of 100 times. If so, why did Yi Yuan's divine soul being released just like that, and then it could injure him? Ghost Empyrean Ghost Pupil was extremely perplexed. By the side, Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade was also extremely shocked. He was deeply aware of Ghost Empyrean Ghost Pupil's prowess. Even the three great ghost Empyreans under Heavenly Emperor Ghostridge's command were extremely apprehensive of him too. This beguiling ghost melody was extremely restraining toward same-rank Empyreans too, but it was shaken off by Yi Yuan so easily. Not only shaken off, he even severely wounded Empyrean ghost pupil. How could young master's strength be so horrifying? Yi Yuan looked at ghost Empyrean ghost pupil and said with disdain, "Even the medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor high priest are unable to control my will. Just with the likes of your paltry ghost path mystic art, you want to control me? Do you know what's called overestimating your own ability?" Ghost Empyrean ghost pupil had a face that was struck dumb with amazement. With Yi Yuan's snort earlier, he indeed felt a willpower like beholding a great mountain hit him head-on. It was precisely because of this that he was easily injured. How could a mere human Empyrean realm have such a formidable will? Although Yi Yuan talked about whatever medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor high priest, he felt that it was overly boastful. But Ghost Empyrean ghost pupil dared to confirm that Yi Yuan's will was absolutely stronger than Heavenly Emperor Vast Sea. Furthermore, it was more than a magnitude stronger. The shock in his heart was unable to use words to describe. "Wild Blade," Yi Yuan urged lightly. Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade suddenly startled awake and hurriedly packed up and got everything ready. Yi Yuan brought Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade and swaggered out of Vast Hui Manor just like that. But right at this time, a sinister to the extreme ghost aura descended from the sky. A virtually corporeal figure blocked in front of Yi Yuan. This ghostly energy was extremely condensed. If an ordinary human Empyrean was here, they would likely have long been frozen stiff. Inside Yin Hui Manor, a hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Heavenly Emperor Ghostridge's mouth. Vast Sea, that fool probably still doesn't know this boy's terror. Losing face in front of so many people in the city, this emperor will see how you still have the face to show yourself in the future. The events previously, he issued a gag order to the powerhouses in the manor, absolutely forbidding for anyone to spread it. This boy was like a thorn. Heavenly Emperor Ghostridge felt that he definitely would not be used by Heavenly Emperor Vast Sea. Sure enough, in less than half a day, both parties fell out. Heavenly Emperor Vast Sea looked at Yi Yuan and said with a thunderous look, "Human brat, you brought away this Heavenly Emperor's subordinate. Not only did you not even inform in advance, you even seriously injured this Heavenly Emperor's subordinate. How do you plead?" Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade's complexion was ashen as he cried out in surprise, "Lord Vast Sea, young master Yi Yuan stopped Wild Blade with a hand gesture. Looking at Vast Sea, he said coolly, since you came, then I'll inform you about it. Wild Blade will be following me in the future. Say your goodbyes. Wild Blade, let's go." A Heavenly Emperor powerhouse moving out had long already alarmed numerous powerhouses in the city. Mo Shaw and his companions just happened to be among them too. Seeing this scene, the pupils of the ghosts shrunk. This fellow was so arrogant. What he was facing was a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. Could this human brat really be a fool? That's Heavenly Emperor Vast Sea. Yet he's actually this arrogant. Isn't that so? Just nice. I can take a look at what he's relying on to be able to bring away Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade from Yin Hui Manor this time. I somewhat understand now. Heavenly Emperor Ghostridge probably intentionally didn't show up to let this kid bring away Wild Blade. Heavenly Emperor Vast Sea laughed from extreme fury and said, "What an arrogant brat. Could it be that you really take this Heavenly Emperor to not dare to make a move against you? Forget it, since you're intentionally courting death, this Heavenly Emperor will send you off then. Immobilize." Heavenly Emperor Vast Sea's voice had yet to fade when Yi Yuan already executed time freeze. In an instant, laws descended, Vast Sea was immobilize. Back then, when Yi Yuan was still only initial stage rank 7, he could already use this move and escape from under the hands of abyss monster Heavenly Emperor Mania. Let alone that he was currently already middle stage rank 7. How much stronger was the power of the present time freeze compared to that time? Wild Blade, go! Yi Yuan grabbed the dumbfounded Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade and directly teleported more than 10,000 miles away. After an instant, SPACE time recovered. Heavenly Emperor Vast Sea's eyes were full of shock. Heavenly Tao True Word, Spatial Law. What a terrific human lad. Looks like Wild Blade followed a good master. Chapter 2232, Bloodsea Phenomenon. Chapter 2232, Bloodsea Phenomenon. Such thick carnage energy. Yi Yuan. Two people arrived before a long and unbroken stretch of mountains. A thick scent of bloody smell hit Faison, stirring up a sinister wind by his ears. Under the illumination of sunlight, this mountain range actually gave off a series of blood-red light halo. In the dense woods, numerous ghost Dao powerhouses came and went. But sensing the powerful auras coming off of Yi Yuan two people's bodies, they did not dare to draw near. Young master, be more careful. Humans coming to this place need to open up their world domains to resist the carnage energy. This carnage energy is extremely harmful to humans. Even Empyreans will find it hard to withstand its corrosion too. Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade warned. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said smilingly, "Resist. Why is there a need to resist?" Finished talking, his cultivation method revolved. He actually absorbed these carnage energies frenziedly. Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade's two eyes became wide saucers, a look of shock on his face. His young master was actually absorbing the carnage energy. "Young master, you." Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade cried out in surprise. That human is actually absorbing carnage energy. I think that he's tired of living. Jeej, perhaps he feels that our ghost race is pretty good and wants to join our ghost race? Hey, something's wrong. Why is his aura becoming stronger? In the distance, came some ghost Dao powerhouses' disdainful voices. But very soon, they discovered something amiss. Humans were unable to use this carnage energy to cultivate at all. Absorbing into the body would only harm their bodies. But Yi Yuan's aura was actually becoming stronger. Yi Yuan absorbed for a while and immediately felt refreshed. The thickness of this carnage energy could virtually catch up to the thickness of the devilish energy in the Dragon Eye Cave. Using it to cultivate naturally yielded twice the results with half the effort. Seeing Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade's dazed expression, Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Carnage energy, devilish energy, heaven and earth spiritual energy, there's essentially no difference. It's just that the attribute is different, that's all. The carnage energy here is extremely thick. It's a superb cultivation ground for me. After finding the Sylvanet blood essence, I want to enter close seclusion for a few days here." Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade had a look of astonishment on his face and said with a sigh of admiration, "Young master's talent, even Lord Immortal Grove is far inferior." He had followed Yi Yuan for a short time after all. So he was far from aware about Dustless's experience with Yi Yuan in the past. While chatting, the earth suddenly quaked and the mountains shook. An even stronger carnage energy gushed out from underground. The bloody light above the mountain range became incomparably forbidding, giving people a hair-raising feeling. The Azura blood pool entrance in the distance, countless ghost Dao powerhouses gushed out, fleeing like they were flying, all of their expressions seemingly incomparably terrified. Behind them, bloody light shone brilliantly. Those that were enveloped by the bloody light directly turned to ashes. Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade had an anxious and doubtful look as he said, "This. What terrifying power. What in the world happened in the Azura blood pool?" But a hint of surprise flashed across in Yi Yuan's eyes and he said, "Such a phenomenon. I'm afraid that a precious treasure came into being." At this time, a deadpan face came beside Yi Yuan and said coolly, "This is already the third time within a month. I heard that in the other two major blood pools there, such phenomenons similarly erupted. Looks like the Azura blood pool that has been quiet for countless years finally can't hold back anymore." Yi Yuan gave him a glance and immediately sensed that this corpse path powerhouse was very extraordinary. "You're a frequent guest of this place?" Yi Yuan asked. The other party nodded his head and said, "I'm called Wu Jiang. I started braving the Azura blood pool starting from rank 4. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. The powerhouses in the outer peripherals were many. Rank 4s and rank 5s could be seen everywhere. There were also quite a few rank 6s. But Yi Yuan was clear that under such an environment, being able to cultivate all the way from rank 4 to rank 7 was simply a miracle. Looks like his feeling was not wrong. This Wu Jiang was very extraordinary. I'm called Yi Yuan. Since Brother Wu is a frequent guest here, then in your view, how high are the chances of the Sylvanet blood essence appearing under this kind of phenomenon? Yi Yuan asked. Wu Jiang was startled, looking at Yi Yuan in surprise. Clearly, he did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually aiming for the Sylvanet blood essence. He shook his head and said, such a phenomenon, the Sylvanet blood essence will definitely appear. It's just that, with your strength, I advise that you'd better don't get yourself killed in vain. Yi Yuan smiled and said, does Brother Wu want to team up with this Yi? Wu Jiang was slightly surprised, not expecting to be seen through with one glance by Yi Yuan. He saw that Yi Yuan was actually able to absorb carnage energy to cultivate and felt that this boy was extraordinary. That was why he had the idea of making friends. He had run around here for a long time and more or less understood the powerhouses here a little. But there was no one capable of making him regarded the person with importance. But this Yi Yuan, he gave him a feeling of being not simple from the first time he laid eyes on him. Wu Jiang did not hide it either, nodding and saying, this Wu has always moved independently for so many years and rarely found people to team up. But the blood pool abnormality this time is attracting more and more major powers. Furthermore, inside the blood pool is also filled with dangers. Hence, that's why I had this idea. Yi Yuan nodded and said, since Brother Wu thinks highly, then this Yi will accept deferentially rather than decline courteously. The voice had yet to fade when a terrifying aura descended from the sky. Ha ha ha. With this Azura blood sea's abnormality, there's probably a peak Heavenly Emperor spirit treasure coming into being. Amidst the wild laughter, that ghost figure turned into a stream of flowing light and rushed into the cave by meeting the Bloody light directly. Wu Jiang's expression changed, and he cried out in surprise, Heavenly Emperor Purple Cloud. Even he came too. His voice had yet to fade when several other fearsome auras descended. Those auras completely disregarded the Bloody light and charged straight into the Azura blood sea. Yi Yuan was also startled inwardly when he saw the situation. These Heavenly Emperor powerhouses were all middle-stage Heavenly Emperor peerless powerhouses. Each and every one of them was starting to move restlessly. Before long, another cloud of black gas descended. Those who were slightly touched by the black gas directly turned to ashes, scattering away. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed in shock, a seventh firmament Heavenly Emperor. Wu Jiang's deadpan face became several shades whiter and he said, it's Heavenly Emperor Quicksand. I didn't expect that even his alarmed too. With this, Azura blood sea is lively. In merely half a day, Yi Yuan saw that there were 7 to 8 middle stage and late stage Heavenly Emperor powerhouses entering the Azura blood sea. As for initial stage Heavenly Emperor powerhouses, those that entered were as many as more than a dozen. For some time, powerhouses gathered. Of course, these Heavenly Emperors held in contempt toward the common treasures at the outskirts. They directly entered the depths of the blood sea. No idea how long had Pares said. There were finally no more Heavenly Emperor powerhouses descending. Only then did everyone cautiously enter further inside the Azura blood sea once more. Although the current Azura blood sea was dangerous, it was when the lucky chances were the most. At this time, no one was willing to be outdone by others. Perhaps a fortuitous encounter could let them soar to the heavens with one bound. Yi Yuan, it's our turn to enter, Wu Jiang said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, afraid that it isn't that simple. Those entering now, the lowest are third firmament Heavenly Emperor powerhouses too. First firmament Heavenly Emperors and second firmament Heavenly Emperors haven't appeared yet, don't you find it odd? Wu Jiang's expression changed. Sure enough, Yi Yuan's voice had yet to fade when several figures slowly walked out of the void. Chapter 2233, Forming Enmity. Chapter 2233, Forming Enmity Heavenly Emperor Zhao Hun, Heavenly Emperor Brutal Feather, Heavenly Emperor Ghost Morn. That's Heavenly Emperor Nine Lives. He's a second firmament Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, one powerful figure after another appearing in succession. There were actually as many as 7 people, everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air, clearly not expecting that there were actually still so many Heavenly Emperors in hiding. Wu Jiang looked at Yi Yuan in surprise, not knowing how he discovered these heavenly emperors. Heavenly Emperor Ninelives's gaze swept across the whole place and said in a cold voice, "All Empyreans are not to take action without authorization. Those who defy, die." The faces of the Empyreans present changed drastically, immediately realizing that they were designated as cannon fodder. First Firmament and Second Firmament Heavenly Emperors were at the bottom of the barrel among Heavenly Emperors. They were not as confident as before. Naturally, the places that Third Firmament Heavenly Emperor and above wanted to go, these cannon fodders were no use at all. The abnormality this time was very strange. These First and Second Firmament Heavenly Emperors were rather cautious too. Finding Empyreans to be cannon fodders became a pretty good choice. In the various major mystic realms, powerhouses making weaklings go be cannon fodders frequently appeared too. Swoos. H. Plus swoos. H. Plus swoos. H. Plus suddenly, several figures sprinted wildly, heading for the opening of the Azura blood pool. How swift were the movements of Empyrean powerhouses. They were fast, but Heavenly Emperor Ninelives was faster. It was only to see a hint of a cold smile flash across the corners of his mouth, his finger flicking lightly. Several streaks of light dots arrived in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. Those scurrying Empyrean powerhouses were instantly slaughtered by him without missing a single one. Among them, there were even several late-stage Empyrean powerful expert. "Who else wants to leave?" Heavenly Emperor Ninelives said coolly, not carrying the slightest compa. Scion. The others were silent like cicadas in winter. In front of Heavenly Emperors, they were akin to ants. Only Heavenly Emperors could confront Heavenly Emperors. Wu Jiang's deadpan face became several shades whiter. He involuntarily looked over towards Yi Yuan but discovered that Yi Yuan had a look of composure, seemingly not looking too worried, and immediately felt slightly calmer. Seeing no one jump out, Heavenly Emperor Ninelives said coolly, "Very good. Since No body is leaving, enter then." Got to admit, Azura blood pool attracted countless powerhouses. Just the Empyrean powerhouses here were in the hundreds. This force was already immensely powerful. Just as everyone was planning on entering the Blood Sea, Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn suddenly gave a light cry of surprise and said, "There's actually still a human bug. You, come over." While talking, Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn extended his hand and pointed at Yi Yuan. Wu Jiang's expression changed and could not help looking at Yi Yuan nervously. Yi Yuan slowly stepped forward and said coolly, "What instructions does Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn have?" Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn's brows furrowed and he said unhappily, "A brat who's so ignorant of the rules. A mere human bug also dares to encroach on my ghost race's treasure?" Finished talking, his finger flicked. A streak of white light shot right at Yi Yuan. The horrifying energy undulation made all of the Empyreans' faces change, all clamoring to dodge. Yi Yuan was also surprised in his heart. He did not expect that this Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn would actually kill people at a word of disagreement. But although he was surprised, he did not panic. His figure retreated explosively, the bone sword attacking fiercely. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Yi Yuan released thousands of incomparably swift and fierce sword lights, rumbling over toward that streak of white light. Falling back several tens of thousands of feet in a row, that streak of white light was utterly dissipated by Yi Yuan in the end. And between them, an enormous ravine was also blasted out. Yi Yuan put away the sword and stood there, glaring at Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn. While the Empyreans looked at Yi Yuan with astonished faces. Heavenly Emperor Ninelives's gaze flickered slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. This scene earlier happened too suddenly, quick until everyone did not react to it. But seeing Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn taking action, they all thought that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. They did not expect that Yi Yuan actually unleashed thousands of sword lights in a single breath, directly neutralizing Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn's attack. Even though this attack was merely a casual strike of Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn's, it was also not what any Empyrean could block. This attack was more than enough to kill an 8th Firmament Empyrean. At the very least, among the Empyreans present, those able to block it did not surpass 10 fingers. "Who, Ghostmorn, you're really becoming promising," Can't even take care of a human race Empyrean realm brat. Heavenly Emperor Zhao Hun said gloatingly. Ghostmorn, I don't know you. Seriously too disgraceful. Heavenly Emperor Brutalfeather also had a look of being unable to bear to look at it. Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn was stunned at first. Following that, there was boundless fury. In front of a bunch of Heavenly Emperors, it was really a major loss of face with this. Damn human brat, this Heavenly Emperor will kill you. Done talking, Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn's terrifying pressure suddenly erupted and was about to unleash a heaven-shocking strike. When the Empyreans felt this terrifying pressure, each and every one of them had ashen faces. The might of a Heavenly Emperor was too terrifying. At this time, Nine Lives suddenly spoke up. He said, Ghostmorn, spare this boy's life. His strength is decent. Killing like this is somewhat a waste. Heavenly Emperor Nine Lives was a second firmament Heavenly Emperor. Ghostmorn had no choice but to give face. He gave a cold snort and said, Boy, consider yourself lucky. Nine Lives' gaze was indifferent as he said, Go in. The Empyreans opened up their domains and isolated the Bloody light outside, and slowly entered the Azura blood pool. Yi Yuan forcefully suppressed his fury and followed everyone into the cave. There were 7 ghost Dao Empyreans in front. Becoming enemies with them was clearly not a wise move. His objective for coming here was the Sylvanet blood essence. There was no need to do this kind of pointless fight. Of course, this enmity, he noted it down. Wu Jiang scooted over and said in surprise, Brother Yi, are you alright? Just now, I even thought that you were dead for sure. Heh, your strength is pretty good. I, Wu Jiang, indeed didn't make an error of judgment. Wu Jiang was somewhat surprised by Yi Yuan's strength. But his overtones were that he could also receive this strike. How could Yi Yuan not understand? This Wu Jiang was clearly not an ordinary Empyrean either. Entering the cave entrance, it was a stretch of Bloody light before their eyes. This place was an enormous underground cavern. Along the way, there were big and small blood pits everywhere, flowing with dark red blood inside. Blood bubbles even bubbled from time to time. Don't touch these blood bubbles. Once touched, even Empyreans will have their souls dissipate too. Wu Jiang warned. Yi Yuan was slightly startled in his heart and nodded his head in response. Apart from this, Yi Yuan discovered that the space here was extremely distorted. Ordinary Empyreans were unable to traverse through space at all. This Azura blood pool was like a giant spatial cage, constraining everyone in here. Furthermore, the deeper in, the more terrifying the degree of spatial distortion. Even Heavenly Emperors were unable to escape too. Of course, this was no big deal to Yi Yuan. His spatial law attainments were not what ordinary Empyreans could compare to. This group of people was extremely strong. At first, they did not encounter any danger. But very soon, they ran into problems. A tragic cry came over. A second firmament Empyrean ghost Dao Empyrean was directly sucked into a blood pool, Vonnie's. Hi plussing without a trace. With this, the hairs of all the Empyreans stood on ends. They did not see the opponent at all and this Empyrean was gone. Yi Yuan's gaze turned dark, and he said to Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade, get a little closer. Don't get separated from me. Chapter 2234, Bluffed Them. Chapter 2234, Bluffed Them. One after another, there were miserable screams coming over non-stop. One Empyrean after another was directly sucked in the blood pools. The Empyreans had panicky looks. They could not see the opponent at all. Wu Jiang's expression was very ugly, and he said in a solemn voice, This place is normally just the activity area of rank 6 powerhouses. Why did so many DAMN things pop out now suddenly? Yi Yuan's gaze flickered and he said, A precious treasure coming into being. Having this kind of phenomena is also normal. Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil, activate. Yi Yuan had transcended 7 nirvanic tribulations. The Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil had long been cultivated to an extremely high realm already. At this time, the moment the Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil activated, the world immediately became different. Amidst the Bloody light, One grey figure after another was moving about everywhere. These guys were hidden in the Bloody light. The Bloody light became their natural protective defense. Even for Empyreans, it was very hard to discover them too. Whoos. Plus one of the grey figures suddenly shot out, flying toward Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade. But Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade was completely clueless. Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp, and he cried out coldly, "Sword of Will, chop." A transparent sword instantly condensed and chopped toward that grey figure with inconceivably swift speed. Yike! That grey figure emitted a strange cry and tunneled back into the blood pool with a whoosh. Hearing the strange cry from behind, Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade was greatly startled, only then, knowing that he had gone to the gates of Hll and came back. Heavenly Emperor Ninelives's gaze flickered slightly and marveled with admiration. Such condensed soul force, almost turning corporeal. His divine soul has likely already reached grand completion rank 7. This boy isn't simple. Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn sneered and said, "So what if grand completion rank 7? How long can he still live in this place?" Heavenly Emperor Ninelives nodded and said, "The stronger he is, the better it is for us naturally. With him around, at least we can take action later. With the blood pool having unusual changes, there will be quite a number of good stuff that will come out. But correspondingly, it would also be a lot more dangerous." The other heavenly emperors nodded one after another, deeply feeling that way too. Yi Yuan made a move to slay that grey shadow and stopped taking action. Let things drift if they did not affect one personally. Under such circumstances, standing out in the limelight did not have any good outcome. If not for saving Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade, he definitely would not have taken action. From time to time, there were still Ghost Dao powerhouses that were directly dragged into the blood pools. Heavenly Emperor Ninelives pointed at Yi Yuan and opened his mouth and said, "You, go and take care of those grey shadows." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said in a solemn voice, "If I say no?" Heavenly Emperor Ninelives's tone carried a majesty that did not allow questioning as he said coolly, "Not taking action, you die." Clearly, with the eyesight of these heavenly emperor powerhouses, they could see those grey shadows. It was just that none of them were willing to make a move. These grey shadows were all soul bodies, killing all of them required tremendous expenditure of soul force. The heavenly emperor powerhouses clearly wanted to preserve their strength to deal with those dangers at the back. Heavenly Emperor Ninelives speaking had much greater weight than Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn. After all, he was a second firmament Heavenly Emperor super powerhouse. By the side, Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn smiled coldly and said, "Brat, being a cannon fodder has to have the awareness of being a cannon fodder. Go or die." These Heavenly Emperor powerhouses did not care at all, directly putting it out on the table. In front of them, Empyrean powerhouses could only be cannon fodders. Empyrean powerhouses dominated the secular world. But in front of Heavenly Emperor powerhouses, they were still ants did not have the qualifications to negotiate terms. Yi Yuan's expression flickered indeterminately but did not take action after a long time. Wu Jiang's expression changed slightly, and he urged, "Brother Yi, preserving your life is important. We can't afford to provoke Heavenly Emperor powerhouses." Finally, Yi Yuan's tightly clenched fists loosened. He slowly turned around, his figure moving, directly catching up to a grey shadow. Sword of Will, kill. Yi Yuan's Sword of Will was incomparably swift and fierce. One sword landed. It directly slaughtered that grey shadow. His figure moved swiftly, attacking like lightning, killing more than 10 grey shadows in a blink of an eye. When those grey shadows saw that they were unable to hide their figures anymore, each and every one of them hid inside the blood pools and no longer bubbled. When the Empyreans saw that Yi Yuan was so ferocious, each and every one of them was extremely frightened too. If this Sword of Will were to chop on their bodies, it would be fatal. Even though their bodies were long already corporeal, they were still soul bodies in the end. This Sword of Will's damage to them was even stronger than divine essence martial techniques. Yi Yuan stopped, appearing somewhat dispirited and inert. Those grey shadows were all rank 7 soul bodies, their strength comparable to middle stage Empyrean realm. Killing so many soul bodies, it was naturally somewhat too much for Yi Yuan's soul force to bear. He looked at Heavenly Emperor Nine Lives coldly and said, "Satisfied now?" Finished talking, he sat down cross-legged, planning on recovering soul force. But at this time, Nine Lives said coolly, "Not need to recondition, carry on walking. Do you plan on making so many people wait for you to rest up?" Done talking, he flicked his sleeves grandly and said, "Continue forward." Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold and suddenly stood up, assuming a posture like he was going to risk his life, but he was held back by Wu Jiang. Forget it, forget it. They are all heavenly emperors. We can't afford to provoke them," Wu Jiang urged. These heavenly emperors did not view him as a person at all. They were simply ordering him about like a beast of burden. Seeing Yi Yuan get deflated, Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn said with a smug look, "Brat, this place isn't the place for you to act wildly. Got resentment, hold it in, not stifling it, you'll die." The moment Heavenly Emperor Nine Lives released his imposing aura, a terrifying pressure descended on Yi Yuan's body. "Still not moving? Do you really want to force this emperor to take action?" Heavenly Emperor Nine Lives said coldly. Yi Yuan's expression changed several times. Finally, he still drew a deep breath, turned around, and left. "Very good, I've remembered this," Yi Yuan said coldly. He's threatening us. An Empyrean is threatening heavenly emperors." Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn laughed in spite of himself. His strength is indeed pretty good. Just that his brain is a little flawed, can't understand the situation, Heavenly Emperor Zhaohun said coolly. Another Heavenly Emperor said with a cold face, "Reckless and blind thing. If not for being a little useful, this emperor would have long killed him." Toward Yi Yuan's threat, they naturally would not take it to heart. In their view, making you all be cannon fodders, you would have to endure it. In fact, you even had to express 1,000 thanks. Putting on airs, you don't have that qualification. "Young master, are you alright? It's all me who's useless," Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade said with self-reproach. Yi Yuan gave a wink and transmitted his voice, "I'm fine. I'm just bluffing them." Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade was startled in his heart, looking at Yi Yuan with a shocked face. How was this possible? That degree of soul force expenditure earlier, even ordinary late-stage Empyreans would find it somewhat too much to bear, let alone Yi Yuan. How could he know that Yi Yuan's divine soul was incomparably condensed to begin with? After essence, energy, and spirit three paths fused into one, his divine soul was even formidable to the extreme, far surpa. Sing those in the same rank. Previously in the Immortal Grove world, in front of Ji Zhengyang's grave, Yi Yuan's thoughts flowed smoothly, his heart realm reached perfection, and his divine soul even already reached the grand completion realm of rank 7. This degree of consumption was nothing at all to Yi Yuan. In the process of advancing, with Yi Yuan absorbing some more carnage energy and converting it to soul force, it would be able to make up for the deficit. Facing 7 great heavenly emperors, it was naturally impossible for Yi Yuan to display all of his trump cards. Therefore, he definitely feigned an appearance of his soul force being depleted. Chapter 2235, Soul Eater Beasts. Chapter 2235, Soul Eater Beasts. Brother Yi, are you still alright? Wu Jiang saw that Yi Yuan's complexion was pale, his entire body seemingly feeble, and so he could not resist asking. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "Still alright. I can still hang in there." Toward this Wu Jiang, it was just Yi Yuan's first time meeting, he naturally would not feel at ease letting him know everything. These Ghost Dao powerhouses and Corpse Path powerhouses, because of innate reasons, were more cold-blooded and violent to begin with. It was not that there was no good person among Ghost Dao Empyreans, but Yi Yuan did not dare and was also not willing to hand his trust over to a stranger. He had traveled all over the place for so many years. This bit of shallow logic, he still understood it. Wu Jiang let out a sigh and said, "Brother Yi, our arms can't wring the thighs and wind. They are heavenly emperor powerhouses after all. Only by enduring for some time, will there be an opportunity to escape." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "I understand, but I just can't take this lying down." Wu Jiang nodded his head and continued saying, "Brother Yi is indeed a young heaven's chosen. Your number of trump cards makes this Wu lament at my own unworthiness too." He was really very surprised. Just now, the divine soul power that Yi Yuan exhibited made even the ghost Dao powerhouses who have cultivated for many years feel ashamed of their unworthiness. One had to know, ghost Dao powerhouses did not have physical bodies. What they cultivated was the power of the soul body. Yi Yuan was young in age. So Wu Jiang really did not know how he did it. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's ocular arts were also extremely consummate, to actually be able to see through the unreal and see the grey shadows that even ghost Empyreans could not see too. Coupled with that transcendent sword art from before, this was truly a terrifying young man. It was just a pity that he was too incapable of retaining his composure, to actually expose his strength in order to save his servant. Furthermore, he even offended the few great heavenly emperors. This journey would probably not be too pleasant. The party gradually went deeper and the cavern got increasingly larger. The blood pools also got bigger and bigger. It was more appropriate to say that it gradually turned into a blood lake. The thick bloody air inside made people virtually want to vomit. Even Yi Yuan was also dumbstruck with amazement by this spectacular sight. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that it was all real blood in the blood pools. Furthermore, tremendous energy was contained in this blood. Clearly, the former owners of this blood were all extremely strong powerhouses. So much blood, then how many powerhouses died here? Swoos. H. Plus swoos. H. Plus swoos. H. Plus suddenly, several green figures tore past like lightning. Following there, a miserable scream came over. A ghost Empyrean was directly dragged away by the green shadows. But these green shadows did not go far but stopped in a cave entrance. Yi Yuan focused his eyes and looked over. They were several kangaroo-looking little beasts. While that ghost Empyrean being bitten by the little beasts actually did not have the slightest strength to resist at all. Then, those few little beasts divided up and ate that ghost Empyrean in front of everyone just like that. Acting recklessly and caring for nobody. These little beasts thought nothing of so many ghost Empyreans. Soul-eater beast. It's soul-eater beast. Those ghost Empyreans were all akin to facing a great enemy, retreating one after another. While at this time, inside some of the small caves of the cavern, many of such little beasts suddenly tunneled out. The little beasts got more and more, and actually surrounded the group of ghost Empyreans. Even the faces of those heavenly emperors were extremely ugly too. What are soul-eater beasts? Yi Yuan asked with an ignorant look. Wu Jiang said, soul-eater beasts are the jinx of ghost Dao powerhouses, and also the natives of the three great blood pools, feeding on soul bodies. 4 ghost Dao powerhouses that run around here, once they encounter soul-eater beasts, they will die without a doubt. The saliva that they secrete has extremely strong anesthetic and digestive effects against ghost Dao powerhouses. Ghost Dao powerhouses are unable to resist at all. Furthermore, they have the ability to traverse through space. Their speed is extremely fast and impossible to guard against. Even heavenly emperor powerhouses are extremely apprehensive of them too. Yi Yuan was enlightened when he heard. It turned out that there was still such a formidable ferocious beast. These soul-eater beasts were simply the jinx of ghost Dao powerhouses. But to corpse path powerhouses and humans, they were nothing much. They practically only lived in the 3 great blood pools. Because this place had large one ties of soul bodies. Whoosh, whoos. H. Plus another dozen over soul-eater beasts suddenly scurried out, the speed inconceivably swift. Several ghost Dao Empyreans at the outer area were frightened until their complexions were ashen, all kinds of horrifying attacks flying over. But these soul-eater beasts were incomparably sensitive. A twinkle in the air, and they directly dodged all of these disorderly attacks. Several miserable cries came over. A few ghost Empyreans were dragged away by the soul-eater beasts just like that, who then started eating them with relish at one side. Devouring these ghost Dao Empyreans, the auras of those soul-eater beasts actually grew stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. How could those ghost Dao Empyreans still keep their wits about them, turning tail and running? The 7 great heavenly emperors snorted coldly. A horrifying pressure spread out, those Empyreans went even paler. There were wolves in front, tigers at the back, they could not run at all. The 7 great heavenly emperors clearly regarded the Azura abnormality this time with great importance. It was impossible to withdraw easily. At this time, 9 Lives pointed at Yi Yuan and said coldly, "You, go and finish off the Soul-Eater beast." Everyone was stunned. Even Yi Yuan was also taken aback. "Me? Alone?" Yi Yuan somewhat did not dare to believe it. 9 Lives nodded and said, "That's right. You can choose to face them, or face the 7 of us." A cold light appeared in Yi Yuan's eyes. This heavenly emperor 9 Lives was too much. This guy was clearly targeting him. The other few heavenly emperors all had gloating faces. Clearly, they viewed him as a different kind and were only exploiting him. As for his life and death, they did not care at all. Yi Yuan's gaze flicked, and he said in a solemn voice, "Fine, I'll go." Yi Yuan brandished his sword and advanced, dividing the crowd, slowly walking over toward those Soul-Eater beasts. The group of heavenly emperors exchanged glances and smiled, hints of amused expressions revealing on their faces. There were several dozen Soul-Eater beasts in front of him. They were all rank 7 existences. Normally, it should be impossible for so many rank 7 Soul-Eater beasts to appear all of a sudden. But the blood pool was having abnormal activities currently. These guys all scurried out one after another. "Kill." Yi Yuan gave a cold cry, his figure turning into a phantom. Russ. Hi plussing straight for the Soul-Eater beasts. What he rushed towards was just a middle-stage rank 7 Soul-Eater beast. That Soul-Eater beast also charged toward Yi Yuan, a hint of scorn flash. Hi plussing across in its eyes. With a squeak, it disappeared before Yi Yuan's eyes. Then there was a squelch. Amidst everyone's amazed gazes, when the Soul-Eater beast that originally disappeared showed its figure, the bone sword Pares said through its chest. This Soul-Eater beast was already deader than dead. Before dying, the Soul-Eater beast still opened its eyes wide to look at Yi Yuan, clearly not believing that Yi Yuan could actually kill it. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The Soul-Eater beasts started braying frenziedly, turning into one glimmering afterimage after another, pouncing over toward Yi Yuan. The claws of these Soul-Eater beasts were extremely sharp. Their attacks actually carried spatial law. Even when encountering ordinary Empyreans, they likely had no opponents in the same rank too. It was just a pity that they ran into Yi Yuan. Apart from a few late-stage rank 7 Soul-Eater beasts that could fight with Yi Yuan to the point they were evenly matched, the other Soul-Eater beasts could not block Yi Yuan's sword at all. Yi Yuan's sword was like a ghost amidst the bloody light. Areas that it Pares said by, it reaped the lives of Soul-Eater beasts without restraint. Chapter 2236, Too Late. Chapter 2236, Too Late. The Ghost Empyreans were incredibly shocked. Yi Yuan's strength was clearly only 5th Firmament Empyrean, but his combat strength was not the slightest bit inferior to a 7th Firmament Empyrean. Furthermore, his sword was extremely bizarre. It actually disregarded the Soul-Eater beast's spatial law. No matter how swift like lightning these Soul-Eater beasts were, he could kill them with one sword move. Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourn's gaze turned slightly dark and said, "This kid is fishy." Heavenly Emperor 9 Lives' eyes were sharp and said with some surprise, "This boy knows some spatial law too." Furthermore, he fused sword Dao law and spatial law. His offensive power is very sharp. I didn't expect that he's also adept at restraining Soul-Eater beasts. Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourn sneered when he heard that and said, "Human genius martial artist is it? Jeej, dying here is also pretty good." The other heavenly emperors also had gloating expressions on their faces. But when the Empyreans heard it, they felt surprised. This punk's soul force was so strong. So they did not expect that he was also such a terrifying genius in martial arts. No wonder he could actually block Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourn's attack previously. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, ear-piercing screams were emitted in the caves by the side. 3 enormous Soul-Eater beasts scurried out, pouncing straight for Yi Yuan. Hiss. There are actually still several 8th Firmament Empyrean Soul-Eater beasts hiding. Luckily this brat lured them out. Otherwise, we'd be dead for sure. However, this boy's strength is genuinely strong. Placed among human martial artists, he's absolutely a first-rate genius too. What a shame, he's going to die here. When the group of ghost Empyreans saw these 3/8 firmament Empyrean Soul-Eater beasts, each and every one of them felt their scalps tingle. This level of Soul-Eater beasts was virtually one bite each for them. After Yi Yuan killed more than a dozen Soul-Eater beasts in a row, these 3/8 firmament Empyrean Soul-Eater beasts finally could not hold back anymore. With 3/8 firmament Empyrean Soul-Eater beasts joining in, Yi Yuan's pressure immediately skyrocketed. But he relied on his movement technique superiority and could barely manage to tangle with the Soul-Eater beasts. When the group of Empyreans saw this scene, each and every one of them was extremely shocked. Yi Yuan's combat strength was too fearsome. He was simply a human-shaped monster. These 3/8 firmament Empyrean Soul-Eater beasts, each one facing a human 8th firmament Empyrean, could definitely win too. But, under the pincer attacks of so many Soul-Eater beasts, Yi Yuan could actually still hold out. Even though Yi Yuan's body had quite a few injuries added, the number of Soul-Eater beasts was still slowly reducing. The faces of the group of Heavenly Emperors finally revealed solemn expressions. Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn gnashed his teeth in hatred as he said, "This brat was actually still hiding his strength previously. If not for these 3 Soul-Eater beasts taking action, we've all have been deceived by him." Heavenly Emperor Ninelives's gaze also turned slightly dark and said, "Hiding his strength is nothing much, but these Soul-Eater beasts are a huge threat. I reckon that there might even be peak Empyrean realm Soul-Eater beasts hiding nearby." The moment these words came out, the Heavenly Emperors turned pale with fright. Peak Empyrean Soul-Eater beasts were absolutely horrifying existences to Ghost Dao powerhouses. Peak Empyrean and 8th firmament Empyrean Soul-Eater beasts hiding. What were their targets? Was there still a need to say? At this time, they were rejoicing greatly for Yi Yuan's existence. If not for Yi Yuan, they might really have been tricked by these Soul-Eater beasts. While Heavenly Emperors were invincible existences, Soul-Eater beasts and Ghost Dao Heavenly Emperors were different. Peak Empyrean Soul-Eater beasts similarly posed tremendous threats to Ghost Dao Heavenly Emperors. Encountering a natural enemy, the disparity in cultivation realm was no longer disparity sometimes. If these Soul-Eater beasts sneak attacked by taking advantage of the chaos, the final result would really be hard to say. If a peak Empyrean Soul-Eater beast could eat a Ghost Dao Heavenly Emperor, breaking through to become a Heavenly Emperor would practically not have much suspense anymore. This kind of temptation was worth Soul-Eater beasts taking the risk. However, all their plans were disrupted by Yi Yuan. His strength was too strong and actually forcefully contending with the Soul-Eater beasts horde by himself. Currently, even 8th firmament Empyrean Soul-Eater beasts were forced out, and they were still unable to do anything to Yi Yuan. Sure enough, not long after, a green shadow tore through the blood colors and flew straight for Yi Yuan. Rumble. Yi Yuan's reaction was extremely fast. With a backhand, it was a sword. However, this 9th firmament Empyrean Soul-Eater beast was too strong. Yi Yuan vomited a mouthful of fresh bloody violently and was blasted flying out. How could Yi Yuan still dare to remain still? His figure flashed, tunneling into one of the nearby Pares sageways. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The 9th firmament Empyrean Soul-Eater beast cried out strangely and turned into a streak of green light to chase after. The Soul-Eater beasts were already enraged. How could they be willing to let Yi Yuan go? Several dozen Soul-Eater beasts were in hot pursuit, chasing Yi Yuan into that Pares sageway. A hint of amuse. EMENT flashed across the corners of Heavenly Emperor Ninelive's mouth and he said coolly, "All right, let's go then." Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn laughed loudly and said, "This brat finally met his match. This time, see if he still doesn't die." Yi Yuan luring away the Soul-Eater beasts, the Empyreans could finally heave a sigh in relief. But following that, there was no one to block the spear for them anymore, they could only hope for the best. In the crowd, Wu Jiang's expression flickered incessantly. Finally, he still followed everyone and left. Swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus Yi Yuan turned into a streak of flowing light, speed swift to the extreme. Behind him, several dozen Soul-Eater beasts were quick as lightning, in hot pursuit. This Pares sageway's bloodlight was a little dimmer. Clearly, it was not the most important Pares sageway. In a blink, They arrived in an open area. Yi Yuan's figure suddenly stopped. The group of Soul-Eater beasts also abruptly stopped, enclosing Yi Yuan in the middle. The Soul-Eater beasts' leader looked at Yi Yuan, a hint of balefulness in its gaze. These Soul-Eater beasts had extremely high intellect. Furthermore, their guts were Ma's sieve, to actually dare ambush heavenly emperors. However, all these plans were ruined by Yi Yuan. So how could they not be furious? Yi Yuan looked at the Soul-Eater beast leader and said with a light smile, "All right, there's no one here anymore, can send you all on the way already." The current Yi Yuan, his entire person's aura was incomparably sharp and fierce, just like a sharp sword that was drawn from its sheath. How did he look like he was heavily injured earlier? Heavenly Emperor Nine Lives, they all thought that Yi Yuan was already forced to his limits. Actually, all this was within Yi Yuan's calculations. Soul-Eater beasts were very clever. Seeing Yi Yuan's appearance, they immediately became vigilant, eyes revealing wary looks. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The Soul-Eater beasts suddenly cried out strangely, turning into bolts of lightning, and they were about to escape. Too late. Immobilize. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly as he opened his mouth and said coolly, "Time freeze." Several dozen streaks of sword light flashed by and disappeared. How much stronger was the power compared to before? Kai, Kai, Kai. Several dozen Soul-Eater beasts were directly killed by Yi Yuan. The 8th Firmament Empyrean Soul-Eater beast was already heavily injured on the verge of death, without the slightest strength to resist. While the 9th Firmament Empyrean Soul-Eater beast's strength was formidable and was not thoroughly dead yet. Seal. Yi Yuan moved like lightning, instantly laying down an array formation, and imprisoning these few Soul-Eater beasts. Yi Yuan took out a small bottle and said with a faint smile, "I didn't expect that there are actually still fierce beasts like you guys. This really greatly exceeded my expectations. Heavenly Emperor Nine Lives, since you think so highly of this Yi, then this Yi also can't be stingy and will send a big gift to you later." Chapter 2237, Repaying Great Kindness. Chapter 2237, Repaying Great Kindness within a Ma's sieve cast cave. Several dozen figures were above the dome. Above the dome, there was a densely packed swarm, blotting out the sky and covering the sun. The Ghost Dao Empyreans were currently undergoing a bloody battle with a bunch of blood-red bats. On the other side, the 7 great heavenly emperors were currently in a fierce battle with 3 gigantic bloodwing bats. Fortunately, SPACE was heavily distorted here. The undulations of their battle, the majority of it was transmitted away. The 3 bloodwing bat kings were all heavenly emperor realm, with their combat strength being extremely formidable. Even if there was heavenly emperor Nine Lives, this 2nd firmament heavenly emperor taking part in the battle, they were still unable to do anything to them within a short time. A blood-red lotus flower was growing upside down above the dome, emitting heart-palpitating undulations. That was shockingly a rank 8 spirit medicine. On the battlefield, came Nine Lives' alarmed and furious voice. "This group of fools actually can't even take care of a bunch of bats. So many people added up isn't as good as that kid alone too. Really a bunch of good-for-nothings." At this time, he actually somewhat missed Yi Yuan. This group of people walking all the way, encountered this blood lotus flower before long. Rank 8 spirit medicine, these heavenly emperor powerhouses were naturally moved. But who would have expected that this blood lotus flower actually had a large group of bloodwing bats protecting, and there were even 3 heavenly emperor realm bloodwing bat king. Even though 7 great heavenly emperors joining hands practically overwhelmed the bloodwing bats, they could not take them down in a short time either. The living things in this blood pool all had their methods against soul bodies. Among them, one of the bloodwing bat kings was already a peak 1st firmament heavenly emperor. Coupled with its strange sound wave attack, even heavenly emperor Nine Lives would find it hard to ward off too. While on the other side, those bloodwing bat numbers were tremendous. Although the majority of these bloodwing bats were only rank 6, the numbers of rank 7 were not a lot, but their numbers were too many. After a bloody battle, the bloodwing bats and Ghost Dao Empyreans this side suffered heavy casualties. Damn it, if I'd long known this, I would have let that punk live a while longer. These fools, they simply don't have any use at all. Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn gnashed his teeth in hatred. Only at this time did they know the significance of Yi Yuan's existence. At this time, it was too late to repent. Brother Nine Lives, this isn't a solution. Until when are you planning on holding back? Heavenly Emperor Brutalfeather said in a solemn voice. Heavenly Emperor Nine Lives let out a sigh and said, "Forget it. I originally wanted to save some strength, but these three fellows are indeed somewhat troublesome." Finished talking, his fingertips curled lightly. A black lantern appeared in his hand. The black lantern emitted an incomparably strong aura. It was shockingly a Heavenly Emperor spirit treasure. When the Heavenly Emperors saw this scene, each and every one of them was overjoyed. "Yuluo Ghost Lantern," Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn said with a pleasant surprise. This Yuluo Ghost Lantern was Heavenly Emperor Ninelives' lifeblood Heavenly Emperor spirit treasure. Its power was immensely powerful. One could say that the Heavenly Emperor Ninelives with the Yuluo Ghost Lantern was the real Heavenly Emperor Ninelive. It was only to see Heavenly Emperor Ninelives hold his palm out. Yuluo Ghost Lantern exuded a sinister ghostly energy, making the entire cast cave's temperature drop by a few degrees. Voracious ghost face, devour for me. Heavenly Emperor Ninelives' gaze turned intent, crying out coldly. A behemoth-like, ghostly figure emerged from the Yuluo Ghost Lantern. This ghost face opened its gaping maws and guzzled over towards the three Bloodwing Bat Kings. Sensing this terrifying ghost face, a hint of viciousness flashed across the eyes of that strongest Bloodwing Bat King's eyes. Suddenly, bloody light shone brightly. The three Bloodwing Bat Kings opened their gaping maws. A sound wave that could obliterate heaven and decimate the earth vibrated out. Pewalk, pewalk, pewalk. Far away, quite a few Ghost Dao powerhouses were affected by this horrifying sound wave and directly exploded. The faces of the 7 great Heavenly Emperors changed greatly, not expecting that these Bloodwing Bat Kings were actually so strong. No time to think too much, they unleashed all of their trump cards, meeting with the Bloodwing Bat Kings one after another. The great battle escalated once more. The 7 great Heavenly Emperors had the advantage in numbers in the end. Gradually, the 3 Bloodwing Bat Kings finally could not hold on anymore. The 7 great Heavenly Emperors were incomparably excited. Their injuries were not light either, but obtaining the Blood Lotus flower, everything would be worth it. "Yo, very lively her." Right at this moment, a discordant voice suddenly sounded out. The Heavenly Emperor's gazes turned intent, looking at that figure which suddenly appeared with horrified faces. Who could this figure be if not Yi Yuan? Heavenly Emperor Ninelives' eyes shrunk and he exclaimed, "This boy is actually not dead. No, wait. Why doesn't he have any injuries on his body at all?" Being pursued by a peak Empyrean Soul-Eater beast, Yi Yuan actually did not have injuries on his body. How did this guy do it? The 7 great Heavenly Emperors all had astounded faces. It was also because of this that they were almost finished off by the Bloodwing Bat Kings. They had no time to think too much, immediately recollecting their mouths and focusing on dealing with the Bloodwing Bat Kings. Actually, Yi Yuan had arrived long ago and was concealed in the void all along, observing the great battle between the Bloodwing Bat Kings and the Heavenly Emperors. At this time, the timing was apt, that was why Yi Yuan revealed his figure. How is this possible? Boy, what do you want to do? Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn said in alarm and anger. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Do what? In order to repay Lord Heavenly Emperor's great kindness, this Yi is naturally going to pluck this Blood Lotus flower away." Done talking, Yi Yuan did not hesitate either, striding out and flying straight for the Blood Lotus flower. The number of Bloodwing Bat was a lot. The moment they saw Yi Yuan rush over, there were immediately several Empyrean realm Bloodwing Bats that rushed over, attempting to stop Yi Yuan. But, the places that Yi Yuan's sword light arrived at, these Bloodwing Bats were not opponents that could last one exchange with this sword move at all. His combat power was even stronger than these Ghost Empyreans added together. But the moment he joined the battlefield, there were immediately even more Bloodwing Bats that came to surround him. Yi Yuan brandished his sword and slaughtered them, akin to entering a no-man's land. No one noticed that when Yi Yuan was killing the Bloodwing Bats, he was quietly laying down an array formation above the dome. Over there, when the Heavenly Emperors saw this scene, Each and every one of them was extremely alarmed and enraged. They cursed fervently, but Yi Yuan completely ignored them and got closer and closer to the blood lotus flower. Heavenly Emperor Ninelives's gaze turned intent and he suddenly smacked the Yuluo ghost lantern. A thick to the extreme black gas gushed out, enveloping his whole body. Vaja ghost body. Explode for me. Heavenly Emperor Ninelives seemed to have draped on a layer of battle armor, his combat power suddenly going off the charts. Those 3 Bloodwing Bat Kings were long already arrows at the end of its flight. How could they resist the second firmament Heavenly Emperor Ninelives, rampaging once more? Rumble. 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 The horrifying energy undulation made the entire Cast Cave's SPACE become several degrees more distorted. The 3 great Bloodwing Bat Kings were finally finished off by Heavenly Emperor Ninelives. While at this time, Yi Yuan already charged to the vicinity of the Blood Lotus flower. Heavenly Emperor Ninelives' gaze was incomparably cold as he said with a sneer, "Heaven has a path, but you refuse to walk. HLL has no gate yet you want to barge inside. Since you're seeking death, then this Heavenly Emperor will send you off." Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn also smiled coldly and said, "Brat, you survived a calamity and actually still dared to come and court death. This time, I'll see where you can hide. Kill." A measly little Empyrean actually dared to covet the treasure that they expended great efforts to obtain. The 7 great Heavenly Emperors were incomparably enraged and actually joined forces and charged over. 7 Heavenly Emperors, how astonis. HI plusing was the power? When the other Ghost Dao powerhouses saw this scene, each and every one of their complexions turned deathly pale. While right at this time, a hint of a strange smile suddenly flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. When Heavenly Emperor Ninelives saw this smile, all the hair on his body stood up. Chapter 2238, Ravaging Heavenly Emperors. Chapter 2238, Ravaging Heavenly Emperors. An unbelievably strong sense of crisis welled up in Heavenly Emperor Ninelives's heart. He looked at that extremely mocking smile of Yi Yuan's. No idea why, it was like seeing the faint smile of the Grim Reaper. Not good. There's a trap. Heavenly Emperor Ninelives's figure suddenly stopped, wanting to pull out and leave. But how could it still make it in time? Formation, arise. Yi Yuan said with a cold cry. Suddenly, the 7 great Heavenly Emperors area became a misty stretch. Ah! Soul-Eater Beast's saliva. This is the saliva of Soul-Eater Beast. Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn gave a miserable scream. His cries were filled with alarm and terror. Miserable cries came over one after another. The 7 great Heavenly Emperors seemed to have fallen into HEL all of a sudden, crying out at the top of their voices. Heavenly Emperor Ninelives moved the fastest according to the Cirque stances, directly breaking the formation and leaving. But he was the first who charged over. The Soul-Eater Beast's saliva that he was contaminated by was also the most. Although Yi Yuan's array formation was formidable, it was nothing to Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. However, the goal of Yi Yuan's array formation was not to trap them. It was just to make them get contaminated with the Soul-Eater Beast's saliva. Heavenly Emperor Zhao Hun's reaction was the slowest. His whole body from head to toe was practically tainted by Soul-Eater Beast's saliva. His body instantly became much dimmer. The other Heavenly Emperors were also infected with Soul-Eater Beast's saliva to varying degrees. For some time, miserable cries lingered in their ears. With the addition of Yi Yuan, those Ghost Dao powerhouses' pressure fell drastically and already broke up the remaining Bloodwing bats. When they saw that the 7 great Heavenly Emperors were actually in this state, each and every one of them looked toward Yi Yuan with incredible shock. Not only did this guy not die, he killed his way back instead and turned the Heavenly Emperors into this state. Was he still human? Damn it. How can this Soul-Eater Beast saliva be so strong? This Heavenly Emperor feels like I'm about to asphyxiate already. Heavenly Emperor Ninelives's gaze finally revealed a hint of panic. Yi Yuan took his time to pluck the blood lotus flower, put it away, and said with a faint smile, "I refined this Soul-Eater Beast saliva before. The power is roughly 100 times of the original." Heavenly Emperor Ninelives's pupils constricted, looking at Yi Yuan with a look of terror. Soul Eater beast saliva was a potent toxin to soul bodies to begin with. Now, this was actually 100 times greater than before. This lethality was too great. On Heavenly Emperor Ninelives's body, Tao marks flickered incessantly. But it was still unable to stop the dissipation of the body. Amidst the miserable cries, Heavenly Emperor Zhaohun's figure became dimmer and dimmer, finally dissipating without a trace. The Ghost Empireans only felt their scalps tingle, looking at this scene with great terror. The scene before their eyes was seriously too shocking. A Heavenly Emperor powerhouse died just like that. A Ghost Empyrean still did not quite dare to believe it. Heavenly Emperor powerhouses were extremely hard to kill and also represented invincibility. In their view, Heavenly Emperors were undying existences. But now, one was actually killed by an Empyrean just like that. All the gazes gathered on Yi Yuan, full of dread. This human was too terrifying. Very soon, another Heavenly Emperor scattered and disappeared completely, dead. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, looking at this scene with a calm face. Tao marks revolved on the Heavenly Emperor's bodies, resisting the corrosion of the Soul Eater beast saliva madly. After all, they were Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. Enveloping in Tao marks, their life force was extremely strong. Heavenly Emperor Brutal Feather, Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn, and a few others were more careful. The Soul Eater beasts' salivas they were tainted by were not much. They barely managed to resist it. Heavenly Emperor Ninelives's strength was the strongest. He resisted the corrosion desperately, but his body was still in the midst of slowly dissipating. Very soon, the third Heavenly Emperor perished. Heavenly Emperor Brutal Feather, Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn, and the rest finally kept the dissipation of their bodies in check. But their bodies already became very illusory. The Soul Eater beasts' saliva clearly caused them great injury, and they were unable to be recovered to full health within a short time. The Ghost Empyreans sucked in a cold breath. In a blink, out of 7 great Heavenly Emperors, 3 died and 3 were injured. There was still one currently struggling desperately. This human was simply too fearsome, but seeing this scene, the group of Ghost Empyreans also felt delighted in their hearts. From the beginning, they were kidnapped by the 7 great Heavenly Emperors, who forced them to enter and be cannon fodders. Now, seeing them so miserable, they were naturally happy to see it happen. Heavenly Emperor Ninelives's figure became fainter and fainter, and he was clearly could not hold on already. As for Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn, his expression currently was extremely ugly. Swoos. Plus Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn did not hesitate in the slightest, turning around and fleeing. Yi Yuan laughed coldly, taking a step out, and actually reached first despite launching later, blocking Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn. Why? Meeting once again, haven't even said hello properly and you want to leave already? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn's strength currently had less than 5% remaining and was weak to the extreme. He was not Yi Yuan's match at all. What do you want? Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn said with a look of apprehension. What do I want? Don't you have any idea what you've done before? Didn't you say that my threat was very laughable? Didn't you say that an Empyrean threatening a Heavenly Emperor is overestimating my own ability? What about now? Are Heavenly Emperors very impressive? Yi Yuan said with a look of amuse. Were Heavenly Emperors very impressive? How insufferably arrogant was the Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn previously, killing people at a word of disagreement. In his eyes, Yi Yuan and these Ghost Tao Empyreans were merely ant-like existences. But now, Yi Yuan had full confidence when he said this sentence. The other Heavenly Emperors were still fine, but this Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn wanted his life straight away. Later, he also incited Heavenly Emperor Ninelives time and again. This enmity was long formed. It was naturally impossible for Yi Yuan to let him off. Yi Yuan, the matters previously were all this Heavenly Emperor's fault. I apologize to you. I beg you to give me a way out. Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn was shameless and actually lowered himself and begged Yi Yuan for mercy. Yi Yuan grinned and said, if apologizing had a use, what do we still need cultivation for? Isn't becoming strong is to be able to control everything as we wish. Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourn's expression changed, and he said in a cold voice, Yi Yuan, do you really want to have a life and death struggle? Yi Yuan could not help laughing as he said, life and death struggle? With just the likes of you? Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourn's gaze turned intent. Gritting his teeth, Tao marks surfaced on his body. A surge of heavenly Tao pressure suddenly enveloped. There was suddenly a dark axe in his hand. Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasure, he snorted coldly and said, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Yi Yuan, you forced me. That's distant hatred. Heaven Slaughter Axe, Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourn's consummate skill. Heavenly Emperor powerhouses are Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. Even when seriously injured, they are also not what Empyreans can provoke. What's Yi Yuan doing? Could it be that he already resigned himself to fate? The Ghost Empyreans had shocked faces, clearly being intimidated by Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourn's imposing aura. Even if Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourn was currently seriously wounded, the might of a Heavenly Emperor still could not be provoked. Just based on Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasures and Tao marks, he could still instantly kill peak Empyrean powerhouses. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back. With a calm mind, he was watching Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourn perform, seemingly not having the intention of taking action. Just as Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourn's aura soared to the peak and the axe was about to land, Yi Yuan lightly spat a word out of his mouth. Immobilize. At the same time, Yi Yuan flashed, already arriving in front of Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourn, scattering Soul-Eater Beast saliva. Chapter 2239, Even. Chapter 2239, Even the shrill scream shook until the entire cave was practically about to collapse. The quant. One tie of this bunch of Soul-Eater Beast salivas was sufficient for Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourn to die 10 times over. He could dispel away the Soul-Eater Beast saliva in the array formation, but in his current state, how could he dodge Yi Yuan's time freeze? His figure became fainter and fainter, finally dissipating without a trace amidst the miserable screams. Yi Yuan received Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourn's axe and put away the Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasure. Although he did not use an axe, it was a Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasure after all. Each and every one of these Heavenly Emperors had ulterior motives too. The battle situation was so fierce, and yet Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourn actually still held back. While at this time, over at Heavenly Emperor Ninelives' side, the struggle came to an epilogue already as well. A second firmament Heavenly Emperor, the tenacity of his life force was on a completely different level. He got hit by the most, but he held out the longest. All of the Empyreans gazes SHI plus FTD along with Yi Yuan, and they could still hear the sounds of cold air being drawn from time to time. This guy was too terrifying. Just now, that was Heavenly Tao true word, right? Heavenly Emperor Ghostmourn didn't die in vain. They all thought that they had already figured out Yi Yuan's trump cards. But what Yi Yuan displayed before was merely just a portion of it. With a wave of a hand, among the 7 great Heavenly Emperors, 5 dead and 2 injured. Truly a terrifying fellow. These ghost Tao Empyreans were also old monsters who had lived for no idea how many tens of thousands of years already. But their past experiences added up was also not as shocking as today. Only today did they know that it turned out Heavenly Emperors could be so feeble too. Yi Yuan's footsteps moved, slowly walking over towards Heavenly Emperor Ninelives. Brat, this Heavenly Dumperer won't let you off. Heavenly Emperor Ninelives looked at Yi Yuan hatefully and bellowed. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly, revealing a look of disdain. The threat of someone who was about to die, would he take it to heart? Rather, that Yuluo ghost lantern, Yi Yuan paid quite a bit of attention to it. Release. Right at this time, Heavenly Emperor Ninelives finally gave up struggling, ending his life with his own weapon. Heavenly Emperor Ninelives perished. Everyone's heart shook wildly. Although they had known the ending long ago, when this ending really occurred, they still felt like they did not dare to believe it. After all, that was a second firmament Heavenly Emperor. Yi Yuan himself did not have much reaction to his suicide, grabbing straight at the Yuluo ghost lantern. But just as his hand was about to grab until the Yuluo ghost lantern, warning bells rang. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded out, Brother Yi, careful. Heavenly Emperor Nine Lives didn't die. No time to think too much. Yi Yuan displayed spatial law to the extreme, directly Vonnie's. HI plussing on the spot. Rumble. The place where Yi Yuan was standing, a vacuum was directly blasted out in the bloodlight. Only afterward did it slowly recover. Pew walk. Even if Yi Yuan's reaction was extremely fast, he was still affected by this. His gaze turned slightly dark, looking at the Yuluo ghost lantern. It was only to see a ghost slowly emerge from within. Who could it be if not Heavenly Emperor Nine Lives? He looked at Yi Yuan. A hint of killing intent was flash. HI plussing across his eyes as he said in a solemn voice, "Turns out that this is your true strength. We were all hoodwinked by you." The spatial law that Yi Yuan displayed just now already reached peak rank 6. Even ordinary heavenly emperors would find it hard to compare to. The certain kill strike that he prepared for Yi Yuan was still evaded by Yi Yuan in the end. Heavenly Emperor Nine Lives could not help regretting deeply. Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Emperor Nine Lives, his gazes glimmering. This guy actually rose from the dead. But the second firmament Heavenly Emperor was significantly weaker than before, and already dropped to a first firmament Heavenly Emperor. Heavenly Emperor Nine Lives did not make a move now. Clearly, he was extremely wary of Yi Yuan too. The Soul-Eater beast's saliva after being refined was too strong. If he were to be contaminated again, he would virtually not have much strength to fight back anymore. Heavenly Emperor Nine Lives. Heh, I underestimated your name, Yi Yuan said with a cold laugh. Heavenly Emperor Nine Lives snorted coldly and said, "This Yuluo ghost lantern can save 8 soul parts, Noris. HI plussing them inside. Each soul part is 1 life. This Heavenly Emperor naturally has 9 lives. Otherwise, how do you think Heavenly Emperor Nine Lives this title came about?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "So that's how it is. I killed a life of yours, we're considered even. If you provoke this Yi again, then this Yi don't dare to guarantee how many lives you can still have remaining." This was a blatant threat. Heavenly Emperor Nine Lives' gaze turned cold. Staying quiet for a moment, he suddenly turned his head to look at Wu Jiang. "You know this Heavenly Emperor's trump card?" The one who warned earlier was none other than precisely Wu Jiang. Wu Jiang's expression was somewhat ugly and he said, "Back then, you and Heavenly Emperor Spirit Bless, in order to fight for the Sylvanet blood essence, perished together. This Wu just happened to be present. However, the result of that battle was that he perished, but you obtained the Sylvanet blood essence, and broke through to become a second firmament Heavenly Emperor." When everyone heard this, they could not help revealing a look of surprise. Heavenly Emperor Spirit Bless was also a peerless powerhouse who walked out of the Azura Blood Sea, but he died in the end. They did not expect that he actually perished together with Heavenly Emperor Nine Lives. Yuluo Ghost Lantern. This Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasure was truly a major killing tool. Heavenly Emperor Spirit Bless perished, but Heavenly Emperor Nine Lives obtained the Sylvanet blood essence. Because of it, he broke through to become a second firmament Heavenly Emperor. It was just a pity that this time, Heavenly Emperor Nine Lives did not obtain any benefits. Not only did he lose a life, but his realm also fell too. In the end, the Blood Lotus flower was also acquired by Yi Yuan. One could say that any gains could not make up for the losses. Yi Yuan arrived in front of Wu Jiang with a flash and said, "Just now, many thanks for Brother Wu's warning. This Yi owes you a favor." Finished talking, Yi Yuan took out the Blood Lotus flower. A sword light flashed past and actually directly split the Blood Lotus flower into 2. He pares said Wu Jiang half and said coolly, "This half portion of Blood Lotus flower, just take it as returning your favor." All around, the Empireans' faces had surprise and also envy. 1 sentence exchanged for half a Blood Lotus flower. This was too effortless. Wu Jiang did not take it and said with a bitter smile, "Actually, even without my reminder just now, Brother Yi would be fine too. This Blood Lotus flower, I'm not worthy of it." It was not that he, Wu Jiang, was an upright gentleman, but actually he had witnessed Yi Yuan's numerous means. His opinion of Yi Yuan was already not the same long ago. In the very beginning, he only felt that Yi Yuan's strength was not ordinary. That was why he wanted to form an alliance with him. But along the way, Yi Yuan overcame all the difficulties with his strength alone. He was virtually undefeatable in Empyrean realm. Now, he even slaughtered 5 great heavenly emperors in a row. This kind of battle achievement simply subverted his understanding. Just now, he saw it plainly. When he was warning Yi Yuan, the latter already unconsciously displayed spatial law. Hence, even without his warning, Yi Yuan would also be fine. At most, the injuries would just be slightly worse. Therefore, it was not that he did not want to take this half-blood lotus flower, but that he did not dare to take it. Obtaining this half-portion of blood lotus flower, with his talent, he would have another 10% assurance of salting rank 8 Empyrean. Yi Yuan directly stuffed half of the blood lotus flower into Wu Jiang's hands and said coolly, "This he looks at the process, not look at the result. You deserve to take it." Along the way, Yi Yuan was still rather discontented with Wu Jiang. After all, he and Wu Jiang formed an alliance, but Wu Jiang never took any action. However, with that warning earlier, this half a blood lotus flower was worth it. Chapter 2240. Does this boy want to defy the heavens? Chapter 2240. Does this boy want to defy the heavens? It was a great battle. The losses were heavy. Everyone recuperated on their own. Yi Yuan did not think too much, directly swallowing his portion of blood lotus flower. Blood lotus flower was an extremely rare rank 8 spirit medicine. The spiritual energy contained within was extremely abundant. If refined into a pill, it would be a medicinal pill that could let heavenly emperor powerhouses advance greatly in strength. The blood lotus flower grew in the Azura blood sea, this kind of place. Hence, it contained a lot of carnage energy inside. Ordinary human martial artists did not dare to directly swallow it at all. Seeing Yi Yuan directly swallow the blood lotus flower, the Empyreans could not help being stupefied. However, Yi Yuan did not care. Carnage energy was similarly a great tonic to him. Half a day later, Yi Yuan's aura skyrocketed, finally reaching peak middle stage chaos realm. There was only a hair's breadth away from late stage chaos realm. Seeing this, everyone could not help feeling speechless. This human was unable to gauge using common sense at all. Yi Yuan found Wu Jiang and discovered that his aura also rose significantly, and that he had already reached peak Empyrean realm. Furthermore, Yi Yuan could detect that the blood lotus flower still had a large portion of medicinal strength that was not refined. The residual rank 8 laws in the blood lotus flower would also help him comprehend heavenly Tao, and this would increase the chances of breaking through to become a heavenly emperor. Yi Yuan could perceive that Wu Jiang's strength was extraordinary. With this blood lotus flower, he already faintly had some awareness that breaking through to become a heavenly emperor in the future would likely not be difficult. This thing meant too much to Wu Jiang. Rather, it was Yi Yuan who was like a bottomless pit, sucking all the medicinal strength without anything remaining. Looks like Brother Wu's harvest is greater than I imagined. Congratulations, Brother Wu, Yi Yuan said with a light smile. Wu Jiang had a grateful look as he said, "This is still all thanks to Brother Yi gifting the medicine." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "The Sylvanet blood essence hasn't appeared for a long time, but Heavenly Emperor level fierce beasts are already appearing here. Continuing forward will be unbelievably dangerous. Let's bid farewell here." Wu Jiang's gaze flickered and was just about to speak when suddenly, the laughter of a child suddenly sounded out inside the cast cave. He! The faces of the Empyreans changed slightly. Suddenly, a streak of silver light flashed past. Whoosh! Plus everyone only felt a blur before their eyes. That silver light rushed straight for the Heavenly Emperor Brutalfeather who was currently healing his injuries. The powerful Heavenly Emperor Brutalfeather actually did not have the slightest strength to resist and was directly abducted away. Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil, activate. Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp, directly activating the Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil. He then saw a 7 to 8 years old child biting Heavenly Emperor Brutalfeather in his mouth, and he was heading toward the depths of the Pares Sageway. Heavenly Emperor Brutalfeather's face revealed a look of terror. But he was being bitten by the child and did not have leftover strength to resist at all. Wu Jiang's face changed and he said, "That's the aura of the Sylvanet blood essence. A Sylvanet blood essence that has taken human form. Yi Yuan's expression changed wildly. Virtually without the slightest hesitation, his figure shot out like lightning. At the same time, Heavenly Emperor Ninelives's figure also shot out like lightning. The two figures, one in front and one at the back, vanished plussing from everyone's line of sight in a blink of an eye. This Sylvanet blood essence actually grasped spatial law. Yi Yuan was startled. With his spatial law comprehensions, he actually could not catch up to the Sylvanet blood essence within a short time. This Sylvanet blood essence's spatial law was already rather terrifying. However, Yi Yuan's spatial law was ultimately a notch higher. The distance was constantly shrinking. At the back, the more Heavenly Emperor Ninelives chased, the more alarmed he got. This Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, actually could not catch up to an Empyrean. Yi Yuan's spatial law was not restricted here at all. This guy was simply a monster. However, he was, at any rate, a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, forcefully relying on his powerful divine essence as an advantage, hanging behind Yi Yuan. Three figures, racing each other, plussing in the Pares Sageway. But Yi Yuan was burning with anxiety in his heart. The deeper in, the more dangerous. Those top major powers were all in the depths of the Pares Sageway. The direction that this Sylvanet blood essence was heading in was precisely where the Bloody light was most flourish. Plussing. While at this time, Yi Yuan's sun-moon heavenly pupil saw it clearly. As the Sylvanet blood essence fled, it gnawed on Heavenly Emperor Brutal Feather. He could feel that child's aura currently becoming stronger little by little. Hurry. A little faster. Yi Yuan urged his speed to the limits, but he was still unable to be any faster. Although the distance was shrinking, continuing to chase at this speed, no idea when he would have to chase until. At this very moment, Yi Yuan only had one thought in his mind, that was to be a little faster. Behind Yi Yuan, Heavenly Emperor Ninelives's pupils suddenly constricted, his heart shaking wildly. In his eyes, Yi Yuan's speed suddenly skyrocketed, like he added an ignition device, heading for the Sylvanet blood essence like flying. What's going on? This boy clearly already reached his limits. Why would he suddenly become so fast? No, wait. It's me who slowed down. Monstrous waves stirred up in Heavenly Emperor Ninelives's heart. He discovered that the scenery on both sides gradually slowed down. But he was clearly maintaining the fastest speed. What was going on? Earlier, when he saw Yi Yuan suddenly accelerate, it was just his misconception. Suddenly, Heavenly Emperor Ninelives's thoughts flashed in his mind, his gaze revealing a look of amazement. Time law. This boy comprehended time law? Won't be wrong. This is definitely time law. Heavenly Emperor Ninelives' current emotion was simply unable to use words to describe. He just felt his back drip with cold sweat. He only felt like there was a myriad of profanities running across his mind. How could there be such a monstrous person in this world? Time law, spatial law, two supreme laws. He comprehended two forms of time. Does this boy want to defy the heavens? Any words were insufficient to describe his current shock. At this moment, he was incomparably certain that Yi Yuan indeed touched time law, making the surrounding time flow slow down. Hence, that was why his speed would be blinding fast. Concerning supreme laws, comprehending one was already the blessing of 18 generations of ancestors. This boy actually comprehended two of them. In the future, after he corroborated his Tao and became a heavenly emperor, the day when he became a supreme lord, who could still be his match in this heavenspan world? Terrifying. Too terrifying. Just thinking about it, Heavenly Emperor Ninelives shuddered without feeling cold. Reaching Heavenly Emperor realm, the things that could make them be in awe and veneration were already very few. He had never thought that he would reveal fearful feelings toward an Empyrean realm martial artist one day. Meeting Yi Yuan for the first time, he only felt that his strength was decent. But along the way, he forced out Yi Yuan's strength little by little. When Yi Yuan displayed Heavenly Emperor True Word, that instant he annihilated Heavenly Emperor Ghostmorn. Only then did he know what kind of a monster he provoked. But he was still unconvinced. He was a Heavenly Emperor. How could he accept an Empyrean scaring him to this extent? Hence, He wanted to borrow the opportunity of rebirth and kill Yi Yuan in one stroke. But Yi Yuan's spatial law erupted in full force, finally still avoiding his certain kill strike. At that time, he became extremely apprehensive of Yi Yuan. If not for the Sylvanet blood essence being too important to him, he even wanted to leave at this point. But precisely because he followed after, he witnessed the moment of a miracle. A peerless powerhouse who gathered two supreme laws onto one body was born. Chapter 2241, The Powerhouse That Walked Out of the Blood Pool. Chapter 2241, The Powerhouse That Walked Out of the Blood Pool. Yi Yuan's heart was rippleless like an ancient well. He did not rejoice because of comprehending time law. He only had one thought, which was to catch up to the Sylvanet blood essence. The Sylvanet blood essence was too important to him. Without the Sylvanet blood essence, not only was he unable to let Dustless regain consciousness, Mu Lingxue would even thoroughly wither away. Time waited for no man. Yi Yuan was already unable to keep waiting. Closer. Even closer. Suddenly, the Sylvanet blood essence's footsteps suddenly stopped, and turned around abruptly, flash. Plusing Yi Yuan a charming and evil smile. At this time, Heavenly Emperor Brutalfeather was already completely gone. Clearly, he was eaten up by the Sylvanet blood essence. Yi Yuan's expression changed, alarming bells ringing. It was only to see Sylvanet blood essence suddenly suck in and was about to spew something out. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted and suddenly opened his mouth. Immobilize. Time freeze. Sylvanet blood essence's move was not used yet and was immobilized by Yi Yuan firmly there, unable to move a muscle. His eyes were full of astonishment. He also felt the change in time flow earlier and knew that he could not run. That was why he turned around and attacked. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually still had such a follow-up. Sword of Will, chop. Yi Yuan did not say a word, directly condensing the Sword of Will and chopped toward the Sylvanet blood essence. The Sylvanet blood essence had a primordial spirit body, also a type of soul body. Sword of Will caused the greatest harm to him. Sylvanet blood essence gave a fled groan and was directly blasted flying by Yi Yuan. This primordial spirit was originally peak Empyrean. After absorbing Heavenly Emperor Brutalfeather, he faintly showed signs of breaking through to become a Heavenly Emperor. It was just that, he had not broken through yet. So how could he withstand such a condensed choke from Yi Yuan? Sylvanet blood essence suffered serious injuries and rolled on the ground. But then he actually escaped into the void again, fleeing like a wisp of vapor, while at this time, Heavenly Emperor Ninelives also rushed over. Yi Yuan suddenly turned around, his eyes icy-cold. At this time, whoever vied for the Sylvanet blood essence with him, that would be a life-and-death great enmity. Yi Yuan absolutely would not show mercy. Seeing Yi Yuan's look, Heavenly Emperor Ninelives could not help trembling. He actually did not dare take another step forward. Yi Yuan did not have time to tangle with Heavenly Emperor Ninelives. Turning around, he chased after again. Sylvanet blood essence suffered heavy wounds. Its speed was no longer as fast as before. Yi Yuan went all out to chase after. This time it was much faster. Before long, Yi Yuan caught up to the Sylvanet blood essence. Immobilize. Sword of Will. Another set of combination techniques. Without the slightest surprise, the Sylvanet blood essence was seriously injured once more, rolling on the ground. Casting time freeze repeatedly, Yi Yuan felt drained too. However, in order to get the Sylvanet blood essence, he also could not care that much anymore. Sylvanet blood essence was clearly not an ordinary primordial spirit. His strength was much stronger than even peak Empyrean. Although Yi Yuan's two chops were swift and fierce, it was unable to kill him. Who knew that this guy rolled on the ground and ran away once more? Yi Yuan secretly cursed in his heart and could only chase again. Bang! 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 In front, extremely horrifying booming sounds came over. Clearly, there were powerhouses fighting. From time to time, there were even intense undulations transmitting out. If not for Yi Yuan being adept in spatial law, he would have long been decimated by this strong undulation. But this way, the difficulty of Yi Yuan catching up to the Sylvanet blood essence also increased. This Sylvanet blood essence charged inside crazily as if he did not want to preserve his life. Suddenly, it became clear before his eyes. There was no more path ahead. Ahead was a Ma's sieve blood pool. In the middle of the blood pool, there was a huge whirlpool, emitting an undulation that made people's hair raise. This undulation was just like the signs of a precious treasure being about to come into being. The source of this limitless bloodlight was this blood pool vortex. Within the Ma's sieve cast cave, there were dead bodies of fierce beasts covering the ground. These dead bodies had just died and were still giving off extremely strong undulations. While alive, they were clearly all late-stage Heavenly Emperor Supreme level fierce beasts. Above the dome of the cast cave, there were 8 statues of gods carved in various directions, the faces contorted. Above the vortex, there were clearly powerful restrictions. These powerful Heavenly Emperor powerhouses were currently bombarding those restrictions frenziedly. The restrictions already could not endure it and showed signs of about to collapse. The 2 people, one chased and one fled, and actually arrived at the deepest area of the blood sea. Instinctively, Yi Yuan felt that something was wrong. But he could not care that much anymore. His goal was the Sylvanet blood essence. You can't run anymore. Yi Yuan gave a cold cry and was about to employ the sword of will once more. But right at this time, a horrifying to the extreme energy suddenly erupted. Yi Yuan did not have time to make a move and was directly sent flying by a huge billow of air together with the Sylvanet blood essence. Yi Yuan spouted a mouthful of fresh blood violently, his figure jumping into the void, frenziedly avoiding the violent energy. That blood-red restriction was broken. Those Heavenly Emperors were caught by surprise, directly being blasted until they were sent flying out in all directions. This horrifying energy undulation, even Heavenly Emperors could not block it too. Fortunately, Yi Yuan was still very far away from them and was not situated in the center of the explosion. Otherwise, even if Yi Yuan had the 8th transformation golden body, he would also die without a doubt. In an instant, Yi Yuan displayed spatial law and avoided the countless streams of energy impact. That was how he turned danger into safety. But even so, he still suffered heavy injuries. As for the Sylvanet blood essence, his primordial spirit body was already blown until there was only a phantom left. The 2 people were both seriously injured. And at this time, the unresigned Heavenly Emperor Ninelives also just happened to rush over and just nice ran into this surge of terrifying energy. Heavenly Emperor Ninelives directly suffered serious wounds and was similarly bombarded until he only had a phantom figure left. He then fainted unconsciously. Right at this time, a figure slowly walked out of the blood pool. That imposing aura shocked heaven and earth, disdaining all under the heaven. Amidst the chaos, Yi Yuan gave a glance and his mind could not help being greatly shocked. That person slowly walked out of the blood pool and gave a disdainful glance at the Heavenly Emperor powerhouses lying on the ground. You. Who are you? The 7th firmament Heavenly Emperor Quicksand, looked at the arrival with a look of horror. The undulations emitting from this person seemingly indicated he was merely a middle-stage Heavenly Emperor. But the feeling that he gave Heavenly Emperor Quicksand was dangerous to the extreme. The arrival looked at Heavenspan World Quicksand and said with a disdainful look, "Who am I? You aren't fit to know yet. Foolish things. A spirit treasure can already make you all fight until heads are broken and bleeding. However, thanks to you all, this ancestor finally descended upon Heavenspan World anew. Ha ha ha. Tremble, humans." That person carried a jade plate in his hand, emitting an aura that made people feel suffocated. Clearly, such a big commotion was caused by this jade plate. The expressions of Heavenly Emperor Quicksand and the rest changed wildly. Only then did they know that they were simply being exploited by someone. This ancestor? Could it be that you're a Tao ancestor? This isn't possible. Heavenly Emperor Quicksand said in astonishment. That person's gaze revealed a trace of disdain and he said, "Tao ancestor? After this ancestor recovers my strength, those few little fellows, just wait and tremble." Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan directly swallowed several medicinal pills, some that recovered divine essence, and also recovered injuries. With end spirit divine pills entering the body, Yi Yuan's injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Done with these, he directly grabbed toward the Sylvanet blood essence. But right then, the Sylvanet blood essence flew straight towards that person who walked out of the blood pool with a whoosh. Plus Yi Yuan's expression changed wildly. Chapter 2242, Infinite God Killing Bow. Chapter 2242, Infinite God Killing Bow. In just a blink of an eye, the Sylvanet blood essence tunneled into that person's bosom. Yi Yuan's injuries had yet to recover, but it was already too late to want to catch up. The current Sylvanet blood essence was already unbelievably weak. That person hugged him, Dalmark's flash. HI plussing on his body. The Sylvanet blood essence was actually recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, the Sylvanet blood essence chirruped. People had no idea what he was talking about. That person's gaze looked toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's figure suddenly turned stiff, feeling like his throat was being clutched by someone, unable to even breathe. This person was too terrifying. Just this look, Yi Yuan was certain that the other party's strength was probably much more horrifying than Nine Origin. That was right, this guy who walked out of the blood pool, his aura was identical with Ninja He was of the divine race. Furthermore, he was an existence even more terrifying than Nine Origin. The divine race powerhouse rubbed the Sylvanet blood essence's little head and said, "Relax, this ancestor helped you to unlock intelligence. So you're this ancestor's person. If somebody bullies you, this ancestor will naturally seek justice for you. After this ancestor takes care of these few fellows, I'll extract that boy's divine soul out, and let you eat him." Hearing this, the Sylvanet blood essence giggled, appearing very happy. A hint of surprise flashed across Yi Yuan's eyes, but he did not run away. The Sylvanet blood essence was not captured, so how could he possibly escape? At most, enter the grey pupil state once more and clash head-on with this guy once. Although this divine race powerhouse was extremely terrifying, his present state was far from comparable to Nine Origin. Even though Yi Yuan was wary, it was not to the extent of fleeing in defeat either. The divine race powerhouse gave Yi Yuan a glance rather unexpectedly and said, "Under this ancestor's pressure, you actually didn't escape. Boy, you somewhat surprised me." Yi Yuan was merely a little crawling bug in his eyes. He would not care at all. His attention was still on those several heavenly emperors. After all, those were existences that could threaten him. Yi Yuan's gaze turned slightly dark and he said, "You're the divine race's ancestor. So you call yourself this ancestor? You know about the divine race?" The divine race powerhouse was really surprised this time. While the few heavenly emperors looked at Yi Yuan with blank faces. Clearly, they had not heard of such an amazing race before. "Not only do I know, but I also even fought them before. It's just a pity, too weak," Yi Yuan said coolly. Seeing the divine race, the fury in Yi Yuan's heart soared, and he naturally did not have any good expression. The moment the divine race powerhouse heard, he could not help bursting out laughing and said, "Haha, weak? It's still the first time somebody said that the divine race is weak in front of this ancestor. Boy, you're very COC Kai. However, you have to come up with a draft first when you're boasting too. My divine race, in the same rank, there's still no problem fighting 10 of you by themselves. Is that so? Then I wonder how many of your divine sons can fight me alone." Yi Yuan said with a look of contempt. The divine race powerhouse's eyes shrunk again. He discovered that Yi Yuan really seemed to know quite a bit about the divine race. The past had faded like smoke. Those in this heaven-span world who knew that the divine race's existence were only those old monsters who survived from the last epoch. How could this brat in front of him possibly know? His gaze turned dark and he said in a cold voice, "Humph. Brat, to dare provoke this ancestor. Well done, after this ancestor takes care of these few, I'll slowly deal with you again." Finished talking, his gaze turned sharp and he said to those few people, "All right, send the few of you on the way first." Done talking, the aura on the divine race powerhouse's body suddenly erupted, causing Dao marks flickering incessantly. An outrageous pressure made the faces of the few great heavenly emperors change drastically. They were currently heavily injured and did not even have the chance to escape. However, right at this time, something unforeseen happened. The Tao marks on the divine race powerhouse's body stimulated the air in the enormous cave all at once. Rumble. An even more frightening energy undulation than before rose up in the huge cave. Within the cast cave, the bloodlight faded, 8 dazzling beams of light suddenly lit up, rapidly spreading to the 8 directions of the cave. Those 8 directions were precisely where the 8 God statues were located. Rumble. The 8 God statues actually came to life all at once. The 8 God statues moved around, each and every one of their postures extremely bizarre. Their mouths even emitted strange syllables, like they were chanting. Suddenly, the void trembled. Limitless golden light shone inside the cave, akin to a blazing sun descending, illuminating every place in the cave as if it was daytime. That boundless blood color was completely replaced by golden light in this instant. An ancient aura came out of the void. The expression of the divine race powerhouse changed abruptly, crying out in surprise, "Limitless God killing bow, this bunch of damn things, not resting even if they are dead. To actually still leave behind such a contingency." Yi Yuan looked above the dome with a face of shock. A golden bow and arrow slowly appeared. This bow's aura was horrifying to the extreme. Yi Yuan had seen before a Heavenly Emperor spirit treasure, but even Heavenly Emperor Nine Lives Yuluo ghost lantern paled in comparison to this bow and arrow. This aura seemed to be from above the clouds as if it came from heavenly Tao. Dominating myriad things. Tao artifact. This is a Tao artifact. The Blood Sea has existed for countless tens of thousands of years. I didn't expect that it was actually still hiding a Tao artifact. Looking at that bow and arrow, Heavenly Emperor Quicksand's face carried unbelievable shock. Right at this time, the golden bow completely revealed its image. The entire underground cave started trembling violently. SPACE was twisting, the cave was collapsing. The aura of this bow and arrow was seriously too strong. The divine race powerhouse seemed to be crazy, laughing loudly as he said, "Ha ha ha, there's the limitless God killing bow and sunderless feather emperor arrow. What can you all, this bunch of damn things, do to me? I, Daymeld, will receive an arrow from you head on." Daymeld's aura skyrocketed. The Tao marks on his body turned into a huge domain. An aura that showed disdain on all under the heavens erupted from his body. This horrifying aura was actually able to stand up to the limitless God killing bow above the dome as an equal. When Heavenly Emperor Quicksand and the rest saw this scene, each and every one of their faces revealed astonished looks. What a terrifying aura! His aura is clearly just around 6th firmament Heavenly Emperor, but how can he be so strong? Just what kind of race is this divine race? Why have I never heard of it before? Even Yi Yuan's pupils constricted too. Daymeld's control of Tao marks was absolutely far above Ninja. This guy's strength was too terrifying. Yi Yuan weighed it over. Even if he took Daymeld into his small world and carried out a life-and-death battle with him, he did not have the assurance to finish off the other party either. Fortunately, the powerhouse who sealed Daymeld back then left behind a contingency. Even if this arrow could not kill Daymeld, it could definitely seriously injure him too. While at this time, the limitless God killing bow above the dome was slowly drawn. A pitilessly domineering aura surged to the sky, burst right through the cave, and headed straight for the cloud. At this moment, the entire SHI plus NRA ghost region could feel this astoness. HI plusing aura. Outside the cave, starlight sprinkled down. Bow arched to the limit like the full moon. Only seeing this scene did Yi Yuan know why Daymeld chose to receive it head-on. Not that he did not want to run, but that he could not escape. This power, even if you run beyond the 9th level, you could not evade this arrow either. Daymeld let out an explosive roar as he roared furiously, "Come!" As if hearing Daymeld's challenge, the limitless God killing bow released an arrow. Chapter 2243, I don't care who you are. Chapter 2243, I don't care who you are. Bang! The bowstring vibrated. The pale white arrow that was condensed out of spiritual energy tore through the air. Everyone did not even have time to react when they saw the arrow turn into a streak of flowing light, smars. HI plusing towards Daymeld. Rumble. In virtually an instant, the entire underground cave directly burst apart. The horrifying energy directly lifted the underground cave flying. The entire mountain range was leveled to the ground. Only then did everything seem to react to it. An astonis. Hi+ing loud bang sounded out in the huge pit. SPACE had a long fissure split open by this arrow. This arrow was too fast until even SPACE time did not react to it. Heavenly Emperor Quicksand and the few mighty Heavenly Emperors had faces that were still suffering from the shock. Even if they were supreme and invincible, they were also shocked by this scene just now until they could not close their mouths. He looked toward the Yi Yuan beside him and opened his mouth and said, "A little brother, many thanks for your life-saving grace." At the critical moment just now, Yi Yuan urged his spatial node technique and teleported the few of them out. Otherwise, the few of them would be dead until not even dregs remained currently. Yi Yuan looked at them and said coolly, "The divine race coming into being one after another. I'm afraid that the doomsday battle isn't far anymore. All the best to you guys." Doomsday battle? Heavenly Emperor Quicksand had a blank look, seemingly uncertain what it meant. But from this name, one could also tell that this was not some good thing. Moreover, this divine race powerhouse's strength was too terrifying. Yi Yuan did not explain what the doomsday battle was. He slowly took out the bone sword and walked over toward the enormous pit. Heavenly Emperor Quicksand's gaze turned intent, and he said, "Little brother, what are you trying to do?" Yi Yuan did not even turn his head back as he said coolly, "Going to take back the Sylvanet blood essence." In the depths of the enormous pit, a figure slowly crawled to his feet, pointed at the sky, and laughed wildly. "The few of you'd and things, you think that you can kill this ancestor with a limitless god killing bow? Ha ha ha. After this ancestor recovers strength, I'll definitely trample the heavenspan world, and let those few little bestias tremble under this ancestor's feet. Amen." Daymeld was cursing away but saw a figure slowly walk over, and he could not help turning his head to look. This person was none other than precisely Yi Yuan. His two eyes narrowed and he said with a cold smile, "Human whelping, you think that this ancestor suffering heavy wounds, you'll have an opportunity to take advantage of?" Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "Hand over the Sylvanet blood essence and I'll make it painless." Daymeld laughed from extreme fury. Looking at Yi Yuan like looking at a fool, he said disdainfully, "Back then, even 8 Deva 4th Blight and above human old farts couldn't kill this ancestor and could only seal this ancestor here. Now, just the likes of you, a whelping still wet behind your ears, also dares threaten this ancestor?" Far away, when Heavenly Emperor Quicksand and the rest heard this, their minds shook wildly. Only then did they know how terrifying this existence before their eyes was. 8 Deva 4th Blight and above powerhouses. How strong is this guy's strength? Deva realm powerhouses, each one can move mountains and fill the seas. They are peak powerhouses that can turn the galaxy upside down. He can actually fight 1 on 8. Just what kind of existence is suppressed in this blood sea? Why isn't that human running for his life at once? Why does he still want Sylvanet blood essence at this time? Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "I don't care who you are. Hand the Sylvanet blood essence over." Everyone was rendered collectively speechless. Could this boy be a fool? Or was it that he did not know what Deva 4th Blight signified? Rather, it was the Heavenly Emperor Ninelives who was far away. When looking at Yi Yuan, his gazes glimmered. That arrow previously extinguished another one of his lives. Relying on the Yuluo ghost lantern, he rebirthed again. But he was only a peak Empyrean now. During this trip, he did not gain anything but lost 2 lives. He really had nowhere to go even if he had an urge to cry. But he still had some confidence in Yi Yuan. He could feel that the Sylvanet blood essence was very important to Yi Yuan. He was even more aware that Yi Yuan was too monstrous. He really wanted to see, between the ancient period supreme powerhouse and Yi Yuan, who was stronger and who was weaker. Ha ha ha. Interesting. Very interesting. I already don't know how long it has been since anyone dared to utter this kind of words in front of this ancestor. If I don't give it to you, Daymeld said with a look of amuse. Ement woos. H. Plus Yi Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared. The next instant, he already appeared in front of Daymeld. Attacking at a word of disagreement. Regarding Yi Yuan's sneak attack, Daymeld's face revealed a look of disdain. An ant like Yi Yuan, he did not take him seriously at all, even if his current realm already fell to the late-stage Empyrean realm. But the next moment, his expression changed. An astonished, HI-plusing power erupted around him. In an instant, countless sword lights enveloped him. Rumble. Without the slightest surprise, Daymeld's figure flew out backward and smashed out a human-shaped hole in the huge pit again. Yi Yuan did not stop, figure moving, directly Russ. HI-plusing into the large pit. Rumble. 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 Underground, intense rumbling sounds came from time to time, making everyone who heard them feel frightened. The two people fought from underground to the surface and fought from the surface to the sky again. That horrifying aura made everyone's complexion turn ashen. Yi Yuan gained the advantage with a move, each move aiming for the vitals, pressuring until Daymeld could not catch his breath at all. Heavenly Emperor Quicksand and the rest watched until their breathing was ragged. Is this boy really just a 6th Firmament Empyrean? This attack, even a 9th Firmament Empyrean will also find it hard to block, right? Heavenly Emperor Quicksand said with alarm. When did such a monster appear in the human race? His spatial law is already almost reaching rank 7, right? No wonder he dares to be so arrogant, having no respect for that divine race powerhouse. However, that divine race powerhouse isn't an ordinary person. He probably hasn't brought out his true strength yet, right? This degree of battle already far exceeded the scope of Cultivation Realm. Cultivation Realm already completely did not have a reference point anymore. These two people were both existences who brute force jumped realms to battle. Putting aside Daymeld, he was an existence that even 8 Deva 4th Blight powerhouses were unable to shake. Disregarding that he only had roughly the strength of a 7th Firmament Empyrean, even if he was only a 5th Firmament Empyrean, probably even peak Empyrean powerhouses were not a match for him at all too. But Yi Yuan's strength exceeded everyone's expectations. The cultivation realm that he displayed was only 6th Firmament Empyrean. But the thickness of his divine essence, the profoundness of his laws, the fissumeness of his combat strength, took everyone's breath away in wonder. With the strength that Yi Yuan displayed, cutting down 9th Firmament Empyreans was similarly nothing difficult. These two people could be said to be evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. Yi Yuan was taking advantage in one move, pressing on relentlessly with every step, not giving Daymeld any chance to catch his breath at all. Rumble. With another sword move, Yi Yuan directly slammed Daymeld under the ground. Then he chased after again with a flash. But right at this time, a streak of blue light shot out from underground with a loud bang. Yi Yuan was caught by surprise, mustering his strength and chopping out with a sword. Rumble. The bone sword in Yi Yuan's hand turned into a pile of powder under the attack of the Dao marks. Everyone watched until they felt terror. This Empyrean spirit treasure was shattered just like that. Daymeld slowly crawled out from underground, looking at Yi Yuan. His expression was cold. Brat, looks like you really weren't bragging. Your strength is indeed a great deal stronger than our divine sons. I truly didn't expect that the human race actually produced a genius like you. Chapter 2244. I have a sword, do you dare receive? Chapter 2244. I have a sword, do you dare receive? However, now that your sword is gone, what will you use to fight with me? Daymeld looked at Yi Yuan with a grin on his face. Yi Yuan's cultivation method coupled with sword intent fused with spatial law, the power was hair-raisingly strong. This kind of combat strength could virtually use heaven-defying to describe. Therefore, Daymeld also had to ruin Yi Yuan's sword at the risk of suffering a great loss in strength. A swordsman without a sword, how could he talk about fighting? The bone sword was indeed an extremely important thing to Yi Yuan. Ever since the ancient God battlefield battle, Yi Yuan's primary sword had always been the bone sword. This bone sword was a legacy. Yi Yuan used it very smoothly. This shattering earlier indeed had a tremendous impact on Yi Yuan. It was like he lost something in his heart. But during that moment, a trace of understanding was produced in Yi Yuan's heart. He seemed to have grasped something. Yi Yuan was like an ancient well without ripples. He just said coolly, swordless, "I'll use my fists then." Swooze. H. Plus in a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan's vital energy billowed to the sky. An astonis. HI plusing true dragon pressure instantly dispersed between heaven and earth. Divine dragon trampling heaven, grand universe palm. Transient heavenly dragon hand. Each of Yi Yuan's punches was faster than the last. The entire sky was filled with his fist images everywhere. That horrifying pressure made the group of heavenly emperors stare wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Earlier, they even thought that Yi Yuan without his sword would be equivalent to a tiger without its teeth. But now, they discovered that Yi Yuan actually became an enormous dragon without his sword. A dragon's might was unstoppable. Under the fist images, Daimeld practically wanted to vomit blood. Twice, he lost both the initiative. Yet Yi Yuan's combat strength was fearsome to the extreme. It went even far beyond their divine races. Being pressured by Yi Yuan, he did not have the chance to retaliate at all, and could only defend Pares Sively. Concerning limitless God killing bow's arrow earlier, even though he fended it off, his injuries were critical to the extreme. Otherwise, what did it have to do with Yi Yuan anymore? Yet, Yi Yuan's unreasonable fighting method made him not have the strength to fight back at all. This boy, his fleshly body actually reached the realm of perfection. How can such a monster appear in the human race? Each punch stronger than the last, each fist heavier than the last. Yi Yuan's imposing aura was also in the midst of continuously rising. He currently only had one thought. It was to kill Daimeld and take the Sylvanet blood essence. He could not afford to drag it on. Heretic dragon dominating SPACE. Yi Yuan strode out, as if the spirit of a true dragon suddenly stepped out of the void. This divine ability, Yi Yuan raised his aura to the limits. Its power was unimaginable. With a step, SPACE shattered. Dao marks on Daimeld's body glimmered, desperately trying to withstand this move. But he spewed a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, his figure flying out backward. He was smashed into the chasm once more. Yi Yuan stood in the air, akin to a celestial deity descending upon the mortal world. Even those heavenly emperor powerhouses were also dumbstruck with amazement. They had seen before Daimeld's power. That kind of might simply made heaven and earth tremble. Even the limitless God killing bow, that kind of horrifying attack, was still blocked by him. But he was actually without the slightest strength to fight back in front of Yi Yuan. This scene seriously exceeded their expectations. However, the might of the divine race far exceeded everyone's imagination. Daimeld flew out stubbornly once more. If it were an ordinary peak Empyrean powerhouse, suffering this terrifying attack, they would have long turned to ashes. It was just that, the current Daimeld no longer had the unparalleled invincible might from before. He was clothed in ragged clothes, his aura seemingly feeble. He looked at Yi Yuan coldly and said in a solemn voice, "Fine lad, I underestimated you. I didn't expect that you actually still have the dragon race's bloodline. This move, heretic dragon dominating SPACE, I really haven't seen it for a long time." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly and he said, "You know this move?" Daimeld said with a cold smile, "More than just know. You probably don't know, but the last dragon ancestor died under this ancestor's hands. Heh, you might not be aware of what kind of existence the dragon ancestor was. He was an existence that could be mentioned in the same breath with Dao ancestors. Although he was not as strong, he wasn't far off." Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, killing intent immediately surfacing. His impression of the dragon race was not very good, but his abilities, half of it came from the dragon race. This bloodline origin, he could not avoid it. But even more was still shock. In this world, was there really an existence that could be mentioned in the same breath with Dao ancestors? In Daimeld's eyes, he did not seem to care about Dao ancestors at all. Could it be that his strength at his prime could even defeat Dao ancestors? This shock was by no means insignificant. In his understanding, Dao ancestors were invincible existences. They were paramount existences. But along with his realm getting higher and higher, Yi Yuan gradually realized that it did not seem to be the case. It was true that Tao ancestors were invincible, but those existences who said heavenly emperors seemed to similarly be incomparably powerful. Dameld's one sentence was earth-shattering. The ones who were shocked were not just Yi Yuan. Even those heavenly emperor powerhouses who heard this were in shock. Only heavenly emperor Quicksand's gaze glimmered, seemingly knowing something. Dameld seemed to have seen through Yi Yuan's misgivings and said with a cold smile, "Are you very surprised? How can Tao ancestors die? How can someone be placed on par with Tao ancestors? This ancestor can tell you. Tao ancestors. There are strong and weak ones. If not for you humans being despicable and shameless, bullying with numbers, how could my divine race be suppressed for an epoch?" Yi Yuan trembled all over, his gaze revealing astounded looks. Dameld laughed loudly and said, "Of course, you have no need to know about these. Because, since this ancestor ran into this generation's dragon ancestor in advance, then, there won't be a dragon ancestor in this era anymore. 2 generations of dragon ancestors dying under my hands, truly invigorating. Invigorating. Ha ha ha, after the doomsday battle this time, my divine race will descend upon the heaven-span world." Rumble. His voice had yet to fade when a horrifying aura erupted once more. The power of heavenly Tao suddenly descended. The heavenly emperors present all changed expressions. Reaching Dameld's level, every movement and action was within the scope of the Tao. The power was simply unimaginable. He was being attacked crazily by Yi Yuan previously and did not have time to maneuver heavenly Tao at all. But this time, he was different. He said so much in order to confuse Yi Yuan's mind, to accumulate and create time for himself. Yi Yuan's spatial law was too formidable, his movement technique being swift as lightning. That kind of attack that did not take any breathers made him unable to retaliate at all. If his realm was higher, then forget it. Yet, his injuries were currently incomparably severe. The strength that he unleashed was less than 1/10,000th in normal situation. Under such circumstances, he was unable to complete the accumulation of strength at all. Yi Yuan clearly eyed this point, that was why he rendered him incapable of fighting back with attacks that blotted out the heaven and covered the earth. It was just a pity that this boy was still a little too inexperienced. Ha ha ha. This ancestor descending upon the world anew, all you human, demon, fiend, and various races, just wait and tremble. Boy, try out this ancestor's move. Heavenly Tao Kang Huang. Dameld laughed wildly, his gaze full of contempt. How could his realm be what this kind of crawling bug could imagine? Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, looked at Dameld, and said coolly, "Aren't you thinking too much? You could accumulate strength just because I let you accumulate strength and not your scheme prevailing. Thanks to you, this ye just comprehended it. I have a sword move. Do you dare to receive it?" Chapter 2245, Sword, Come. Chapter 2245, Sword, Come. Suddenly, the aura on Yi Yuan's body changed. Between heaven and earth, a mysterious and profound airflow was slowly flowing. This air current got stronger and stronger, and increasingly intense. The long robe on Yi Yuan's body moved on its own without wind. Amen. My sword. What's wrong with my sword? My sword too. Even further away, those powerhouses who had already escaped Azura Blood Sea in advance detected one after another that the swords on their bodies were vibrating. Even those being kept in their storage space, their swords were roaring without ceasing too, practically breaking out of its shell. Yi Yuan stood proudly in the sky and actually seemed to have immortal chi swirling around him. The current Yi Yuan stood proudly, his disposition being indifferent, having the air of a grandmaster of his generation. This was not him pretending to be profound, but his casual indifference after comprehending Tao. The instant the bone sword shattered, Yi Yuan felt his heart being affected. Between the furious attacks, he actually spent more effort on comprehending Tao. Alchemy Tao and Sword Tao, even the laws such as spatial law, time law, and others that Yi Yuan comprehended, there were many and extremely varied. But in martial arts, Yi Yuan's most fundamental strength was still Sword Tao. His spatial law was displayed to the extreme because of Sword Tao. That was how he drew parallels from inference and comprehended. Sword Tao was Yi Yuan's most fundamental comprehension. Thinking about back then, Yi Yuan comprehended the sword amidst the rain of sacred cherry blossoms, and he created falling flower floating zero. That time was merely playing around, but he could comprehend sword intent easily. But ever since cultivating the martial path anew, Yi Yuan was gone with the wind on the path of Sword Tao. For so many years, Yi Yuan was used to having a sword accompanying by his side and traveling the world. One sword could slay demons and devils. One sword could overawe the sun and moon. One sword could shatter the firmament. However, that instant when the bone sword shattered, he suddenly produced a trace of insight. He seemed to be overly reliant on external items. If there was a sword in the heart, why was there a need to use the sword? The sword was the desire in the chest. Why was there a need for other people's power? The extreme of the sword, falling petals and leaves could hurt people. Vegetation and rolling pebbles were all sword. While Empyrean spirit treasure, Heavenly Emperor spirit treasure, they were able to greatly increase the strength of the person using the sword. But the most powerful was not the treasure, but the swordsmen themselves. Sword, come. Yi Yuan reached his hand and beckoned. Those swords vibrating in the sword sheaths could not endure it anymore, flying out. However, what flew over were not the swords themselves, but a wisp of sword spirit. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and beckoned, extracting all the sword spirits within a radius of 10 million miles. For some time, one streak of sword light after another tore across the sky. It was akin to a meteor arriving with a howl. That scene was spectacular. Those meteor showers finally converged in Yi Yuan's hand, condensing into a sword of light. Yi Yuan gripped the light sword in his hand, exuding an imposing aura of disdaining all under the heaven that was revealed unnaturally. Dameld's pupils constricted, expression changing wildly as he cried out in surprise. This boy actually directly comprehended the source of Sword Tao. It was me who shattered his Empyrean spirit treasure. That's how it let him gain enlightenment on Tao. At this very moment, Dameld felt extremely conflicted. An Empyrean spirit treasure exchanging for comprehending the source of Sword Tao, this sort of thing was simply preposterous. However, this was single-handedly facilitated by him. He was just shocked in his heart. Yi Yuan's comprehension ability was a little too terrifying. He was actually comprehending Tao while fighting earlier. How could Dameld know that this was just a normal state for Yi Yuan? He always comprehended Tao while fighting inside the death cultivation SPACE. Because only that way could he walk out of the death cultivation SPACE. In the course of time, being distracted with comprehending Tao in a fight was nothing much to Yi Yuan anymore. Myriad things in the world could be used as a sword, myriad swords in the world heeding orders. This is already prying straight at the source of Sword Tao. Just what is this brat's head made out of? He directly leapfrogged 8th firmament Sword Tao and comprehended the source of Sword Tao? That's something that can only be comprehended by Deva realm powerhouses. Freak. Simply a freak. The laws that this brat comprehended are virtually all of the world's strongest. No wonder he doesn't even take the divine race seriously. I just don't know just who is stronger or weaker between him and this divine race ancestor. These heavenly emperor powerhouses were all shocked until it could not be greater. The might of the divine race, they already felt it deeply. But Yi Yuan's monstrous comprehension ability made them even more appalled. But at this very moment, they naturally hoped that Yi Yuan could win. After all, this divine race ancestor did not have friendly intentions. If the divine race ancestor won, they would all have to die. Suddenly, Dameld's face fell and he said in a cold voice, "So what if Sword Tao source? What this ancestor represents is Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao is for my use. What does mere Sword Tao source count for? Heavenly Tao Kang Huang, exterminate for me." On Dameld's body, horrifying Tao mark undulations aroused the descent of Heavenly Tao. That horrifying pressure made heaven and earth trembled. At this time, whatever cultivation realm, whatever power of laws, was simply weak to the maximum. In terms of power, the divine race ancestor completely crushed Yi Yuan. After all, he was a terrifying existence on equal footing as Tao ancestors. Being augmented by Heavenly Tao, Daymeld's move would surely be heaven-shocking. Only to see his fingertips circle and was about to point a finger out in a blink of an eye. Everyone seemed to have foreseen this terrifying attack. However, right at this time, a voice that seemed to come from the edge of the sky suddenly descended. Immobilize. Everything abruptly stop. Daymeld's heart shook wildly. In his eyes, Yi Yuan's light sword chopped straight down. Swish. That sword energy that slashed apart the firmament made Daymeld's entire person feel a chill from the bottom of his heart. An aura of death hit him head-on. He had roamed the world bestructed for God knows how many hundreds of millions of years. There were virtually no existences that could pose a threat to him. Even when besieged by 8 great Deva realm experts back then, he had never felt so close to death before too. One sword landing, a long rift was torn open in Space. At the critical juncture, how could Daymeld still dare to hold anything back? His whole body's Tao marks surged, breaking free of the fetters of heavenly Tao true word in that instant. Quicker than words could tell, Yi Yuan knew that time freeze was unable to imprison Daymeld for too long. But he only needed that split second and it was enough. Poochie. Daymeld SHI plus FTD sideways slightly, evading this certain kill sword. But he ultimately failed to evade it completely. Daymeld's left arm was directly chopped off by this sword. The berserk sword energy flew past, directly annihilating his left arm. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, clearly very dissatisfied with this result. Looks like I still underestimated you. However, if one sword can't do it, another sword then. Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, raising the light sword once more, and was about to chop down. Daymeld's pupils constricted and he threw a silver thing towards the huge pit with a swoosh, roaring wildly, "Take the Silvernet blood essence that you want." At the same time he threw out the Silvernet blood essence. Daymeld's figure shot toward the distance explosively. He actually fled with his tail between his legs. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, taking a stride out, speeding toward the Silvernet blood essence and grabbing it in his hand. While Daymeld already made use of this interval and made his getaway. Yi Yuan grabbed the Silvernet blood essence in his hand, urging array formations to seal it, and right away he felt that his whole body was exhausted. He smiled bitterly and said, "Lucky that guy got scared. How could I still have the strength to deal him another slash?" Chapter 2246, Deva 5 Blights. Chapter 2246, Deva 5 Blights. Got to admit, Daymeld's strength was too formidable. Up to this day, he was the most powerful existence that Yi Yuan had encountered. Even if he was at the same realm, the time freeze drained his vital energy to cast, yet it merely froze the opponent for a split second only. As for the light sword slash, Yi Yuan even practically depleted his divine essence. Yi Yuan's all-out strike was still unable to cut him down. One had to know, this was the prerequisite of Daymeld being suppressed for an epoch, and he was even seriously wounded by the limitless God killing bow. He said that he killed before the dragon ancestor. Yi Yuan did not know if it was real or fake, but without a doubt, he was extremely powerful. But this sword of Yi Yuan's already damaged Daymeld's foundation. He probably could not come out to wreak havoc within a short time. Yi Yuan swallowed a few more medicinal pills and started recovering his divine essence and vital energy. There were many powerhouses around. Yi Yuan did not care to be careless. While right at this time, 3 figures flew across the air, flying straight for the limitless God killing bow. They were Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. At this time, there were actually still Heavenly Emperor powerhouses hiding nearby. Clearly, they were here harboring the mentality of picking up what slipped away. They did not expect that it was really picked up by them. The 3 great Heavenly Emperors unfolded a crazed battle above the void, fighting until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open, divine essence flying everywhere. The 3 people vied with each other, neither willing to give in half a step. If anyone freed themselves, the other 2 would join hands and attack. All in all, it was a chaotic battle. Everyone retreated far away, fearful of being affected. Clearly, these 3 people were already in a state of madness. Yi Yuan's cultivation method revolved quietly and was currently recovering his physical strength rapidly. He detected that there were many incomparably powerful auras currently Hi+ing over here. Not far away, Heavenly Emperor Quicksand sneered and said, "A bunch of things who overestimates their own ability. Is a Tao artifact also what you guys can encroach upon? Little friend Yi, this Tao artifact was within easy reach of you earlier. Why didn't you take it?" At this time, Heavenly Emperor Quicksand's strength also recovered a little and was able to move freely. He looked at the limitless God-killing bow above the void, his gaze being full of greed and regret. Such a precious treasure, how could he not be moved? It was just that in his current state, wanting to vie for it was completely not possible. But just now, Yi Yuan was clearly the closest to that Tao artifact. With Yi Yuan's movement technique and means, taking away the limitless God-killing bow would be akin to taking something out of his pocket. But Yi Yuan actually did not even look at it. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The divine bow coming into being, the commotion was too great. Probably even Deva realm powerhouses will be alarmed. I don't want to be pursued by the entire world. Moreover, I have an even more important thing to do." Heavenly Emperor Quicksand felt surprised. He discovered that Yi Yuan really paid no attention to this limitless God-killing bow. Not only this young man had formidable strength and his comprehension ability was extremely high, but his mind was also exceedingly terrifying too. Even an old monster like him found it hard to control himself when he saw the limitless God-killing bow, and yet Yi Yuan could actually remain aloof and indifferent. Pausing for a bit, Yi Yuan continued, "Oh, right. Senior Quicksand, this Yi has something to ask for advice." Heavenly Emperor Quicksand was grateful for Yi Yuan's life-saving grace and hurriedly said, "Dare not talk about giving advice. Whatever little friend Yi has, just ask away." Yi Yuan said, "According to what I know, above Heavenly Emperor is Tao Ancestor. That Daymeld talked about Deva Fourth Bly powerhouses, what was it all about?" Yi Yuan's understanding of cultivation realms mostly came from Dustless. But Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was merely a peak Empyrean, and he did not know about the secrets above Heavenly Emperor at all. There was naturally no way of mentioning Deva Realm too. Heavenly Emperor Quicksand was a late-stage Heavenly Emperor Supreme powerhouse. So he was bound to know some secrets. It's also normal that little friend he doesn't know. Deva Realm powerhouses, those are all figures high above the clouds, this heavenspan world's true hegemons. Even though Heavenly Emperors have long lifespans, it will be exhausted one day. Ordinary Heavenly Emperors, if they die, they die. But after one's strength reaches 7th firmament Heavenly Emperor, every trillion years, they will experience a blight tribulation. There are a total of 5 blight tribulations, going by Deva 5 blights. Each blight tribulation will be a life and death trial. Countless Heavenly Emperors have died during the blight tribulations. However, once a blight tribulation is weathered through, it will be a nirvanic rebirth, and one will glimpse a portion of Heavenly Tao source, their strength greatly improving from there. This realm is Deva realm. Heavenly Emperor Quicksand explained. Yi Yuan felt enlightened when he heard that, only then, knowing what was Deva realm. It turned out that there was actually still such a realm between Heavenly Emperor and Tao Ancestor. This realm was also the transcendent Heavenly Emperor that Dustless talked about in the past. It was just that with Dustless's level, he could not come into contact with such existences yet. That was why there was a misunderstanding. Even though Heavenly Emperors were unable to become Tao Ancestors, they could glimpse the source of Heavenly Tao through the Deva Blight tribulations, reaching the level of Tao from there. He also finally understood why 7th firmament Heavenly Emperor powerhouses would be called Supreme powerhouses. It was because they had to face the baptism of the Deva Blight tribulations at any time. Then how strong are Deva 5th Blight powerhouses? Daymeld said that he once slew before a Tao ancestor-like existence. Could it be that Tao ancestors aren't invincible? Yi Yuan asked curiously. Heavenly Emperor Quicksand smiled bitterly and said, "Forget about Deva 5th Blight, even Deva 1st Blight powerhouses are outrageously strong. Once a 7th firmament Heavenly Emperor transcends a Blight tribulation, it will be sufficient to instantly kill 9th firmament Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. Of course, 7th firmament Heavenly Emperors that can transcend the tribulation are 1 in a million. Without sufficient accumulations, crossing a blight tribulation is equivalent to seeking death. As for how long Deva fifth blight is, this emperor really isn't too clear. Forget about Deva fifth blight, even second blight, those who can transcend it are also exceedingly few. Those able to reach third blight, fourth blight, are all this heaven-span world's supreme figures. Pausing for a bit, he continued, as for Tao Ancestor, according to what I know, they are indeed stronger than Deva realm. As for how much stronger, that's not what I can know. That level of existence isn't what this emperor can come into contact with at all. But I feel that even if Deva fifth blight powerhouses are inferior to Tao Ancestors, they should also be about the same, right? Clearly, Heavenly Emperor Quicksand could not come into contact with the truly formidable existences yet. Yi Yuan's gaze flickered incessantly. Only at this point did he truly seem to understand the heavenspan world. But that Dameld's strength was really formidable to the extreme. 8 Deva fourth blight and above powerhouses were actually unable to kill him and could only suppress him here. This guy's strength might really not lose to Tao Ancestors. It seemed like wanting to know these secrets, he could only go and ask Sacred Ancestor High Priest. Only that level of powerhouse would know such secrets. So that's how it is. Many thanks, Senior Quicksand. This Yi has other important matters and will take my leave here. Done talking, Yi Yuan's figure swept past, finding Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade in the crowd that was surrounding and watching. Ha ha ha, this Tao artifact is this emperor's. Coincidentally at this time, among the 3 great heavenly emperors, there was finally someone who shook off the other 2 and grabbed hold of the limitless God killing bow. However, just as he was laughing wildly, the limitless God killing bow erupted with rays of brilliant light. An arrow flashed past, that heavenly emperor directly exploded, turning into nothingness. When Yi Yuan saw the situation, he could not help shaking his head. These heavenly emperors had lived to a ripe old age, but they could not gauge how much ability they had. How could this level of treasure be what they could encroach upon? Go. Finished talking, Yi Yuan brought Ghost Empyrean Wild Blade and left. Not long after he left, several dozen powerful to the extreme auras arrived with a whistle. Each person's aura was above Heavenly Emperor Quicksand. Chapter 2247. There would be no stories without coincidences. Chapter 2247. There would be no stories without coincidences. Yi Yuan brought Wild Blade away and looked for a hidden place. He laid down compact array formations and started his closed seclusion. His mind stirred. A grey bead emerged and suspended in the air. It was precisely the soul-suppressing pearl. It was just that the current soul-suppressing pearl had cracks on it, broken and damaged, virtually about to fall apart. Yi Yuan took out the Sylvanet blood essence and placed the soul-suppressing pearl on it, absorbing the Sylvanet blood essence's vital essence. This piece of Sylvanet blood essence had its intelligence unlocked by Daymeld, had absorbed no idea how many soul bodies' power, and was already strengthened to the extreme. Allowing it to carry on cultivating, this primordial spirit would be breaking through to Heavenly Emperor realm very soon. One could say that it was a king among Sylvanet blood essences. Yi Yuan controlled the Sylvanet blood essence carefully, restoring the soul-suppressing pearl. In a blink, it was half a month's time. The cracks on the soul-suppressing pearl were repaired bit by bit. The originally dim and dull soul-suppressing pearl finally recovered a trace of life. Right then, a phantom slowly appeared in front of Yi Yuan. It was precisely Dustless. Seeing Dustless waking up, Yi Yuan finally let out a long sigh in relief. Senior, you finally woke up. Yi Yuan was willful and acted recklessly, and got you involved. Yi Yuan said with remorse. He would never regret it when he did things. It was just that Dustless only became like this for the sake of protecting him. He naturally could not help feeling somewhat upset in his heart. Dustless smiled and said, "Silly lad, is there still a need to be so courteous between you and me? This old man is an artifact spirit to begin with. When the ruler worries, the subjects feel insulted. When the ruler is insulted, the subjects die. Saving you is something within this old man's duties. It's just that girl's situation isn't too good." Yi Yuan nodded his head, expression crestfallen. With his present realm, he could naturally discern Mu Lingshue's situation. Mu Lingshue's final trace of spiritual consciousness was already akin to a candle's flame flickering in the wind. It was possible to extinguish at any time. I plan on going to the priest temple to find sacred ancestor high priest. His strength is exceedingly formidable. Maybe he has some way to save Lingxue. If it still can't work, then there's only going up the Heavenspan mountain, Yi Yuan said. Going up the Heavenspan mountain, the hope was extremely bleak. This kind of divine medicine was hidden above the firmament of 1,000,000 years. Yi Yuan was not belittling his own capability, but with his present strength, wanting to climb to the level of Dao ancestor, the likelihood was virtually zero. And this was also the final method. Fortunately, Yi Yuan's cultivation speed was fast enough. The soul-suppressing pearl was recovering continuously and Dustless's strength was becoming stronger without ceasing. That was how Mu Lingxue lasted until today. Otherwise, Mu Lingshue's soul would have long dissipated. Dustless nodded and said, Sacred Ancestor High Priest is a major power, an existence second only to Medicine Ancestor. If he's willing to take action, there might really be hope. He had followed Yi Yuan all over the world. His knowledge of things had also become much more extensive. In the past, following Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove, even if he had an outstanding talent, Sacred Ancestor High Priest was an existence that he could not come into contact with. But Yi Yuan only used roughly 2,000 years and did something that Immortal Grove could not do his whole life. Although Dustless did not know about Deva 5 Blights, he also knew that Sacred Ancestor High Priest was an existence above Heavenly Emperor, his means being immensely formidable. Clearly, he had much more extensive experience than him, this soul body. After Dustless waking up, he took the initiative to control the soul-suppressing pearl. The speed of absorbing the Sylvanet blood essence sped up several times. This Sylvanet blood essence's quality was extremely high. It was a great tonic to Dustless and the soul-suppressing pearl. Within 3 days, not only did the soul-suppressing pearl recover as good as new, it even improved a rank, becoming a middle-rank Heavenly Emperor Spirit treasure. This made Dustless and Yi Yuan wild with ecstasy. The stronger Dustless got, the more stable suppressing Mu Lingshue's spiritual consciousness naturally was. Done with all these, only then, did Yi Yuan's heart calm down slightly. Dispelling the array formations, he brought Wild Blade out of the cave. But the moment he came out, Yi Yuan could not help staring wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Far away, SPACE shattered. There were berserk spatial turbulent flows everywhere. Straining his eyes and looking into the distance, how was there still any mountain range? How was there still any Azura blood pool? The SPACE of several tens of millions of miles was directly fought until it shattered. However, the Heavenspan world's SPACE was extremely stable. It was in the midst of slowly recovering. Yi Yuan could not help linking it to those powerful energies when he left and had a clearer understanding of Deva realm powerhouses again. The heaven-shocking lightning that he threw out back then, it was at least an attack left behind by a late-stage Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. Even middle-stage Heavenly Emperors did not have such horrifying power too. As for Deva realm, they even directly fought until SPACE shattered, mountains moving and seas being leveled. No wonder it's said that the Doomsday Battle, if Deva realm powerhouses all take action, that's virtually destroying heaven and decimating the earth. The entire Heavenspan world will probably be broken apart by them too. It would be weird if this world wasn't destroyed. Yi Yuan exclaimed. Dustless nodded and said, the ancient God battlefield is probably the shattered ancient battlefield. There, countless heavenly emperors and empyreans fell. It's indeed terrifying. The might of Deva realm powerhouses is unimaginable. He learned of Deva realm's existence from Yi Yuan earlier. Only then did he know that there was heaven beyond heaven. Now that the divine race was about to come into being, this world would probably not know peace again. Yi Yuan's mouth moved mutely twice, and he said with lingering fear, luckily ran far enough, if it was too near. I'm afraid we'd have directly been obliterated by these guys. The array formation that Yi Yuan laid down was completely unable to withstand a single blow in front of Deva realm. At that time, he was in closed seclusion. A stray bullet being fired over and he would have evaporated. His voice had yet to fade when a streak of flowing light landed from the horizon, landed right in the woods, smars. Hi+ing until the entire stretch of mountain range trembled. Yi Yuan's gaze flickered slightly, thinking in his heart that it would not be so coincidental, right? Running over to take a look, a large pit was already smashed out in the ground. Inside the large pit, a figure was lying there, his aura extremely weak. His hand was even grabbing a bow. A golden bow. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent and he could not help drawing a cold breath. That golden bow, what was it if not the limitless God killing bow? He was speculating just now, to be able to render the Azura blood pool until like this, it must have experienced an extremely horrifying great battle. Most likely, the supreme heavenly emperors who perished were not even in small numbers. In fact, there were even Deva realm superpower houses that took action. Then, it was absolutely impossible for the hostilities to calm down so quickly. That person who fell wouldn't have escaped from the battlefield, right? With one look, it was really the case. It was just that Yi Yuan did not expect that this person actually snatc head away the limitless God killing bow from the hands of numerous powerhouses. Very clearly, he was being pursued by people until here. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan was filled with fear. He rushed forward with a lunge, grabbed that person, and did a teleport. Following that, Yi Yuan's fingers pointed repeatedly, laying down an extremely complex array formation on every side. 100 schools of thoughts, 9 profound heaven subduing grand array, conceal. Yi Yuan gave a low cry, the formation formed. In the woods, Yi Yuan and the surrounding scenery became a unified ent. One tie, concealing all auras. Looking from the outside, one could not see through the slightest abnormality at all. Yi Yuan had just finished doing all these when a grey-robed man descended from the sky, and he landed at the edge of the huge pit. He looked at the giant pit, his gaze seemingly somber to the extreme. This huge pit was clearly just formed, but the person is actually gone. There's actually someone who dares kill-steal this emperor. This heavenly emperor wants to see where you can hide. Done talking, the grey-robed man rose into the air and fired out one terrifying attack after another towards the surrounding woods. In a breath, the entire forest was reduced to shambles. Chapter 2248, Sword Energy Healing Wounds. Chapter 2248, Sword Energy Healing Wounds. Countless birds and beasts turned to ashes under the dreadful attacks. Far away, there was pandemonium. The fierce beasts were clearly frightened until they wet themselves, all fleeing like they went crazy. The grey-robed man frowned slightly. Spreading out his divine sense, he swept over every inch of earth. Deva realm powerhouse, how powerful was his divine sense? Even if it was a tiny worm, it could forget about escaping his probing too. He slowly flew forward, divine sense like radar, scanning over whole stretches, not leaving out a trace. In the array formation, Yi Yuan even held his breathing, not daring to let out the slightest trace of movement. Fortunately, the limitless God killing bow's aura was already mostly sealed by this person. Otherwise, even if he had the ability to connect to the heavens, he could not hide its aura too. Feeling the earth quaked and mountains swayed, Yi Yuan felt slightly surprised in his heart. The strike of a Deva realm powerhouse was too terrifying. His teleport was probably several hundreds of thousands of miles, but he could still feel the other party's attack. Very soon, an extremely strong aura came close from afar. Yi Yuan's heart pounded heavily. He did not know whether or not his array formation could hide from a Deva realm's probing. His array formation already glimpsed right at the source, his attainments exceedingly high. Even if a heavenly emperor came, he did not fear either. But, Deva realm, this realm, was completely unknown to him. A pitilessly tyrannical divine sense swept across the land. Yi Yuan's heart leaped to his throat. Fortunately, when this divine sense swept past, it did not discover his existence, flying over into the distance. Yi Yuan's heart finally landed back in place. However, Yi Yuan did not dare to lower his guard and did not pull back the array formation immediately. Sure enough, another powerful divine sense descended once more, sweeping across. Only then did Yi Yuan discover that there were 2 Deva realm powerhouses searching for this man in white. The following 3 days, These two people took turns to search in this vicinity, over and over again. Only all the way until 3 days later did the two people's probing disappear. Yi Yuan was very careful, hiding an entire day in the array formation before coming out. After coming out, Yi Yuan did not dare to stay, bringing that man and directly teleporting away. No idea how far they ran either, only when Yi Yuan felt that it was safe did he find a quiet place to land. He thought about it, arriving outside a cave with a teleport. He then fired out one restriction after another above the void. These restrictions were without form or substance but formed an enormous web within a radius of 10,000 miles. These restrictions did not have the effect of harming, but as long as someone touched the restrictions, he would immediately know. Deva realm powerhouses, their strength was too terrifying. Yi Yuan did not wish to die with no clear reason whatsoever. Only after bustling around for the greater part of the day did he return to the cave. Wildblade's expression was ugly as he said, "Young master, wouldn't directly killing this person and taking this limitless god killing bow do? It's very dangerous for us like this. Those two Deva realm powerhouses definitely won't be willing to drop the matter." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I have no grudge or enmity with him. Murdering people and snatc hing treasure this sort of thing, I can't do it." Ghost Empyrean Wildblade had an expression like he saw a ghost. Clearly, he was unable to understand Yi Yuan's actions. In his impression, Yi Yuan was not a benevolent and soft-hearted person. In the Azura Blood Sea, those few heavenly emperors who provoked Yi Yuan were all directly finished off by him. Why was he showing petty kindness now? Yi Yuan knew what Wildblade was thinking and said coolly, "For real men, some things are necessary, while other things absolutely mustn't be done. When you follow me for a long time, you'll understand. All right, you go outside and guard, I'll treat his wounds for him." Wildblade was helpless and could only guard outside the cave. Yi Yuan looked at the man in white clothing and said coolly, "Stop pretending, these words weren't said for you to hear." It turned out that this man in white had long already woken up, but he was pretending to be unconscious. It was just that how could he hide from Yi Yuan like this? The man in white slowly opened his eyes, looking at Yi Yuan with a look of vigilance. His hands gripped the limitless god killing bow a little tighter. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "To dares tch away the limitless god killing bow from the hands of Deva realms, I have to admire your courage. But even if you snatch it, you also don't have the life to use it." Hearing Yi Yuan say so, the expression of the man in white could not help turning dim as he said with a sigh, "I'm about to transcend the first blight tribulation right away." Why the man's injuries were extremely severe. Saying these words made the expression on his face extremely contorted, his complexion also became a little paler. Why furious smiley, why the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. It seemed like the terrors of Deva blight tribulations were still above his imaginations. Why furious smiley, why this man in white was a ninth firmament heavenly emperor but did not even dare to cross the blight tribulation. Why furious smiley, why Yi Yuan did not get long-winded. Carefully inspecting his injuries, he was secretly shocked in his heart. Why furious smiley, why this person's injuries were extremely severe. Extremely terrifying Dao ACC. Mutations were retained within his body, wrecking his bodily functions continuously. Why furious smiley, why furthermore, even his small world was punched through. His situation rather similar to Yi Yuan's back then. Why furious smiley, why it seemed like he unleashed all of his methods in order to escape. Why furious smiley, why however, this person did not have Yi Yuan's formidable fleshly body and life force. Why furious smiley, why at most half a month, he would die without a doubt. Why furious smiley, why furthermore, through this person's injuries, Yi Yuan could also distinctly feel how strong a Deva realm's strength was. Why furious smiley, why when his divine essence entered the white clothing man's body and came into contact with those remnant Dao account mutations, it was like encountering a terrible monster, directly being washed away. Why furious smiley, why that tyrannicalness was seemingly like facing heavenly Dao. Why furious smiley, why Yi Yuan also expended a Herculean effort before figuring out the situation within his body. Why furious smiley, why after he was done inspecting, Yi Yuan said coolly, "There is no hope. Why furious smiley? Why the white-clothed man's expression turned dim and he said with a nod, I know. Unless the medicine ancestor is here. Otherwise, I'll die without a doubt. After I die, you, take away the limitless God killing bow then. Why furious smiley? Why his own body? He naturally knew himself. There was simply no way of remedying the situation. Why furious smiley? Why forget that Yi Yuan was just a measly little 8-star, even if he was an 8-star alchemy God, he could not treat the injuries left behind by a Deva realm too. Why furious smiley? Why Yi Yuan's mouth curled and he said disdainfully, if the medicine ancestor was here, do you think that he'll save you? Why furious smiley? Why the white-clothed man smiled miserably and said, the medicine ancestor is aloof from the Ma. S says. Why would he pay attention to the life and death of an ant like me? Why furious smiley? Why Yi Yuan said coolly, at least you have a bit of understanding of yourself. Relax, with me around, you won't die. However, I'm temporarily unable to help you restore your cultivation. You're currently just a cripple. Why furious smiley? Why the white-clothed man's gaze turned intent, immediately smiling bitterly and said, this heavenly emperor is merely someone who's about to die. You don't have to console me anymore. Why furious smiley? Why Yi Yuan could not be bothered to waste his breath with him. Forming his fingers as a sword, a tiny pale yellow long needle appeared at Yi Yuan's fingertips. Why furious smiley? Why this long needle was actually condensed with sword energy. Why furious smiley? Why Yi Yuan moved like lightning, king the sword needle onto the major acupoints all over the body of the man in white. Why furious smiley? Why the white-clothed man gave a muffled groan, only feeling one stream of sword energy after another being sent into his body, wandering within his body. Why furious smiley? Why at this moment, he hurt until he could not speak, but he was shocked to the extreme in his heart. Why furious smiley? Why sword Dao source? Why furious smiley? Why this guy was just Empyrean realm, but he actually comprehended sword Dao source. Why furious smiley? Why what was even scarier was that this guy actually treated sword energy as a golden needle to stab the acupoint. Why furious smiley? Why what kind of terrifying control power did this require? Why furious smiley? Why just who in the world was this boy? Why furious smiley? Why Yi Yuan's fingers pointed, guiding the sword energy to wander within the white-clothed man's body. Why furious smiley? Why it was only to see him guide with his sword finger. A powerful force flew out of the wounds. Why? Chapter 2249, Heavenly Eye. Chapter 2249, Heavenly Eye. Above the sky of the huge pit, 3 figures slowly appeared. The person in the middle had a sagely appearance, wearing a dark blue daoist robe. While the other 2 people, one of them was precisely that grey-robed man who appeared that night above the huge pit. There was another person, but he was a ghost path heavenly emperor. The old daoist stroked his beard as he said coolly, Shui Yuan, Lone Soul, 2 fellow Taoists, you can find this old man to cast spells, but the benefits promised, don't forget it. The muscles on the face of the grey-robed man, heavenly emperor Shui Yuan, twitched, and he said in a solemn voice, fellow daoist heavenly eye, rest assured. You've already received half of the deposit. Are you still afraid that we'll renege on the debt? Heavenly Emperor Lone Soul also said, old fart heavenly eye, forget that you demanded an exorbitant price. But you must help us find that guy. Heavenly Eye chuckled and said, a Tao artifact coming into being, such a precious treasure is too valuable. This old man naturally can't state a cheap price. As for finding the person, you all rest assured, if I, Heavenly Eye, say that I'm second, there's absolutely no one who dare to claim that they are number 1. Shui Yuan frowned and said, hurry up and start then. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye nodded slightly, hand seals moving swiftly, and he gave a cold cry, Heavenly Eye, open. It was only to see that a third eye actually grew out between his eyebrows. The moment this eye appeared, it seemed to see through everything, giving Shui Yuan and Lone Soul 2 people a hair-raising feeling. This old fart's prowess is getting increasingly profound, Shui Yuan said in shock. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye's gaze swept over the huge pit and could not help shaking his head as he said with a sigh, this place has already had all traces obliterated by you. Even if there's anything, I can't see it either. Shui Yuan's expression turned stiff and he said awkwardly, at that time, when that guy landed, he smashed a large hole in the ground. I arrived right on his heels, but I couldn't see him. I guessed that he might have been saved by someone and planned on forcing them out. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye nodded slightly and said, "Go to other places and search for a bit then. As long as he leaves behind any clues or inkling, it definitely can't escape my Heavenly Eye." Done talking, Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye brought the two people and searched in the vicinity. This search was 10 days and 10 nights. An area with a radius of 1,000,000 miles was searched several times by the three people, but they did not discover the slightest trace. Finally, Heavenly Emperor Lone Soul could not endure any more and sarcastically, "Fellow Daoist Heavenly Eye, didn't you say that it can't escape your arcane eyes? Could it be that that guy brought the Dao artifact and evaporated into thin air?" Heavenly Eye's expression was very ugly. The boasting previously had gone overboard. These 10 days, he expended tremendous effort to search but did not find a trace of clues too. Having accepted people's benefits, he found it embarrassing too. Mn. Suddenly, his gaze turned sharp, and his footsteps stopped. Seeing that Heavenly Eye seemed to have discovered something, Shui Yuan and Lone Soul's minds quivered. Heavenly Eye's gaze landed at a corner of the woods. That place had layer upon layer of mountains, the trees dense, the terrain very complicated. "We've searched this area many times before and didn't discover anything," Shui Yuan said. Heavenly Eye did not speak. His gaze became more and more serious. His third eye erupted with rays of brilliant light. An aura of source spread out. Hiss, Heavenly Eye drew a breath of cold air and said solemnly, "What a crafty fellow. What an ingenious array formation." Shui Yuan two people were uncertain what it meant and said, "What discovery is there, Daoist Heavenly Eye?" "Follow me." Heavenly Eye brought the two people and landed in the forest. The place that they were standing was precisely Yi Yuan's land of concealment previously. Heavenly Eye walked around the surroundings and exclaimed with admiration, "No wonder we searched several dozen times and didn't discover anything. It's simply superb craftsman's. Hi+P excelling nature, a marvelous work of art." Lone Soul's face fell and he said, "Stop leaving us hanging. Quickly tell us." Heavenly Eye said, "Someone made use of the environment here and set up a seamless array formation, fusing into one tie with the surrounding environment. The person used the layering of SPACE to conceal their aura. Even if divine sense sweeps past, you all can only sense a forest. The person who laid down the formation is absolutely a formation path expert. With such strength, I'm afraid that he might already be Deva realm." Shui Yuan two people's faces changed wildly. It turned out that he was right under their eyelid. "This is impossible. If it's a Deva realm formation path powerhouse, why would he hide?" Shui Yuan said. "This." Heavenly Eye could not help choking when he heard that and said, "This array formation is extremely ingenious. Ordinary rank 8 formation GODS will find it hard to attain it too. If not for my Heavenly Eye discovering a trace of spatial undulation aura, I wouldn't be able to discover it at all. What can he be if not a Deva?" Shui Yuan two people could not make up their minds too. After all, being able to hide from their divine sense probing, it was definitely not what ordinary people could do. Moreover, they practically dug 3 feet into the ground in this radius of 1,000,000 miles. "Heavenly Eye, don't you have time recall? Hurry up and take a look," Lone Soul suddenly said. Heavenly Eye nodded slightly, both hands pointing at his eyes as he said, "Time recall. Heavenly Eye, open." His third eye suddenly opened, emitting rays of light. An aura that came from the great Tao source suddenly descended. Then, one scene after another seemed to be rewinding, playing back. Suddenly, a young figure flew in reverse and returned. He brought along a ghost Empyrean and a man in white clothing by his side. "It's him." Seeing the man in white, Shui Yuan and Lone Soul cried out in surprise at the same time. The scenery faded, the three people exchanged a glance, all seeing the thick shock from the other party's eyes. Empyrean. The one who rescued this guy was actually just an Empyrean. This array formation was actually just set up by an Empyrean. Heavenly Eye said in shock. Earlier, he actually thought that it was a Deva realm formation master. This disparity was too inconceivable. Suddenly, Shui Yuan's gaze turned cold and he said in a solemn voice, "A mere Empyrean also dares to pull a tooth from a tiger's mouth? He's really tired of living." Fellow Daoist Heavenly Eye. Heavenly Eye nodded slightly, since they found the source, then finding the person naturally would not be difficult either. Only to see his Heavenly Eye open, one trail after another quietly unfolded in front of him. The three people chased after Yi Yuan's tracks. These few years, the shock in Riverward's heart great increasingly stronger. This measly little Empyrean in front of him actually really forced out the Tao accumulations within his body little by little. His injuries were gradually improving. Yi Yuan used sword energy golden needles to seal the acupoints in his body shut and isolated the Tao accumulations within his body little by little. Then, dividing and attacking, he forced it out of the body bit by bit. Talking about it was simple, but that was Tao accumulations, injuries left behind by Deva realm powerhouses. A measly little Empyrean actually forced out the Tao accumulations of Deva realm powerhouses. This kind of thing, even heavenly emperors could not do it. The shock in Riverward's heart could be imagined. Huff. I finally forced it all out. Deva realm powerhouses are indeed extraordinary. Yi Yuan wiped the sweat on his head and said in surprise. The healing this time was the most troublesome one for him up to this date. Those Tao accumulations rampaged recklessly within Riverward's body and were incomparably ferocious. Only his source sword energy could accomplish it to this degree. Even so, he was also trembling with fear and trepidation, akin to treading on thin ice. Many streams of aura ran amok in the meridians. Furthermore, Yi Yuan could only guide them. A slight carelessness and Riverward would directly croak. Fortunately, everything was still rather smooth, finally saving this fellow. After he was done, Yi Yuan threw him a medicinal pill and said coolly, "Eat that. It will help with recovering your meridians." Chapter 2250, Can't Escape. Chapter 2250, Can't Escape. Hiss. A rank 7 end spirit divine pill. Riverward could not help drawing a cold breath of air when he received the medicinal pill. A rank 7 end spirit divine pill, it was still his first time seeing. This medicinal pill was too precious. "Little friend Yi, see could you be the medicine ancestor's disciple?" Riverward asked carefully. The more he thought, the more he felt that it was possible. Yi Yuan actually did not care about the limitless God killing bow at all and was proficient in medicine, and then he took out that end spirit divine pill. Young of age and he already reached the Empyrean realm. Apart from the medicine ancestor's disciple, who else had such ability? However, he did not think that Yi Yuan had the ability to refine end spirit divine pills. It must have been given by the family's elders. But Yi Yuan was taken aback and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "Medicine ancestor's disciple? Who? He's probably thinking of how to get rid of me currently, right?" It was Riverward's turn to be stunned this time. These words sounded like it was somewhat angry. Not that Riverward was ignorant and ill-informed, but that his level was too high, so he had not heard of Yi Yuan's name before. Moreover, these few years, he had been searching for lucky chances outside to transcend the tribulation all along. He never heard about the southern borders affairs at all. Otherwise, anybody else would have long guessed Yi Yuan's ident. One Tai. Not the medicine ancestor's disciple? Then you, Riverward said hesitantly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You can think of me as his future enemy." Ask not 2 words revealed the medicine ancestor's personality. Yi Yuan knew that one day in the future, he would surely clash with the medicine ancestor. The corners of Riverward's mouth twitched slightly, feeling that Yi Yuan was somewhat boasting. The medicine ancestor could be said to be a god-like existence in the heavenspan world. His alchemy Tao was invincible. Which genius did not set him as the goal? But in the end, they were all not his match. Of course, Yi Yuan was no exception either. Riverward laughed dryly twice and said, "Many thanks for little friend Yi's life-saving grace." Yi Yuan naturally saw through Riverward's disbelief, but he also could not be bothered to explain. Right at this time, his expression changed wildly, bringing Riverward and Wild Blade, and teleporting away from the cave. Slightly earlier. Heavenly Eye. 3 people followed Yi Yuan's tracks and finally found the place where Yi Yuan was hiding. Hold on. Heavenly Eye suddenly said. Shui Yuan. 2 people immediately stopped. Heavenly Eye chuckled and said, it's all restrictions everywhere in the void here. As long as you touch it, that boy will know. Shui Yuan said without a care, no then no. A mere Empyrean, can he still run away? Heavenly Eye secretly cursed the fool and said, this brat could bring that person away in such a short time and even lay down such an ingenious array formation. Don't you find it strange? Shui Yuan. 2 people's hearts thumped. Only then knowing that they were reckless. For ordinary Empyreans, it was completely impossible to do so many things within such a short time. Unless he had special means. This. How did he do it? Shui Yuan said. Heavenly Eye cursed fool again and said, if my conjectures are right, he must be adept in spatial law. From the distance of his teleportation, his spatial law has at least already reached peak rank 6. Shui Yuan. 2 people exchanged glances and could not help feeling secretly shocked. This kind of spatial law attainment, one teleport would be several hundreds of thousands of miles. With their Deva realm speed, wanting to catch up would be rather troublesome too. Fortunately, we invited fellow Daoist Heavenly Eye to take action this time. Otherwise, the 2 of us will really find ourselves at a loss. Shui Yuan quietly sent a compliment over. Heavenly Eye smiled coldly and said, now, do you all still feel that it's worth this price or not? The 2 people each nodded their heads in acknowledgement, being wholeheartedly convinced. Fellow Daoist Heavenly Eye, this time, it's all thanks to you for taking action. Heavenly Eye looked at the restrictions in front of him and said with a cold smile, this kid probably never would have thought that this emperor is a formation path expert too. How can this bit of restrictions stump me? Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye's cultivation was all on the 3 eyes. Especially the 3rd eye, it could see through the fabricated, prying right at the source. And this advantage of his, cultivating formation Dao would also yield twice the results with half the effort. By relying on formation Dao and ocular arts, he even cleared the first blight tribulation, achieving Deva realm. Yi Yuan was currently still unaware that Shui Yuan actually invited this major power, and was completely oblivious that danger was currently closing in. Heavenly Eye inspected the restrictions carefully and discovered that it was just some simple prompting restrictions, and could not help having a disdainful look. It was only to see him move like lightning, pointing one finger out after another. A restriction that Yi Yuan set up fell apart quietly. Shui Yuan. 2 people were by the side, exclaiming in wonder again. Heavenly Eye was currently being pleased with himself when suddenly, his expression changed wildly. In the void, countless restrictions lit up at the same time, akin to a huge continuous row of lights, presenting a splendid sight. Damn it. This is an interlinked restriction. As long as one is broken, the other restrictions will trigger at the same time. This brat is so scheming. Heavenly Eye thumped his chest and stomped his feet. Of course, he still had some things that he did not say. Yi Yuan's interlinked restrictions were set up extremely covertly. He did not discover it at all. In this aspect, Yi Yuan already beat him. Losing to an Empyrean realm brat, Heavenly Eye naturally felt a loss of face. Shui Yuan. 2 people had strange expressions. If they had long known it would be like this, might as well charge straight in. Right at this time, there was a subtle undulation in SPACE, making the 3 people's faces suddenly change. Spatial node technique. What a cunning brat, chase. Shui Yuan did not say another word, directly shuttling into the void. The other 2 people did not hesitate in the slightest too, chasing right after. On the other side, Yi Yuan cast the spatial node technique and instantly escaped a million miles away. Taking the preemptive strike, the chances of escaping for his life would greatly increase. Ever since deciding to rescue Riverward, he knew that who he would face would be Deva realm powerhouses, and was naturally also a little more cautious. Even though he did not feel that Shui Yuan could find him, he was still extra careful. The interlinked array formations outside were perfected by him finding some time these few days. In addition, he even flew a million miles away and left behind quite a few spatial nodes, in case of unexpected needs. He did not want to be encircled and suppressed by Deva realm powerhouses. He did not expect that it was really put to use. This unforeseen turn of events made Riverward stunned. Following that was shock. This Empyrean realm brat in front of him, his mind was really hair-raisingly meticulous, actually leaving behind so many contingencies. If not for Yi Yuan being incredibly careful, they would already be 3 dead people now. Yi Yuan saved him again. So fast. 3 powerful to the extreme auras arrived from behind with a whistle. 3 powerful to the extreme divine senses already completely locked onto him. There was nowhere to run even if he wanted to anymore. Yi Yuan felt the might of Deva realm powerhouses once again. It was still his first time meeting someone who could contend with him in terms of speed. Riverward smiled bitterly and said, Deva realm powerhouses already came into contact with heavenly Tao source. Their comprehension in spatial law is many times stronger than heavenly emperors. Their spatial law might not be as strong as yours, but just in terms of speed, it's still a notch faster than you. We can't run away anymore. Those that came into contact with the source of heavenly Tao were all extremely powerful existences. Just like Yi Yuan's sword Tao source, the might was exceedingly formidable, and could even kill Meld that kind of existence. Deva realm's strength was powerful until it made people despair like that. Chapter 2251, A Slim Chance of Survival. Chapter 2251, A Slim Chance of Survival. Yi Yuan did not follow up. His brain was in the midst of rapidly revolving. It seemed like he still underestimated these 2 Deva realm powerhouses' resolve toward the limitless God killing bow. The allure of Tao artifacts was too great. Men die in pursuit of wealth, birds die in pursuit of food. In order to obtain the limitless God killing bow, Riverward almost threw away even his life. And these 2 Deva realms clearly would not give up so easily either. Shui Yuan and Lone Soul definitely found a tracking expert. Furthermore, this tracking expert is very proficient in array formations. To be able to get invited by them, it must be a Deva realm powerhouse too. Yi Yuan analyzed. Shui Yuan and Lone Soul, 2 great Deva realm powerhouses, their reputation was extremely resounding. It was impossible for Riverward to not know them. Yi Yuan also learned of these 2 people's names from his mouth. Riverward's face changed and he said with a look of despair, then it's definitely Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye. His Heavenly Eye is able to see through all that's unreal. He is even able to cast time recall. Little friend Yi, leave me behind and escape for your life by yourself. Yi Yuan could not help laughing and said, it's too late. Even if you hand the limitless God killing bow to them, will they let me go? I originally thought that I did it flawlessly. I didn't expect that there's still a divine ability like Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eyes. Looks like it was me who underestimated Deva realm powerhouses. Riverward heaved a sigh, knowing that what Yi Yuan said was true. Yi Yuan already got involved in the muddy waters. It was very hard to get out. Even if he handed over the limitless God killing bow, these few Deva realm powerhouses absolutely would not let Yi Yuan go. As for him, he was currently merely a cripple. Little friend Yi, it's me who dragged you down, Riverward said with a sigh. Even if he was an old monster who had lived for no idea how many years, he felt grateful toward Yi Yuan too. If it were others, they would have long killed an S and a TC head the treasure. Not only did Yi Yuan not take away the limitless God killing bow, he even treated his wounds. He went from the initial vigilance to the current shedding tears of gratitude. Unfortunately, Senior Riverward, do you know what place has extremely powerful restrictions that even Deva realm powerhouses are extremely fearful of? Yi Yuan suddenly asked. Restrictions? Riverward was stunned. That's right. This is our only way out, Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. Fleeing along the way, Yi Yuan ran through all of his trump cards. Only in the path of array formations did he had a lease of life. These 3 people were all Deva realm powerhouses, their strength significantly stronger than even Ninja Raigen's. Even if he took them into the Chaos world, it would also be impossible for Yi Yuan to have any chances of victory. As for whatever time freeze, with his current strength, it would cause negligible interference to Deva realm powerhouses. The only path that remained was the Tao of array formations. Riverward was an old monster who had lived for 1,000,000,000 years. His understanding of the heavenspan world must be a lot more than his. That was why there was this ask. Riverward had a strange expression as he said, restrictions that made even Deva realm powerhouses dread. It will be an even more dangerous place to us. Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice, do you want to die or live? Riverward said, of course I want to live. Yi Yuan said, want to live, then stop talking nonsense. Is there such a place or not? Riverward said, if talking about powerful restrictions, a place that made even Deva realms dread, then there's only 8 Void Mountain. Yi Yuan clearly had not heard of this name before, saying, 8 Void Mountain? Riverward said, 8 Void Mountain Range is the junction between the Middle Realms and West Realms, the boundary of 2 worlds, stretching continuously for 1,000,000,000 miles. And on its main peak, 8 Void Mountain, there are powerful restrictions everywhere. Legends have it that the 8 Void Mountains restrictions were set up by an ancient major power overnight and had once annihilated countless powerhouses before. The restrictions there stretch for 80 million miles, being incomparably massive. But there are indeed many major lucky chances there. Quite a number of people will brave the risk to go there and seek out lucky chances. There is even no lack of Deva realm powerhouses. And many Deva realm powerhouses died there. When Yi Yuan heard, he was extremely shocked in his heart too. Overnight, vast restrictions that spanned 80 million miles were formed. It was simply unimaginable. How powerful a Formation Dao master to be able to set it up. Yi Yuan's present Formation Dao strength was absolutely Great Grandmaster Class SS. But even making him set up 8,000 miles of restrictions overnight, he would find it extremely difficult to do. This was the difference in level. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent and he said, okay, go there. You lead the way. SHI plus NRA Ghost region was in the southwestern lands. They just had to keep on flying in the northeastern direction and they would be able to reach 8 Void Mountain. Both sides, one party chased and the other fled. Their speed was swift to the extreme. However, both parties' distance was gradually shrinking. In merely half a day's time, it shrunk from the initial 1,000,000 miles to only 500,000 miles currently. At this rate, in merely half a day's time, the 3 Deva realm powerhouses would be able to catch up. Brat, run away. This Deva wants to see how far you can run. Behind came Shui Yuan's smug laughter. With the strength of Deva realm, sending out their voices with divine essence, it was not anything hard to transmit it for several 100,000 miles. Heavenly Eye was still all right, but Shui Yuan and Lone Soul 2 people had a stomach full of pent-up anger. The 2 of them fought for the limitless God killing bow until the sky and earth dimmed. But who knew that a snipe and a clam were locked in a fight? It was only to the advantage of the fisherman. In the end, it was actually SNATC head away by a Riverward who did not want his life. However, just as they were about to catch Riverward, Yi Yuan rescued Riverward. The 2 people did not have any solution, and so they spent a huge price to request Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye to take action. With the unexpected turn of events, they finally found the perpetrator now. The 2 people's anger could be imagined. The 2 of them wished to tear Yi Yuan apart right now. Yi Yuan was not affected at all, still increasing his speed to the limit. But Riverward frowned hard and said, no way. We can't last until 8 Void Mountain like this. Yi Yuan said, is there any place ahead with irregular SPACE? Riverward's eyes lit up and he said, there is. Go north. With your speed, you'll reach it in at most half a day. Yi Yuan did not say another word, immediately making a turn and headed north. Riverward was secretly shocked. He discovered that Yi Yuan's mind was too stoic. Under such enormous pressure, he could still maintain such calm. It was simply not like what a young man should have. He had lived for 1,000,000,000 years and also felt that he was not as cool as Yi Yuan. Currently, both parties were on a flat road. There was not the slightest bit of ripple in SPACE. This way, even if Yi Yuan urged his speed to the limit, he would still be unable to shake off the 3 people. But going to an irregular SPACE, Yi Yuan's spatial law would be able to unleash its greatest effect. In irregular SPACE, even though Yi Yuan's speed would be affected too, the impact on those 3 people would be greater. This way, the advantage of Yi Yuan's spatial law would be magnified. shaking off the three people from there. Originally, this idea should have been thought of by him, this old man. But he had long already lost his cool. In an environment where one could not see any hope at all, people who were able to keep their cool were truly very few. But Yi Yuan was not affected in the least bit. Starting from discovering these three people, Yi Yuan's mind did not have the least bit of fluctuation, calm until he was like an ice-cold machine. Just how on earth did this boy accomplish it? Chapter 2252. Advancing gradually and entrenching himself at every step. Chapter 2252. Advancing gradually and entrenching himself at every step. Above the void, several figures flashed away. In a short half a day's time, both parties' distance already shrunk until there were just a few tens of thousands of miles between them. This distance was already barely enough to let Deva realm powerhouses attack. It was just that Yi Yuan's movement technique was too fast. It was very hard for them to lock onto Yi Yuan. After attacking, they were bound to be delayed for a while, which would let Yi Yuan slip away. Moreover, Shui Yuan and Lone Soul, two people, were both secretly at loggerheads, neither willing to eat a loss. For caution's sake, Shui Yuan three people did not unleash attacks. Brat, you can't escape. Stop now and hand over the limitless God killing bow. This emperor can spare you from death, Lone Soul said in a clear voice. Boy, you have exceptional talent. As long as you hand over the limitless God killing bow, not only will this Deva not kill you, I'll even take you in as a disciple. Shui Yuan was not willing to show weakness and similarly shouted. These two people saw that Yi Yuan was young and goaded him with words from time to time. But Yi Yuan completely ignored them. By the side, Heavenly Eye smiled coldly and did not speak, secretly cursing the two for being fools. He had long detected that Yi Yuan was a young man with extremely strong mental capacity and was absolutely not an ordinary person. From him hiding from the two people's eyes and ears, then leaving, then setting up restrictions, as well as the spatial node technique, these were all not what the average young man could think of. This young man did not only have outstanding strength, but his mind was also even meticulous to the extreme. It was simply a joke for these two people to want to use words to disturb Yi Yuan. However, he did not expose it either. Either way, Yi Yuan was already a turtle in the jar. Sure enough, before long, Yi Yuan's voice came from in front. Are the two of your heads kicked by donkeys? Such idiotic games, better don't play it in front of this young master. If you have the capability, chase after. The moment the two people heard, their faces turned green. This kid was too arrogant. Brat, after this Deva catches you, I'll definitely let you taste the feeling of a fate worse than death, Shui Yuan said furiously. Both parties' distance got closer and closer, over 70,000 miles, 60,000 miles, 20,000 miles, 10,000 miles. At this distance, the two already had sufficient assurance in being able to seriously injure Yi Yuan. Brat, you'll die very horribly, Lone Soul said with a cold smile. Finished talking, the two people virtually made their moves at the same time. A terrifying undulation rippled out above the void. But right at this time, the two people's faces changed. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan disappeared. Heavenly Eye's expression changed wildly and he said, Fine lad, truly cunning. This area is an irregular space. In this place, his spatial law is able to unleash its greatest effect. No wonder he suddenly made a detour north. It turns out that this is waiting for us here. Only then did Shui Yuan react to it. His expression was grim to the extreme, and he said in a solemn voice, DM and brat, too despicable. Lone Soul said in a cold voice, after capturing this brat, this Deva will definitely boil him well. A duck that entered the mouth had flown away, the two of their fury could be imagined. With this hold-up, the distance that finally managed to shrink was pulled apart from Yi Yuan once more. At this point, they did not have other ways to, and could only toughen their scalps and chase. But upon entering irregular space, their speed suddenly fell, and they no longer traveled 10,000 miles in an instant like before anymore. To them, it was like driving on a flat road, then suddenly turning into a mountain slope with irregular bumps. Irregular space was like a maze. It was very easy for people who did not know spatial law to get lost inside. Even if they were Deva realm powerhouses, their perception of spatial law was still very blurry. Their current advancement speed was not even as good as an Empyrean's advancement speed normally. The more they could not catch up to Yi Yuan, the more anxious they got. The more anxious, the slower the speed. In the end, both parties' distance pulled further and further apart. Damn it. Where on earth did this punk pop out from? How can he be so crafty? Shui Yuan said in an explosive rage. Lone Soul smiled coldly and said, "Isn't it still because you're too dumb?" Shui Yuan was greatly enraged when he heard that and said, "I'm dumb? Heh, said it like you're very smart. Even if you know he's running this way, what methods do you have? All right, stop arguing. Keep arguing and that punk will be escaping to God knows where. This area of irregular SPSCE can't stop us for long. We've already left behind divine sense imprints on his body. Even if he runs to the ends of the world, he can't escape either. What I'm curious about right now is what on earth does this brat want to do?" Heavenly Eye said with a frown. Shui Yuan said, "What can he still do? Take it one step at a time. With his bit of strength, even if he runs to the end of the heavenspan world, he can't escape the palm of our hands too." Lone Soul sneered and said, "Shut your mouth and listen to Brother Heavenly Eye." Lone Soul had clearly realized it too. Among the three of them, Heavenly Eye had the sharpest mind. Heavenly Eye shook his head and said, "I don't know what he's trying to do too, but, with my judgment, this boy absolutely won't be running around wildly like a headless fly. Chase first. See where he runs to." The two people stopped talking, displaying their movement techniques to the limits and continued to pursue. A day later, Heavenly Eye suddenly felt the divine sense imprint left in Yi Yuan's body suddenly accelerate. That brat already exited the irregular SPACE. He's heading toward the northwestern direction. Northwest direction, what place can let him shake off our pursuit? Heavenly Eye frowned and racked his brain. Hearing Heavenly Eye's words, the two people were absorbed in thought. There are quite a number of dangerous places in the northwest direction. Windless Valley, Sea of Lightning, Blackwater Marsh, are all in this direction. I reckon that he might be thinking of hiding in these dangerous places. Make us not dare to chase him further in, Shui Yuan said. Heavenly Eye nodded and said, "There's indeed this possibility, but along the way, there are quite a number of dangerous places." "Which one is his target?" Lone Soul said, "These dangerous places are all the same to him, all death after entering. I reckon that he'll hide inside when he's nearby after he's driven into a corner." Heavenly Eye shook his head and said, "Wrong. He definitely has a target. It's just that we haven't thought of it yet. This brat is really an interesting opponent." Along the way, Heavenly Eye had witnessed many of Yi Yuan's means, and this actually caused his fighting spirit to set ablaze. People all said that he opened his Heavenly Eye. Actually, what people did not know was that with the Heavenly Eye being opened, the mind's eye opened. Using incredible meticulousness to describe him was all too apartment. These countless years, those able to compete with him in intellect, he had not encountered before yet. It was also precisely by relying on remarkable intellect that no matter which mystic realm he went to, he could scheme against his rivals perfectly. But along this way, he was plotted against by Yi Yuan dead in his tracks and did not gain any advantage at all. He had never thought that catching an Empyrean little fellow would actually take so much effort. This made him have a feeling of humiliation. Not catching Yi Yuan would likely affect his Tao heart, making him have flaws during his next blight tribulation. A full 4 days said. Only then did Shui Yuan 3 people come out of the intricate irregular SPACE. This made Shui Yuan 3 people have a feeling of going nuts. This area of irregular SPACE was huge. They got lost inside many times before finally finding the exit. The current Yi Yuan had long already run until he was out of sight. Suddenly, Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye had a flash of inspiration and said in shock, "I got it. This brat is going to 8 Void Mountain." Chapter 2253, Men Die in Pursuit of Wealth, Birds Die in Pursuit of Food. Chapter 2253, Men Die in Pursuit of Wealth, Birds Die in Pursuit of Food. Standing at the foot of 8 Void Mountain, Yi Yuan felt an upsurge of emotion. The scenery before his eyes made the feelings of admiration in his heart arise spontaneously. Being able to lay down such pitilessly magnificent and unparalleled ingenious array formations indeed made him have the greatest esteem toward its creator. The entire Eight Void Mountain was an ocean of array formations, stretching in an unbroken line. This place was like an imper's sable natural chasm, lying in between the Middle Realm and West Realm, separating numerous rivers and mountains. It was very hard to imagine that such a colossal starry sea-like array formation was actually set up overnight by one person. Just what kind of terrifying realm did this person's formation Dao strength reach? Yi Yuan was unable to imagine it. Over 60 years of comprehending Dao, Yi Yuan thought that he had already reached a terrifying realm in formation Dao. But in front of the Eight Void Mountains restrictions, it was not worth mentioning at all. Eight Void Mountains Grand Array. What was truly terrifying was that the area spanning 80 million miles Eight Void Mountain was a grand array that blended into one harmonious whole. Breaking the restriction by force was equivalent to facing the entire grand array, and would be instantly obliterated. Hence, challenging the formation must have a formation pathmaster to lead before one could go up the mountain. Rashly entering the mountain was equivalent to a road that led to death. A grand array that spanned 80 million miles, even thinking about it felt terrifying. Yi Yuan even felt that this was not what human strength could accomplish at all. And looking over, this grand array was formed by one small-scale array formation after another. These small-scale array formations were interlinked, forming an organic ent. One tie, being incomparably harmonious. This kind of means was God knows how many times more brilliant than Yi Yuan using the alerting restrictions. One had to know, setting up a small-scale interlinked formation was easy, because the variables that needed to be calculated were relatively few. But once the array formation scaled up, the scale of the calculations would skyrocket by no idea how many magnitudes of difficulty. An 80 million miles colossal array formation, the computational complexity was simply unimaginable. This kind of boundary was already not what Yi Yuan could imagine. At this very moment, Yi Yuan finally experienced the feeling of there was always someone better, and heaven beyond heaven. Yi Yuan had a feeling that the Eight Void Mountains restrictions were most likely the pinnacle work of the Heavenspan Mountain for countless tens of thousands of years. Yi Yuan, do you have confidence? Seeing this kind of terrifying restriction undulations, River Word could not help swallowing his saliva. This place, it was difficult to gauge how many people had died every year in the past. Even if one brought a formation path grandmaster here, a moment of carelessness and it would also be the outcome of turning to ashes. Are there other paths that can be taken? Yi Yuan answered with a question. Riverward choked, shaking his head slowly. Brat, see where you escaped to. Right then, 3 terrifying auras arrived with a whistle. Shui Yuan 3 people finally rushed over. Go. Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, directly turning around. He ascended the mountain. Shui Yuan 3 people's arrival immediately aroused the attention of numerous powerhouses. Apart from the ever-present restrictions, Eight Void Mountain was rather like ordinary mountain ranges, being tall and having lush green trees standing in great numbers. Of course, there were also many lucky chances. Legends said that this grand array had once eradicated countless supreme powerhouses before, leaving behind countless lucky chances. Hence, there were many powerhouses searching up and down the mountain. 2 Empyreans bringing along a cripple actually provoked 3 Deva realm powerhouses. Are they crazy? They seemed to be hiding from the Deva realm powerhouses. That's why they fled here. Heh, wonder if those 3 Deva realms will give any rewards if we kill those few guys. Everyone was discussing the situation. Right at this time, Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye said in a clear voice, whoever can keep this boy behind, this Deva will reward a peak Heavenly Emperor spirit treasure, dead or alive. The moment these words came out, the mountain immediately boiled with excitement. Ha ha ha, boy, want to blame that you shouldn't have provoked such a powerful existence then. At this time, the formation pathmaster who was the closest to Yi Yuan gave a strange laugh and pounced over toward Yi Yuan. He was a peak Empyrean powerhouse and also a 7-star formation God. The array formations at the foot of the mountain, He had already thoroughly familiarized himself with it and would not set off the array formations. Yi Yuan just gave a cold laugh and snapped his fingers. A stream of divine essence fired at 50 feet in front of that person. In an instant, an azure flame lit up. That person did not have time to cry out tragically and was already burned to ashes. Everyone's faces could not help changing when they saw this scene. However, the allure of a peak Heavenly Emperor spirit treasure made them forget fear, pouncing over toward Yi Yuan this side one after another. Yi Yuan's face was cold, his fingers snapping repeatedly, igniting one restriction after another, annihilating 7 to 8 people with a snap of his finger. Furthermore, his feet did not stop, walking straight up the mountain. When Shui Yuan and Lone Soul saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. Brother Heavenly Eye, it's completely useless like this, Shui Yuan said anxiously. Heavenly Eye smiled and said, this boy's array formations are extraordinary. The solidness of his foundational skills isn't beneath mine. Originally, I also didn't count on these fools to be able to keep him behind. I just need them to obstruct for a moment and it will be able to let us catch up to him. The two of you, follow me. Make sure not to take any misstep. Otherwise, even immortals can't save you guys too. The moment the two people heard, they could not help being overjoyed. But in the next instant, Heavenly Eye continued, taking action this time already far exceeded my expectations. The price that we agreed upon before isn't enough. The two people secretly cursed the sly old fox, threatening them at this time. But at this time currently, it really would not do without him. They could only swear a heavenly Tao oath and agree to it. Done with these, Heavenly Eye took a stride and walked up the mountain. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye was well deserving of being a super 8-star formation god. His speed of ascending the mountain was not the least bit slower than Yi Yuan. But currently, Yi Yuan had long already annihilated more than a dozen 7-star formation gods and scaled to a height of more than 1,000 feet. After Yi Yuan killed more than a dozen people in a row, there was finally no one who dared to come up anymore. But right then, the powerhouses on top actually poured down. Seeing this scene, Riverward's complexion immediately turned ashen and he said, "Damn it. The allure of a peak Heavenly Emperor spirit treasure is seriously too great. Even 8-star formation gods are tempted too. With this, we're dead for sure." It was true that Yi Yuan was formidable, but he was restricted by Cultivation Realm and was not as good as 8-star formation gods after all. Furthermore, these 8-star formation gods had researched here for many years and were extremely familiar with the restrictions here. Yi Yuan was in trouble now. However, a hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth and he said, "Sure enough, men die in pursuit of wealth, birds die in pursuit of food. Since you all want to set off on your journey so much, then I'll send you all off." Done talking, he repeatedly snapped his fingers again, killing the Heavenly Emperor powerhouses that rushed up first. Seeing this scene, Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye's pupils could not help constricting and he cried out in surprise, could it be that this boy doesn't need to make deductions at all? It should be his first time going up the mountain. Why is he so familiar with the restrictions here? This Deva used several thousand years' time when comprehending the restrictions below 10 miles back then. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye's shock was not shot at random. On this 8-void mountain, each restriction was extremely complicated. Formation Tao Grandmaster took each step very carefully, akin to treading on thin ice. Especially people who came for the first time and were not familiar with the restrictions here, they were even less daring to anyhow move. A moment of carelessness and there would be the outcome of Peries. HI plusing and Tao dissipating. Furthermore, the further up, the more complicated and profound the restrictions. The restrictions on top of Yi Yuan's head, those were all rank 8 array formations. Its power was immensely strong, being sufficient to kill heavenly emperors. Yi Yuan had not walked to that place yet, but he could accurately set the restrictions off to explode. How could this not shock Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Eye?